Chapter 582. I've never seen such a shameless system. We agreed to just take a little energy, but now it's increased to 40%, and nearly half of the energy has been taken away. There's no contract spirit at all. And I can't resist. Using my sister's catchphrase to describe it, a black-hearted maggot. This low level, it's okay if the functions are outdated, but it still has the heart to follow the trend. Then, Qinze mourned for the middle class and himself for 3 seconds. A 30% to 40% tax, he was so distressed that he couldn't breathe. He had paid attention to this policy, and it was still being implemented. It would be a long time before it was officially released, but it would come sooner or later. If you earn 100,000 a month, you have to pay 30,000 to 40,000. That's awesome. To contribute to the motherland and build a harmonious society, we should all be determined to lay down our lives and shed our blood. Let's attack and offer our hearts. System, we agreed. How can you suddenly increase the tax? Do you want me to live? Qinze's hands and feet were trembling, just like the 1000 MPE exam. Host, with your current physique, you can recover half of it by tomorrow after a night's rest. You'll be fully recovered in 3 days at most. The system said. Damn, what is this, a woman's period? Qinze was indignant. The system ignored him. Qinze shouted a few times, but the system still ignored him. F***ck. Dowdu. This feeling is so painful, so uncomfortable. Beep 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 beep, I still can't curse. Qinze thought for a while, prosperity, democracy, harmony, justice. F***ck beep beep beep, Qinze, the system said, host, you're so naughty, luckily I muted you in time. Qinze said, damn you, let's discuss it again. The system ignored him. Suyu wore cotton slippers and ran to the toilet door. What are you blabbering about? Why are you sitting on the ground? It's so dirty. Help me up. Qinze was in his weakest state. Did you fall? Suyu hugged Qinze's arm and pulled him up, and then Qinze lay on her back. Don't move. Take off your clothes and take a shower. Qinze said. Suyu blushed. Even though she had done this many times, she still couldn't help but blush. It was just like how Laozi was clearly an experienced driver, but he would always call her Yemit. Yes, the logic is the same. Suyu took off her clothes with a red face. She was tall, and although she wasn't as hot as her sister, her proportions were very good. Especially her slender, round, and white long legs. It made Qinze, who had been drooling at the sight of his sister wearing pleated miniskirts since he was young, was very aroused. But today, the chickens were on holiday. Why don't you take off your clothes? Suyu felt Qinze's burning gaze. She closed her eyes in shame and felt a little good. Help me take it off, Qinze said. Suyu, his little heart thumped wildly. Was it that exciting? A's really knew how to have fun. Her cheeks were flushed, and her hands were trembling with excitement. They stepped into the bathtub. Qinze and Suyu sat in the big bathtub. Suyu sat behind him and was hugging Qinze from behind. It was still Qinze's order. He wanted to try a bath lotion for the first time. He mainly wanted to see if he could rise again today, but the ending was a little miserable. His little brother couldn't recover. Suyu didn't know what he was planning. She just felt that today was so exciting. She even hoped that he would continue to make more excessive requests. After soaking for half an hour, it was over. Suyu was a little confused. According to the previous rhythm, this should be bathtub. They put on bath towels, dried their hair, and the exhausted Qinze fell asleep on the bed. Suyu's hair was long. When she dried her hair and came out, Qinze was lying on the bed, snoring slightly. Suyu, she climbed into bed, sat like a duck, and woke up Qinze angrily. Qinze opened his eyes and looked at her blankly. What are you doing? It's not easy to come out. Suyu bit her lip, and her beautiful face was full of blame and resentment. I'm tired. I want to sleep. Qinze frowned and said in an impatient tone. Sleep your ass, get up. Suyu pushed him hard. Qinze pondered for a moment. Well, how about this, you come up by yourself, move by yourself, and lie on it yourself. You do your thing, and I'll sleep mine. Suyu thought about it, and that was the only way. Qinze was so unreliable that she had to do it herself. So she sat on Qinze. Left hand and right hand in slow motion. No response. Right hand and left hand in slow motion replay. Still no response. Suyu said angrily, "What's the matter with you?" Qinze said, "Men, there are always a few days of inconvenience every month." Suyu's mentality collapsed. At this moment, she was neither up nor down, and she was very uncomfortable. She had been looking forward to it for a long time. Even the posture and the sound of the decibel were rehearsed in her mind. Her heart moved, and her beautiful face changed slightly. Did you do something indescribable with that first love? No. Yes, or why can't you stand up? Suyu held 20,000 miles under the sea and said fiercely, "If you dare to lie to me, I'll break it. You know my length best. What can I do in 10 minutes? But. Suyu thought it made sense, but she couldn't explain the situation in front of her. She said, Can't you stand up?" Qinze was angry. How can a scholar's matter not stand up? This is called restraint. Like his impulse, love is restraint. Qinze found an excuse for himself. I don't love, so I restrain, no problem. No problem, then sleep. I have to go to the factory for inspection tomorrow. He pulled Suyu into his arms and pulled the quilt. Late at night. The room's soundproofing effect was very good. Qinze fell asleep quickly and made a slight snoring sound. Suyu lay in his arms, smelling the masculine smell and the fragrance of the shower gel. Qinze's chest was uncomfortable because it was too hard, but because of this, it seemed particularly masculine. Women with big breasts, buttocks, and long legs can make men appreciate them with relish. Men with strong figures can also make women obsessed. In the darkness, the outline of Qinze's side face could be vaguely seen, handsome and worth looking at. He was handsome, had a good figure, was talented, and was rich. Any of these could make a woman fall in love with him. What's more, so many advantages are gathered in one body. Suyu began to reflect and introspect. Did she usually ask for too much? Or, he was young and didn't know how to control himself. She was several years older than him. She should persuade him to control himself instead of gritting her teeth. Such an excellent man can't be lost to her. Suyu took out the mobile phone under the pillow, opened the online shopping platform, and searched Baoji Tang Lu Wei Di Huang pills. Love him, then strengthen his yang. The next morning, Qinze didn't wake up at 5:30 as usual. He opened his eyes, the room was dark, and the blackout curtain blocked the sun outside. Suyu was beside the pillow, with one hand on his chest and one leg on his lower abdomen. The morning crab erection that used to happen every day was gone today. What a good-for-nothing. There was still a sense of emptiness in the limbs, and there was no strength in clenching his fists, but it was not as uncomfortable as yesterday. Sleep was really the best rest. Qinze gently hugged her small waist, and the other hand slid along her thigh to her buttocks. Suyu was awakened by him, took a long breath, stretched, and then pressed the hand on her chest, and said angrily, "Your body is tired, and your hands should be honest. Don't tease me." Qinze turned on the bedside lamp and looked at his mobile phone. It was 8:30 in the morning. It was not too late, and he could still make it in time for breakfast. He got dressed, washed his face and brushed his teeth. Suyu went back to her room to get dressed and knocked on the door. The two stood in front of the sink and brushed their teeth side by side. It was not the toothbrush and toothcup in the hotel. They had their own towel, toothbrush, bathrobe, and pajamas. The other person had a set of clothes. He didn't intend to stay in Xingxing for a long time, at most 2 days. If it went well, they could return to Shanghai tomorrow morning. She looked at them in the mirror, smiled, squinted, and was very happy. Do we look like husband and wife? Foam sprayed from her mouth and splashed on the mirror. Yes. Qinze also splashed foam on the mirror. Chapter 583. The breakfast in a 5-star hotel is very sumptuous. Unfortunately, it is not a buffet breakfast, otherwise, it can be a higher grade. Qinze and Suyu came to have breakfast at 9 o'clock, and it was already past the time with the most guests. He took the amount of 3 people by himself, sat by the window, took off his mask, didn't take off his sunglasses, and gobbled up the food. Suyao was also there, eating alone. Seeing Qinze and Suyu go upstairs, he silently moved his breakfast plate over. Do you mind if I sit here? Qinze ignored him and buried himself in eating. He urgently needed to replenish his energy. Suyu smiled and said, Mr. Su, sit down. Suyao sat down and sat next to Qinze. His eyes did not fall on the face of the beautiful and refined Suyu, but on the handsome face of Qinze. He said, Mr. Qin, you can't eat too much breakfast, it's not good for your stomach and liver. Qinze vaguely replied with an, oh, and continued to eat as usual. Suyao smiled. A pampered smile. Suyu suddenly sounded an alarm in her heart. I'm so beautiful, but you don't even look at me. Instead, you keep staring at my man, and your eyes are almost glued to my man's face. This is very abnormal. If the sentence, he is gay, last night was a joke, then Suyu is a little uncertain now. Flattery and flattery are not in such a way of looking and speaking. This man gives her a strange feeling. The way he looked at Qinze, inexplicably, made a sentence appear in Suyu's mind. A father's love is like a mountain. Damn, a father's love is like a mountain, don't you have any special hobbies? Like the old bacon of little fresh meat? She has been abroad for many years and has seen a lot of chrysanthemums blooming in the evening breeze. She is not surprised, and even when she looks at the beautiful literature, she feels it's quite beautiful. But when there is such a suspected gay old man coveting her man, she can't accept it. If he is not gay, how do you explain this man's unreasonable affection for Qinze? Eat an egg. Suyao handed a boiled egg to Qinze. Thank you. Qinze took it. Boiled eggs are good, they are nutritious and the most suitable for men in the holy ground. Suyao smiled. Suyu frowned. Here it comes again, and he smiled. Perhaps he felt that he had neglected Suyu. Suyao reluctantly withdrew his gaze from Qinze and said, Mr. Su is young. It's not easy for him to do this. This sentence actually has a lot of connotations. Although Suyao and Suyu have met once, they didn't even say a word last time. This time, it can be said that they officially know each other for the first time, but the tone in his words seems to be familiar with Suyu. It meant that his idiot uncle had told him everything. Suyu smiled modestly. President Su, the one who graduated from the university. Yale. An overseas returnee? Suyao smiled gently. Back then, it was already extremely difficult for us to get into a university. We even dreamt of going abroad. Perhaps the conditions didn't allow us to do so. Times are getting better and better. Many young people are under a lot of pressure and it's hard for them to make a name for themselves. But they can't imagine how we lived in that era. Your era? Qin Ma used to say that in her time, people were happy as long as they could eat their fill. Those who went to junior high school were cultured people. At that time, life in the city began to get better, but life in the countryside was still poor and backward. They worked to eat, not to make money. Qinze couldn't imagine what life was like in the 1970s, and he couldn't understand Suyao's expression at this time. It was very complicated, like regret, like reminiscence, like pain, like nostalgia. Damn, how can he be so sentimental? Did he touch that sensitive nerve? Suyao and Suyu chatted while eating. Unexpectedly, Suyao could talk with Suyu for a long time in finance. In terms of business, Suyu was not afraid of Suyao, who started from scratch. This scene had a strong sense of déjà vu, like when Suyu and the old man were chatting. Only she had this kind of background. Replaced by Wang Zijin, what do you think of the industry recently? Follow the policy closely, follow the pace of the party, the government will lead us to prosperity. What do you think of finance? Follow the policy closely, follow the pace of the party, the government will lead us to prosperity. Replaced by his sister, what do you think of the industry? Huh? What about finance? Huh? She killed the conversation in minutes. My uncle hasn't woken up yet, right? Qin Zhe smoothly finished all the food and let out a comfortable burp in satisfaction. He should still be sleeping. Last night, he drank a lot. Suyao said. Qin Zhe took out his mobile phone and dialed his number. The phone rang for a long time before it was connected. Ace? Su Guang's voice was a bit hoarse. It's almost 9:30 now, we have to go to the factory. Get up quickly and come up for breakfast. At this point, Qin Zhe paused. He could hear a woman on the other end of the line complaining after being woken up. Last night, Uncle slept with a woman. Qin Zhe felt sad at first. He could have had fun last night. Then there was anger, which was a subtle feeling. He knew a lot of experienced drivers, such as Huang Yizong and Zhao Taizhu. Both of them had families, but when it came to this kind of thing, Qin Zhe could dance with them. But his uncle was his family, and Qin Zhe felt uncomfortable seeing him fooling around. Who sent him the woman, Lu? Qin Zhe said with slight anger. It should be. Suyao smiled bitterly. About 10 minutes later, Su Guang came up with a tired face. The dark circles under his eyes were obvious. Why don't you just die on the bed? Qin Zhe was so angry that he couldn't vent his anger. Su Guang said, Uncle was tired last night. Qin Zhe sneered. That's all you've got. Su Guang paused and said awkwardly, Lu Zong forced me to come to my room, I couldn't refuse. Don't tell your aunt. Let's eat, then lead the way for me after eating. Qin Zhe was too lazy to talk to him. How should he put it? Nowadays, when it came to business dealings and social interactions, it was definitely not something that could be settled by just going to a coffee shop for a chat or reading some documents in the office. Otherwise, where would the culture of dining come from? Where would the bosses come from? Every time a small leader of the bank came over, Li Linfeng would receive them. The first thing he did was to transfer the money to the employee's account in advance, and then let the employee go to the bank to withdraw the money. At least 100,000, at most hundreds of thousands. Send them to the hotel, and then have a dinner party in the evening. Eat and drink well, call a few quality women and send them to the room. This was the basic operation of business dealings. Uncle would encounter more such incidents in the future, and Qin Zhe would not be able to watch over him all the time. However, when this matter is settled, Uncle doesn't have to travel long distances, and then Aunt will be around, and there will be no need for these flirtatious women. Suyu bowed her head and looked at the mobile phone silently. She was clear about this kind of thing, but she never touched it. It was inconvenient for her identity, so unless she met a particularly important client, she would personally receive it. Generally, she would hand over the general clients to the managers under her. When it came to the clients that Suyu needed to meet in person, they didn't look at the basic operation. After all, it was a basic operation. The headlines on Weibo attracted her attention. A video on the plane, was the video of Qin Zhe teaching a foreigner a lesson in the cabin yesterday. Unsurprisingly, it was in the headlines again. The video was posted last night, and it went viral this morning. Search keywords, Qin Zhe, plane, fighting, more than a dozen videos can be searched. The video that Suyu saw was the most comprehensive, with the most comments and forwards. In addition, she found that Qin Bao Bao and Wang Zijin had at her in the chat software. Click on it. Qin Bao Bao, why did Ace fight again? Did he get hurt, Suyu? Wang Zijin, he said no, but did he really not fight again after that? Suyu. Suyu curled her lips. No wonder he had been holding his mobile phone to reply to messages in the elevator just now. It turned out that he was sending messages to his sisters. Suyu, little treasure, little fairy. Little fairy, don't worry, everything is fine. After a while, Qin Bao Bao, you want to be beaten. Wang Zijin, little fairy. Little fairy. What the hell, anger? Suyu imagined the eyes of the two old enemies gnashing their teeth, smiled, happily closed the chat software, returned to Weibo, and clicked on the video. She was watching from a distance and didn't see the whole process. It was good to watch the replay. The hotel's Wi-Fi was not good, and it buffered for a few seconds before it was officially played. In the picture, there was a quarrel. It was the man who had a conflict with the foreigner. The air hostess and the air hostess were persuading him. I just went to the toilet, he kept knocking on the door, after I came out, I said a few words to him, he pushed me. Through the quarrel, the audience probably knew what had happened. Because of a trivial matter that may be insignificant in the eyes of countless viewers, but the development of the matter made countless people angry. Can't you just apologize? It's not a big deal. He's not a woman. Is it so hard to say sorry? It's annoying. Pretentious, what's wrong with apologizing? The attitude of the passengers around was angry. They didn't blame the foreigner, but asked the middle-aged man to apologize. And then, fuck. F***ck your mother. Chinese pig. Suyu witnessed this scene with her own eyes at the time. Looking at it now, she still felt uncomfortable. No one stood up, not even refuted, let alone quarrel. It was probably better to have less trouble. Everyone didn't want to make trouble, and they weren't the ones scolding. Finally, at this time, someone stood up. I think you should take back what you said just now and apologize to us. In the picture, a man wearing a mask and sunglasses appeared. It's none of your business. Chinese pig. The kick that came out of nowhere caused a commotion in the crowd. Then the sunglasses fell. Even if they knew that he was Qin Zhe, the netizens watching the video were still very excited. Just now, this foreigner scolded, Chinese pig. Chinese are pigs. I don't know how you feel, but I feel very uncomfortable, but what makes me feel the most uncomfortable is not his insults, but your silence. I'm a public figure. I know that hitting people will bring me a lot of negative impact, and even be classified as a banned artist and banned, but I still have to do it, because someone has to stand up. After watching the video, Suyu first cast a starry look at Qin Zhe opposite her. Then she looked at the comments. That kick made my blood boil. I want to say, let go of that foreigner and let me do it. This comment had the most likes. She scrolled down. Good fight, too excited. If I was there, I would definitely go up and fight with him. There are so many people, why didn't anyone stand up to refute? It's so uncomfortable to watch, being scolded by foreigners as pigs. Fortunately, Qin Zhe is here. Fortunately. I'll be his fan for life. The foreigner was beaten until he doubted his life. One punch KO, now he knows what Chinese Kung Fu is. It's so satisfying, so satisfying. I'd been gnashing my teeth until Qin Zhe kicked, and I was relieved. That's the way to fight, let him know who's the pig. I'm a woman, and I've always hated violence, but today is an exception. Hubby, I really love you the most. Suyu snorted twice in her heart, your husband? No, it's my husband. There were also some who condemned Qin Zhe, saying that he should be kind to foreign friends. Suyu felt uncomfortable looking at these comments, but she didn't need to say more. There were too many people who scolded them. What are you looking at? Qin Zhe asked. Looking at my husband. Suyu threw a happy little look. Then, she found that two people surnamed Su were looking at her silently. Suyu was embarrassed. Chapter 584. After dinner, Qin Zhe and the others left the hotel and went to their destination. In the car, Suyu was still reading the comments with relish. Qin Zhe asked, is it that good? Suyu whispered, most of them are positive and appreciative, but a small number of people are criticizing you. I feel very happy to see the people who criticize you being besieged by netizens. She wrinkled her nose, and her cold and beautiful face showed a naive look that only appeared in front of him. There are even people who criticize you. What kind of mentality is that? I think of those weeboo people on the internet. Qinze commented, that kind of person is generally a loser in life. They don't work hard, they don't see hope, but they don't reflect on themselves, so they blame society and the government. In fact, they don't necessarily like Japan that much. They haven't even been to Japan. They just vent their anger and dissatisfaction with society and the government in this way. Except for those who have lived in Japan for a while. Qinze has acquired a total of 3 companies since his meteoric rise last year, and merged them into Tianfeng Entertainment and Amethyst Technology Company, Limited. The process is probably to send a test team to collect data, and then he or she will do field inspection and one-on-one transactions, which greatly reduces the process and the transaction cost is low. After several experiences, Qinze is familiar with it. In this regard, Suyu taught him a lot. Shenzhen Dongfeng Virtual Reality Technology Company, Limited. The address is in an industrial park far away from the city center. There are almost no residential areas here, factories are located, and occasionally there are bank buildings in the middle. Unlike the low-end processing plants in other cities, the manufacturers here are more high-end. Dongfeng Technology does not cover a large area. Finance, sales, research and development, and production line employees, all departments add up to a total of 328 people. Entering the gate, there is a large office building. Behind the office building, there are factories, staff dormitories, and a 2-story small building that integrates equipment experience and research and development. It's already a very good scale. Virtual reality technology has only begun to become popular and rise in recent years. In daily life, there are actually a lot of it, such as the 3D glasses we wear when watching 3D movies. And 3D movies and 3D projection can actually be regarded as branches of virtual reality technology. It doesn't simply refer to the gaming equipment in the VR experience hall. Virtual reality technology was the general direction of future technology. It would change people's lives. Because of the slow development of technology, it was difficult for it to become a hit. It has been changing society and life in a subtle way. On the 4th floor of the office building, in a large conference room, Qinze and the Dongfeng leaders led by Lu Zong began to negotiate. Both sides argued for a long time, and both sides were very naughty. Splitting a company into many segments and bargaining one by one was probably the result of Dongfeng's leaders boasting and Qinze's side finding fault and loopholes. In fact, it was quite boring. Qinze talked for a while in the early stage, and the middle and later stage was handed over to Suyu. He watched as she battled the group of Confucian scholars with words and was not at a disadvantage. Suyao listened from the side and became a bystander. Su Guang wanted to speak, but before he entered, he was warned by Qinze not to speak. He wasn't afraid of godly opponents, but he was afraid of lousy teammates. His uncle wasn't very reliable. Everyone with the surname Qin and the surname Su knew that he was unreliable. Qinze whispered in Su Yu's ear, got up, and left the conference room. After sitting in the conference room for nearly an hour, he felt like his bladder was about to explode. He drank a cup of soy milk and a cup of coffee for breakfast. Because of his strong kidney, he had never gone to the toilet. Now he couldn't hold it in. After Qinze went to the toilet, he didn't go back to the conference room. He put on a mask and sunglasses and wandered around the office building. Unknowingly, he came to the sales department. In the big office of the sales department, half of the seats were empty. A dozen people sat listlessly. Some were lying on the table and dozing off, some were watching movies, and some were playing games. In the seat by the door, a young man leaned comfortably on the chair. The computer was on, showing the desktop, and he was playing a mobile game. Oh, it was a primitive world. The mobile game copied by Zijin's programmers, a pirated version of Deceased Pesticide. You play this game too? Qinze laughed. The young man just died and was resurrected. He heard the sound and looked up at him. You are? Old Shen brought me here to see the equipment. I want to open a VR experience hall, but he seems to have something to do. He went to a meeting. I wandered around and waited for him. Qin Zhe said. Old Shen was the sales manager. He was in the conference room and was qualified to participate in the negotiation, but he had no right to speak. When he introduced himself, Qin Zhe remembered it. His memory was very strong. It turned out to be a customer. The young man immediately cheered up. Shall I take you to the back to see the equipment? Qin Zhe showed an embarrassed look. I'll wait for Old Shen. The young man said, our company is going to be sold. If you want to buy equipment, you'd better slow down. There may be a discount after a while. If you buy now, the price Old Shen will give you will definitely be 10% higher than the original price. So blatantly digging in the corner of his direct superior? Qin Zhe said in his heart, even if the company is sold, your boss is still your boss, your leader is still your leader. The young man said in a low voice, Old Shen is Lu Zong's relative. If the company is sold, he will definitely leave too. Qin Zhe's heart jumped. Your company is all about connections? The young man nodded. Many connections take the money but don't work. But the buyer doesn't know about this, so the connections can continue to stay here. Even if they are fired, they have to pay a severance fee. After all, they have signed a contract. If they buy the company, they have to inherit a lot of things. It has legal effect. I can't just deny it. You won't understand. But Old Shen is the leader. He definitely can't continue to stay in this position. Qin Zhe said, oh, which area are you in? I play this game too. Let's play together. The young man reported his ID name. Qin Zhe logged into the game. Other than the young man, there were 3 salespeople in the office who were also playing this game. 5 people in total. I remember a few days ago when I played this game, the popularity of this game wasn't very high. It took a long time to find a match. Qin Zhe said. The advertisements are good. The web-based game is Blue Moon, and the mobile game is Chaos World. The young man said. What do you mean? Qin Zhe didn't understand. 10 mobile apps, 10 of them have advertisements for it. Video apps and movies also have advertisements for it. If you go online, you will see its advertisements in less than half a minute. It's as crazy as Blue Moon. The young man said, I was brainwashed by the advertisements. Then I downloaded it to try it out. I found it quite interesting. The graphics are good, and there are many experts. It's not like Pesticide, where there are elementary school students everywhere. The 5 of them played together. It was quite interesting. The office was filled with slogans like, the opposite side is red, gather at the river, and mid-lane team fight. Qin Zhe placed the cigarettes on the table and gave one to each person. Almost half a pack was gone. Can I smoke? He could already smell the faint smell of smoke. It meant that someone had smoked before, but he still had to ask. Big chicken tyrant, good smoke. The young man's eyes lit up. He didn't expect Qin Zhe to be a rich person. He handed Qin Zhe a business card. If you want to buy gaming equipment in the future, give me a call. I'll give you a discount. It's definitely lower than the market price. Qin Zhe took the business card and said thanks. He looked at it, Yang Qi. He's so awesome. He's actually a boss with 2 surnames. After giving out the cigarettes, Qin Zhe remembered that it was inconvenient to smoke. He took off his mask. I'm not bragging, but the whole office will explode in an instant. After a round, Qin Zhe said, I'm not playing anymore. I'm going out to get some fresh air. Yang Qi shouted, I'm waiting for you. Qin Zhe waved his hand and left the sales department. After that, he moved to the finance department. The finance department's office was much smaller. There were about 7 or 8 people in the finance department. They were all dressed in office lady suits. They were chatting and laughing. What's the matter? A big sister at the door asked when she saw Qinze. Qinze hesitated and asked, "Are you guys usually free?" The woman looked at him strangely. "Who are you?" "I'm just asking." "Crazy. What does it have to do with you?" Qinze could only turn and leave. Behind him, he vaguely heard a conversation. "Who is it?" "I don't know. He's wearing sunglasses and a mask. I can't see clearly." "It's not the buyer, right?" "Impossible. He's in a meeting." "Right, you're going to South Korea this month, right? Help me buy a set of cosmetics." "No problem." It would take a few hours to negotiate. After dinner, they would probably have to continue chatting. Qinze planned to take a look at the factory. Lu Zong claimed that the equipment was top-notch and the most advanced in the country. He had to see for himself what it was like. The factory was similar to many other industrial factories. It had a triangular steel roof. The only difference was that the environment inside was very clean. There were many pieces of equipment that Qinze couldn't understand. There was a processing center, a welding machine, and even a CNC machine. With so many processing equipment, it meant that Dongfeng could indeed build a VR game equipment independently and did not need to find other factories to process it. However, he did not see the real core technology, the display, motion sensor, processor, wireless connection, etc. That piece was the real soul of VR technology. Of course, it was impossible for any tourist to see it. Qinze saw a group of uniformed employees squatting at the entrance of the factory. They were smoking and chatting. Qinze went up to them and gave each of them a stick of chicken. "Why aren't you working?" he asked curiously. "What work?" a middle-aged man asked. Qinze was stunned. "It's not like it's based on the piece," another middle-aged man said. "There's a lot of equipment in the factory. They're all stored in the warehouse, just opposite. There are fewer people buying them now. We're usually quite free." "Oh right, what are you doing?" "I'm here to buy equipment." "I came to take a look first," Qinze said. "Oh." Qinze chatted with them for a while and roughly knew their work situation. They were not too free usually. They still had work to do. In addition to their own factory production, they also took on outside work to help process a part, such as a seat, equipment frame, and so on. They were not based on the piece and time, so they could often get together to smoke and brag. They did not care about their lives and time was shameless. It really made sense. Qinze returned to the conference room and heard Su Yu's faint voice. "Lu Zong, Dongfeng is not our only choice. I believe that we are not your only choice. It's best if we can reach an agreement. If not, we can only meet again, right?" Lu Zong laughed a few times. "President Su is right. Oh, President Qin is back. You took a long time in the bathroom." Qinze smiled casually. "I ate too much breakfast." "Lu Zong, it's getting late. Why don't we visit Dongfeng first, then have lunch and talk in the afternoon?" Lu Zong looked at his phone. It was 11 o'clock, so he nodded. "Okay." Qinze noticed that as soon as he finished speaking, a leader of Dongfeng took out his phone and sent a message. Chapter 585. The visiting team was very spectacular. Qinze and Su walked in front, with Manager Lu on the right and Manager Go on the left. Behind them were the leaders of Dongfeng and the review team. Qinze was wearing a mask and sunglasses. Su Yu, who was walking beside him, gave him a helpless look. Qinze immediately understood. This was because they had not reached an agreement yet. There was still a dispute about the price. Lu Zong was shocked by him last night, but now he realized that Qinze really wanted to buy his company. "When we were young, our mother must have told you this. When you see something you like, don't show that you want it. This would make the seller fearless and difficult to bargain." Small business and big business were the same. Along the way, he went to a few departments. The employees were all sitting upright and still, immersed in their work. Su Guang sighed. Not bad, the atmosphere is good. Lu Zong said happily, although the company is not big, they are all of one mind and are all good employees. Uncle was very satisfied and smiled. Not bad, not bad. Soon, they went to the sales department. They must have been notified in the company group. In the sales department's big office, the salespeople were talking on the phone. Their voices were sonorous and powerful. All of them looked very serious and hardworking. They were working so hard that they did not seem to notice the arrival of Qin Zhe and the others. Are they so serious? Did I come to the wrong place just now? Playing games, sleeping, chatting, are all my illusions? Yes, it's you. You were so happy playing games just now. Qin Zhe patted Yangqi on the shoulder. Yangqi pretended to not care and said loudly on the phone, "Can you come today? If you come today, I will give you a discount. It will definitely be lower than the market price. It's a pity that you can't come today. Let me tell you, our Dongfeng equipment is absolutely first class. It's not worse than imported foreign equipment." The sales manager, Old Shin, coughed and said, Yangqi, I know you are working hard. Stop calling, Mr. Qin is calling you. Yangqi, okay, then come another day. I will personally introduce you. Tomorrow you, as he spoke, he turned his head and suddenly his voice stopped. Yangqi looked at Qin Zhe and then at the leaders of Dongfeng. He had a mental breakdown. Manager Chen smiled and said, although this kid's performance is average, he's really hardworking. He makes phone calls for 9 hours a day and often goes on business trips. But there are more than a dozen people like him in our office. Yangqi was speechless. The portrayal of his inner thoughts, the cold icy rain was randomly slapping his face. His face hurt. Not only him, but the other salespeople in the office also looked back. Just because they took an extra look in the crowd, their mentality collapsed. The man wearing sunglasses and a mask, wasn't he having a good time playing games with them just now? He even sent them a chicken overlord. Don't tell me this is the acquirer. This is President Qin, the purchaser of the company. Lu Zong clapped his hands. Then, he realized that the air was suddenly quiet. Lu Zong frowned unhappily. Although these salespeople's performance was average, they were all old foxes. At this moment, they should have stood up and enthusiastically shouted, Boss Qin. Why are you in a daze? Qin Zhe smiled and said, hello, everyone. Everyone was speechless. Qin Zhe said, everyone's skills are good. In the future, let's play games when you're free. Anyway, we've added each other as friends. Everyone was speechless. Yangqi covered his face and thought desperately, will I be fired? Sob. Qin Zhe looked at Lu Zong. Then, let's go to other places. The group of people left, but Manager Chen slowed down and didn't follow. He turned back to the office. His fingers knocked on the glass door, making a crisp sound. Manager Chen's tone was slightly angry. What's wrong with you guys? The strange reaction of his subordinates just now made him very unhappy. Lu Zong was definitely unhappy too. They were not sensible at all. No one answered his suffocating question. Manager Chen said angrily, with your performance, when the company is acquired, it's still unknown whether you can stay. Who can you blame if you don't live up to expectations and lose your job? Yangqi said guiltily, Manager, that President Qin, he just came. Manager Chen was stunned at first, then his heart turned cold. He knew the group of people under him very well. Then what are you doing? Playing games. He even played a game with us, so we didn't know that he was. Yangqi's expression was ugly. Qin Zhe once again wandered to the finance department. The big sisters were sitting quietly in front of the computer, silent. There was no longer the chatter from before. The big sister at the door heard the footsteps and looked up first. She saw Qin Zhe with a mask and sunglasses at first glance. Her face with makeup was instantly stunned. The other finance people looked over with smiles on their faces. When they saw Qin Zhe, they were also stunned. They were dumbfounded. 10 faces were dumbfounded. Qin Zhe looked at her and asked again, "Are you guys usually free?" Dongfeng's finance department manager said, "Yes, our finance department is very busy." After he finished speaking, he found that his subordinates all looked embarrassed. Lu Zong frowned and realized that things were not simple. It was too abnormal. Whether it was the sales department or the finance department. When they saw Qin Zhe, they all looked like students who were caught by the teacher eating chicken with each other. They were embarrassed and scared. After that, they toured the factory. It was the same here. The employees were not working hard or slacking off. After all, they couldn't pretend because there was no work. It's currently in the idle stage because if we reach an agreement, we have to prepare for the liquidation of assets, so the factory is now in a half-stop state, Lu Zong said. When he said that, he imperceptibly created psychological pressure on Qin Zhe's side. "Look, because of your acquisition, we have all stopped working." What a loss. If they were thin-skinned, they would feel a little guilty now. After the tour, Lu Zong treated them to lunch. They didn't go to the city center to find a high-end hotel because it was meaningless. If you drove there now, there would be a traffic jam all the way until 1 o'clock in the afternoon. In the industrial park, there were actually quite a few high-class restaurants. The restaurant that Lu Zong booked had an elegant layout. It had an antique style, with screens, blue and white porcelain vases, carved tables and chairs, and a burning sandalwood in the corner of the private room. A beam of light shone down, and the smoke was straight like a line. This was called appreciating incense. The dishes were also very special. For example, a painting of the Qingming riverside was put together with various seafood, and a large ink slab was used to hold soup. During this period, before the banquet started, Lu Zong went out to answer a phone call. When he came back, he didn't look good. Both sides were old foxes. They fought a war of words at the negotiation table, but didn't mention it at the dinner table. They were harmonious and called each other brothers. After a few glasses of wine, the uncle's face started to turn red. He almost put his arm around Lu Zong's shoulder. Qin Zhe helped the uncle to the toilet to vomit. After his uncle finished vomiting, he washed his face and put a cigarette in his mouth. Looking at his bloodshot eyes in the mirror, he chuckled, "That old brat kept forcing me to drink. Yesterday, he even sent me a woman. He's hoping that I can help him." Qin Zhe said in a bad mood, "You still know. You don't understand." The uncle put his arm around Qin Zhe's shoulder. "Don't look down on me. After all, I've eaten more salt than you've eaten rice. You guys can talk. Look at how red your faces are in the meeting. At this time, I'm the lubricant in the middle to mediate. It's just like how every main character needs a comedic supporting character. Isn't that the logic? I'm the same as Jispin lubricant. It's super effective." Qin Zhe thought to himself, Durex might be able to give you 10 times the advertising fee. The uncle was obviously drunk and didn't think through his words. The lubricant was for the convenience of friction. If there's friction between us again, the acquisition will most likely fail. From this, it can be concluded that friction equals yellow. Actually, I think that 5% is not a big deal. You don't need that much money. The uncle said. You don't understand. This company actually has a lot of flaws that you can't see. Besides, 5% is more than $1 million. So much? Then let's continue to argue. The uncle was shocked. The uncle and nephew stood in front of the urinal, comfortably relieving the pressure in their bladder. They both shook their bodies and their little brothers. Su Guang laughed and said, "A's, we're sworn brothers now." Sworn brothers. Qin Zhe said angrily, "Get out, can't you be more like an uncle?" He felt that he could no longer look directly at the word sworn brothers. No, it should be said that he finally understood the word officially. The banquet gradually came to an end. "Boss Qin, there are a lot of fun places in Shin City. I'll get someone to take you around these few days." Lu Zong proposed a toast. He was preparing for a long battle. Lu Zong, Boss Su, and I will return to Shanghai tomorrow. There are still some things there. Qin Zhe raised his glass and said, let's put the acquisition of Dongfeng aside for now. I'll look again, and you can also look again. Let's keep in touch, okay? Many people were confused, at least on Qin Zhe's side, including Su Yu and Su Guang. They were all stunned. Most of the people on Dongfeng's side were also confused. Boss Qin, you're embarrassing your brother. Lu Zong hurriedly said, if you have any opinions, we can talk about it again. You just left without saying anything. Aren't you making fun of us? That's too much. Qin Zhe said, how is it making fun of us? A good or bad product can't be judged by its appearance, and its quality can't be ignored, right? Many people were still confused, but Lu Zong understood. My flight is tomorrow night. We still have a day to talk. Let's call it a day. With the end of Qin Zhe's words, the banquet also ended. Chapter 586. On the way back to the hotel, Su Yu softly asked him what he planned to do. Su Guang and Su Yao looked over together. Qin Zhe's behavior just now was a bit similar to bargaining with a street vendor. Boss, how much is this silicone doll? 100 yuan. Is it for 10 yuan? Not for sale. I'll leave if you don't sell it. Then he turned around to leave, waiting for the boss behind him to shout, there is true love in the world, I'll sell the doll to you for 20 yuan. But this was not shopping. It didn't matter if it was a few yuan short. This was a company acquisition, which could easily cost tens of millions or hundreds of millions of yuan. Qin Zhe's approach was particularly petty and self-righteous, making people laugh at him. Just now, when you were in the meeting, I didn't go to the toilet. I just walked around the factory, Qin Zhe said. And then? Su Yu and the others looked at him. I had a good chat with several employees in the sales department. Qin Zhe paused and said, I also played a game. Su Yu, then I listened to the sisters in the finance department discussing Chanel bags, Estee Lauder's face cream, and Dior perfume. Finally, I discussed with the employees in the production line why the equipment in the warehouse can't be sold for the time being. Qin Zhe said, these things should have been known by Lu Zong just now. In other words, it was psychological warfare. Su Yu nodded and frowned. The inspection team didn't talk about these in detail. Su Yao said, the main responsibility of the inspection team is to evaluate. The details can be written or not written. You hired a professional inspection team. They should have received some benefits, so they didn't record it in the evaluation report. Qin Zhe said, in this way, tomorrow we will do a detailed evaluation of Dongfeng, an asset inspection, and then consider whether to buy it or not. Whether we buy it or not, we will leave at night. Qin Zhe's original plan was indeed to return to Shanghai on the third night. He and Su Yu would only stay in Xinxing for 2 days, regardless of whether the acquisition was successful or not. If it was successful, at most, they would sign the agreement first. There were a lot of processes in the middle, which could not be solved in 1 or 2 days. So they still had to come to Xinxing again after a while. If he didn't succeed, then everything would come to an end. Naturally, he would have to return. When they arrived at the entrance of the hotel, Qin Zhe did not get out of the car. Instead, he asked Su Yao, Mr. Su, can I borrow your car? Su Yao looked at him. Su Yu said, we want to go and play. Su Yao nodded. It was rare for them to come to Xinxing City, so it would be too boring to only talk about business. As one of the few first-tier cities in the country, it had too much to eat. Whether it was the prosperity of the modern city or its historical significance, it was worth visiting. Qin Zhe remembered that a manager of Baoza Investment once told him an interesting story. When he was young, he found a girlfriend in Beijing. Because of the long-distance relationship, they only met once a month. Every time they met, they would eat, drink, and sleep together. 3 years later, they broke up. His impression of Beijing was only which hotel was comfortable to sleep in, which hotel had the best facilities, and which hotel had the best breakfast. He had never been to the Great Wall or Fragrant Hill. He had only seen Tiananmen Square from afar a few times. A city is like a woman. If you only go in and out of one place, how can you appreciate her beauty? He had to change places to explore. The first stop was the overseas Chinese town in the east of Yantian district. On Saturday, there were more people. After the two got off the car, they asked the driver to wait in place, or they could go and play by themselves. Qinze said that they could play by themselves, and all the expenses could be reimbursed by Mr. Su. In the hot summer, Su bought a woman's hat to shade her face, neck, and white slender arms with a layer of sunscreen. Then she held Qinze's hand and began to wander aimlessly. Su looked at the map at the entrance of the scenic spot and said, "Let's go to Tiaxi Valley first. The scenery there is good, and there are few people, so we don't have to line up. After that, we can go to the theme park." She said, "There is a wet program." "Who are you wet for?" Qinze said angrily, "I'm not going." Tiaxi Valley was an ecological park, a place to enjoy the natural scenery. For the two of them, Tiaxi Valley was the best choice. Looking at the colorful flower fields and watching the blue sky and white clouds was far more interesting than waiting in a long line in the theme park. If you want to play, it's better to go back to Shanghai and go to Disneyland. Suyu stood by the colorful flower field and took a deep breath. She held Qinze in one hand and opened the other hand, pretending to be facing a cool wind. In fact, both of them were hot and wet in their crotches. Suddenly, there is an impulse to live in seclusion in a beautiful place, plant a few acres of flower fields, and live a hermit's life. Suyu sighed, leisurely see Nanshan Mountain. Qinze nodded. You can't ignore the very important chrysanthemum picking under the eastern fence, and the maple forest evening. The ancients have told us that the leisurely life of a hermit is comfortable. Suyu sighed, it's a pity that it's not convenient for you to take photos, otherwise, let's take a good photo together, and sister will not waste this trip. Qinze laughed, then you post to your circle of friends. Today I came here for a date with my husband, and it's so cool. Suyu pretended not to understand. Yeah, there's a KFC over there. Let's go and have a drink. She took Qinze and trotted all the way. They ordered 4 egg tarts, 2 mashed potatoes, 2 cups of iced cola, and a hamburger. The KFC was overcrowded, and the air conditioning in the hot summer brought tourists the motivation to live. Qinze glanced at the KFC, and then observed the tourists outside through the glass wall. For the time being, he did not find any suspected paparazzi. It's not that he is sensitive. As an artist, he should always be vigilant. In unknown corners, there are always cameras pointing at you. Wasn't there a female star who went to Thailand to taste the sausages of a foreign country, and then was caught by the paparazzi? The candid photography business has developed abroad. Are you afraid? Unlike that female artist, Qinze's only advantage is that he is unmarried. Therefore, the scale of his wave can be a little bigger. Suyu took out a paper towel from the bag, wiped the sweat on her hands, grabbed Qinze's hand, like a careful little wife, and helped him wipe the sweat on his hands. Qinze took back his gaze blankly, and his eyes fell on Suyu, and he suddenly understood. He can feel Suyu's care and gentleness. From childhood to now, he still plays the role of a house husband, and there is a little soft emotion in his heart. In this situation, replace Suyu with his sister. His sister will wipe her sweaty little hands on his clothes, and then with a little pride in the corner of her eyes and eyebrows, which is in line with their playful style. Wang Zijin will be more pretentious. She will stretch out her small hand and let Qinze help her wipe the sweat on her hands, and enjoy the love of her boyfriend. Only Suyu has the lowest requirements, but she is sincere to him. Suyu crumpled the paper towel into a ball, put it aside, and took a sip of cola. Let's eat. In fact, he didn't eat much at noon. Entertainment is the main body, and eating is subsidiary. Suyu drank a few glasses of wine, took a few mouthfuls of food, and didn't eat much. Moreover, things like big meals, if you eat too much, you will get tired of it and can't raise your appetite. On the contrary, it is not as attractive as the junk fast food in front of you. If I take off my mask, it will cause a sensation. Qinze said tiredly. He turned to face the glass wall, stuffed an egg tart into it, then put on his mask again and chewed silently. Suyu, puff, so it's very tiring to be a celebrity. The more famous you are, the more tired you are. My sister now wears a mask when she goes out, and she rarely meets with her former classmates and friends. Before, she would eat with her best friends every 2 or 3 days, go shopping and walk the road. Now when she has a rest, she only dares to stay at home, but now she has no energy to play. Although it was tiring to go to work before, it is different from being a boss. Qinze said. Sister, you only have sister in your mouth. Suyu was full of jealousy. We finally come out to date. Can you not mention her? It's disgusting. Qinze, he said in his heart, my sister raised me with a handful of shit and urine. He blamed himself for saying so. In the years of college, his living expenses were indeed paid by his sister. At that time, his sister's salary was not bad, with a monthly income of more than 10,000 yuan. But she was a spendthrift. When Qinze asked her for money, she would give him hundreds or thousands of yuan. At the beginning of every month, the siblings were very extravagant. In the first half of the month, Qinze didn't cook and went to restaurants every day. Watching movies, eating Western food, buying clothes. What was milk tea? He didn't drink that kind of low-grade drink. It had to be dozens of yuan for a cup of coffee and hundreds of yuan for a pot of black tea. In the middle of the month, his sister found that her monthly salary of more than 10,000 yuan was only left with a little more than 2,000 yuan. Oh, no, I can't be extravagant. I have to buy vegetables and start a fire to eat at home. She also began to use face masks, applied once every 2 days, and couldn't use too expensive ones. But even so, Qinze occasionally invited his roommates to dinner, and his sister would still give him the money she saved. A 25-year-old girl, working for more than 2 years, moonlight. So Yingying often said that Qinze was raised by her with a handful of shit and urine. Chapter 587. They were chatting, and a young woman was holding a little boy of 5 or 6 years old, holding a plate with Coke, fries, hamburgers, and chicken wings in her left hand. The woman apologized, "Can we sit here? There are no seats." "Yes." Qinze nodded. He refused in his heart. "Elder sister, if you sit here, I won't be able to eat for a while." But KFC is not owned by his family. They just asked out of politeness. And the mother with the child can't let the child stand and eat. So Qinze didn't eat. Suyu ate with relish and took his share. They chatted for a while and became familiar with each other. The mother and son are from Hujianren. The man can barely be regarded as a small entrepreneur. He started a company in Shenzhen. The mother and son have been in Shenzhen for more than a year. Today, they took their son out to play. Fortunately, this is Shenzhen. If it was Guangdong, the mother and son would be in danger. During this period, the mother had to go to the toilet and gently warned her son, "You sit here and don't move, wait for your mother to come back." Then she said to Qinze and Suyu, "Please help me." Qinze and Suyu's clothes are not ordinary people, and they talk well. Suyu's appearance has the buff of, "I am a cold goddess," so the young mother is quite assured of them. "Auntie, do you want to eat?" The little boy licked the ketchup on the corner of his mouth and handed Suyu a free. "Call me elder sister doesn't eat." Suyu touched his head. The little boy blinked. "How old is auntie?" Suyu answered truthfully, 28. The little boy counted his fingers, 26, 27, 28. "Older than my mother." "Does auntie have a little brother?" Suyu smiled and said, "Elder sister is not married yet." The little boy said, "Oh, I'm not married at such an old age, auntie is a single dog." The affection on Suyu's face suddenly solidified. "It hurts." Qinze, children nowadays have a wide range of knowledge. They can listen and see a lot. They can also use their parents' iPads or mobile phones to surf the internet. When they were 5 or 6 years old, they were silly and snotty, like uncivilized natives. Suyu smiled. Yes, I'm not married. The little boy said, no one wants it. Suyu, heartbreaking +2. Suyu touched his head with a smile and replied kindly, because Auntie is afraid of giving birth to an ugly child like you. The little boy raised his head and looked at her in a daze. He cried out loud. Suyu's mouth curled up. At this time, she didn't look like a 28-year-old woman, but an 8-year-old girl, as if she had grabbed the candy and was very proud. When a woman was petty, she was no better than a child. At this time, the little boy's mother came back. Seeing her son crying, she looked at Chinze and Suyu blankly. Mom, am I ugly? He's not ugly. He's very handsome. Auntie said I'm ugly. The woman looked at Suyu again. Suyu smiled. The woman retracted her gaze and coaxed the child gently. Suyu stuck her tongue out at the child and made a face. After resting in the KFC for nearly half an hour, Suyu reluctantly left the air conditioner and opened the door of the store. The hot air flow hit his face. The peak season of tourism should be in spring and autumn. Winter and summer are not suitable for traveling. The former will freeze into a dog, and the latter will become a hot dog. Before leaving the KFC, Suyu went to the toilet, washed her face, and added a layer of sunscreen. In fact, her face was okay, with a big brimmed hat to shade the sun, but her arms were troublesome. In such a big sun, even sunscreen was not guaranteed to withstand it. It was the hottest month of the year, which was a nightmare for girls who love makeup. Suyu had light makeup today. After all, she had to attend negotiations. It was best to wear makeup when attending meetings and meeting clients. While washing her face, she also washed off the makeup. It was clean and refreshing. Chinze said, your appearance has dropped a level. Suyu was stunned and turned to go back. Wait for me, I'm going to touch up my makeup. Hey, I'm kidding. Chinze pulled her and walked out with his arms around her shoulders. Just now, if it was Qinbao, she would definitely say, go away, sister never wears makeup, sister is a little fairy. Well, you are also a little fairy. Suyu's expression was happy and pretended to be disdainful. Your sister is pretentious. It was too hot outside, and it was very uncomfortable to hold, so Chinze let go. Suyu hurriedly hugged his arm and walked forward like a little bird. Instead of going to the theme park, they took a few landscape photos. Chinze was responsible for taking photos, Suyu was responsible for being beautiful, and put a few posts by the way. Leaving contentedly, the driver was still in the same place and didn't go out. It seemed that he was a middle-aged man who was more at home. He lowered his seat, half-closed his eyes, and slept. Chinze knocked on the window and woke him up. Go to Happy Valley. Chinze said. Opening the door, getting in the car, and enjoying the cool air conditioning, Chinze and Suyu couldn't help but want to groan. Good parents are not as good as the air conditioning. Going to Happy Valley was suggested by Suyu, because she felt that it was very romantic to sit on the Ferris wheel with the person she liked. The 3 artifacts of romance: fireworks, rails, and Ferris wheel. Chinze, on the other hand, was imagining a lot of Ferris wheels in his head. Every cartoonist is a good person, and good people have a peaceful life. The Ferris wheel is a very conducive place for men and women to talk and communicate. But when they arrived at Happy Valley, they found that there was no Ferris wheel at all. Suyu expressed disappointment, and even her enthusiasm was depressed. The Ferris wheel is actually not fun, it's boring, Chinze comforted her. There are a lot of fun things here, but there are more people. It's hard to stand in line on a hot day. Why don't we pick 1 or 2 to play with? Then I want to play with the pendulum and roller coaster. Suyu said immediately. He looked at Suyu with blaming eyes. You know I have acrophobia. You did it on purpose. Why are you so happy? But when she looked at him like a kitten, Chinze's heart softened. Gritting his teeth, he said, okay. Really, can I? Suyu was overjoyed. Chinze nodded hard. Suyu hugged his neck and kissed him through the mask. Chinze said in his heart, I will close my eyes all the way. For a person with acrophobia, the most terrifying process of the roller coaster is not the sudden fall, nor the tortuous process, but the beginning of the slow rise. Looking at the ground getting farther and farther, watching the body slowly rising, the blue sky, white clouds, and the sun shining. Then suddenly, you may fall to your death. Chinze's heart was pounding, his legs were soft, and there was an illusion of myocardial infarction. Coming down from the roller coaster, Chinze walked a little bit. He didn't look in the mirror, but he knew that his face must be pale. Are you okay? Are you okay? The excitement and stimulation on Suyu's face have not faded. While she was happy, she casually cared for Chinze. Chinze shook his head. After that, they came to the pendulum line. There were a lot of people, but it was much better than the mine car and the drop tower. Suyu listened to the screams from the drop tower and was quite moved. Ace, let's go to the drop tower. I will jump now for you. Chinze stared fiercely. 15 minutes later, it was their turn. The pendulum was more exciting than the roller coaster. Even if Chinze closed his eyes, he could feel his body being thrown up again and again. It seemed that he would be thrown out by the huge inertia at any time. Trembling, he came down from the pendulum. He was tired and did not like it. At this time, it was already dusk. Suyu was in high spirits. Hey, husband, let's go to the drop tower. Chinze did not even have the mood to scold her. He dragged her away. When passing by the drop tower, he hesitated for a moment and gritted his teeth. I'm going all out today. If his sister asked for it, she would not ask for it. She also had acrophobia. Wang Zijin did not like this kind of exciting game. Only Suyu, he could not refuse today. Thinking of Suyu's careful and gentle movements when wiping his hands, thinking of her kitten-like eager and timid eyes, in this world, only strong wine and beautiful women can't be ignored. Like the roller coaster, the drop tower slowly rose into the sky, and it was higher than the roller coaster. Chinze looked at the crowd under his feet, which was as small as ants, and his heart was fiercely clenched. He felt that he was crazy today to play this kind of thing with Suyu. He was higher than the third floor, and when he looked down, his legs would be soft. Suyu held Chinze's hand and said, Ace, today, let's jump together and die for love. With that, she looked like she was going to die tragically. Chinze, MMP, you wait for me at night. In fact, I'm very scared. Suyu glanced down, a little timidly, and said, I'm actually afraid of playing this kind of exciting game. I always feel that it's so high. What if there's a malfunction? I'll really fall to my death. Chinze's face turned white. Don't put the flag in my face, Teddy. But the more scared I am, the more I want to play. It's like watching a horror movie. I'm obviously scared to death, but I can't help but watch it. Suyu said. No problem, you're a masochist. Don't think about it. Chinze just wanted to speak, and the elevator suddenly fell straight down, free falling. Mom, save me. Chinze shouted. When he returned to the hotel, it was already dark. Suyu laughed at him all the way, Mom, save me. After Chinze became angry, she hugged Chinze's head to her chest and said, Good son, Mom loves you. Unfortunately, her breast size was not big enough to give her son a facial cleanser. Facial cleanser, sister's brand is the most powerful. At 7:00 in the evening, his uncle came over and said that he would take Chinze to eat Xingqing specialties. But Chinze had no appetite and sent him away. Suyu did not go, saying that she did not want to eat and stayed with him. Husband, it's time to eat. I asked the hotel to cook a few dishes, and they'll be sent right away. At 8:30 in the evening, Suyu was hungry. She found the menu in the room and called to order food. You eat by yourself, I have no appetite. Chinze lay on the bed, two thick black eyebrows wrinkled. Dizziness, nausea, loss of appetite, these symptoms of acrophobia have been with him. Eat some. Suyu stroked his cheek and said, if you don't eat, you'll feel worse tomorrow. I ordered a dish for you. What dish? Leek is a good thing, also known as young grass. Chapter 588. About 20 minutes later, the hotel staff brought the food up, pushing the dining cart, and the food was covered with plates. 4 dishes, 1 soup, 2 bowls of rice, stewed pork ribs with winter melon, scrambled eggs with leeks, small yellow croaker, and sliced meat with bracken. Isn't this thing carcinogenic? Chinze pointed to the bracken and said. When he was a child, he liked to eat this kind of wild vegetable. Every year when he went to Sioux Town, Aunt Sue would go to the mountains to help him pick some. If he couldn't finish it, she would dry it and bring it home for him to eat. Later, when he heard that this thing was carcinogenic, Chinze didn't dare to eat it. It's a rumor. Suyu said, smoking also causes cancer. Didn't you smoke with relish? This thing is said to cause cancer, but in fact, it's fine even if you eat it until you're 70 or 80 years old. Ah, delicious, try it. I was so scared that I quickly smoked a cigarette to calm down. Chinze opened his mouth and took a bite of the bracken she handed to his mouth. How do you know? You're a returnee who studied abroad for a long time. I like to eat this kind of wild vegetable, so I specifically went to learn about it. Suyu said, this kind of vegetable was sold at a high price a few years ago. I've eaten it. Well, I'll give you a bite, and the rest is mine. As she said, she took the vegetables in front of her and pushed the plate of leek fried rice to Chinze. You eat this, eat more, and your body will be good. Chinze was speechless. Have I been reduced to the embarrassing situation of relying on leeks to regain my masculinity? Are you kidding me? Do I need to nourish my teddy kidney? I'm Chin Ritian. Do I need things like leeks? Even if I starve to death, I won't eat this kind of thing. Eat, it's delicious, although it's not as good as your cooking. Suyu ate in small bites. Her eating posture was very elegant, very ladylike, and very goddess-like. Chinze picked up the chopsticks and ate a few mouthfuls. Hey, it's really delicious. There's some kind of seasoning in it, but he can't taste it for the time being. Suyu asked, how is it? Delicious. Chinze ate the rice. It doesn't matter what the kidney is, he mainly likes to eat leeks. Well, he just likes to eat it. Suyu didn't eat much. He ate half a bowl of rice and didn't eat much. He kept saying that his favorite food was fern, but he just picked up a few more chopsticks. She usually didn't exercise as much as Wang Zijin and Qin Baobao. She only went to the gym or the club on weekends to exercise and recuperate, so she could only rely on controlling her food intake to maintain her figure. Therefore, those girls who relied on dieting to lose weight were, without a doubt, only someone like Big Sister, who ate and drank as much as she wanted without a care in the world, refusing all kinds of high-calorie food, and persisting in dancing for an hour every day, could have such a low breast volume. The large breasts of foreign women were due to their high-calorie diet and their love of fitness. Actually, I don't quite understand why you're so passionate about virtual reality technology. At the moment, this field isn't suitable for us. Only corporations with hundreds of billions of assets have the ability to research it. Suyu unscrewed the thermos flask and took a sip of wolfberry tea. But the actual progress and breakthroughs will depend on the situation overseas. In terms of science and technology, whether we admit it or not, foreign countries are always ahead of us. The technologies that our country is more advanced are all supported by the state. It's unrealistic to rely on the domestic business circle to develop their own. What she meant was that the current potential of this industry was almost overdrawn. Any industry has ups and downs, and the next stage of development will be relatively flat, not only in terms of technological development, but also in terms of market demand. Therefore, she felt that to acquire a virtual technology company now, from an investor's point of view, was a failure. We are the successors of socialism, we have to dream of a big country, and we have to work hard for the rise of our motherland. Qin Zhe said, as long as I enter this industry, it will instantly lead the world and dominate the world. Su Yu. Then what are you going to do? Wait. Qin Zhe got up, squatted in the suitcase, took out a USB flash drive from the inner zipper bag, and put it in front of Su Yu. The things inside will bring us endless wealth, even beyond Baozi, beyond Amethyst, beyond Tianfang. What is it? The design. I spent a week making it with software. Su Yu looked at the USB flash drive, and then raised her face to look at him, her eyes dull. Let's have some face, otherwise how can we go out and meet people? Su Yu curled her lips. No, it's illegal to sell organs, Qin Zhe said. People who cared about their reputation were all criminals. Only those who did not care about their reputation were good law-abiding citizens. Even if Su Yu was his little fan sister, she just thought he was joking. The things in the USB flash drive were copied from the mall. The system was so low that everything needed Qin Zhe to do it himself, because there was only data, there was no substance. Qin Zhe, an undergraduate student in the Department of Finance, became a semi-professional drawing student. He was proficient in 3 different computer drawing software. He was so tired. The value of this thing was unimaginable for ordinary people. If he just threw it out, he could create a leading company in the field of virtual reality technology in a short time. It also made up for one of Qin Zhe's wishes. Virtual technology, although called virtual, was considered an industry. The industrial tycoons were the ones who should be respected. Qin Zhe, as an undergraduate student in the Department of Finance, had a deep understanding of this. If China's industry was as prosperous as it was 10 years ago, the country would not be overwhelmed by the pressure of the economic downturn. The simple truth was that wealth was always linked to material objects. Those internet tycoons, who made money by games and software, were not ashamed. Especially Brother Ma, who was condemned by thousands of people, were not ashamed. Hurry up and sell the company to me, let me bear thousands of curses. The current Qin Zhe, compared with those top tycoons, was a lot worse. But in terms of net assets, he was very good, he had no debt, and did not have much cost, and those tycoons only relied on cash. The gap between the two sides was not that big. But in terms of capital, Qin Zhe could only type GG now. Are you full? Call the waiter to come up and clean up. Qin Zhe said. I want another bite. Su Yu had an idea. Let's eat. Su Yu came over, her red lips were printed on Qin Zhe's face, and she took a bite. I'm full. She touched her belly. Qin Zhe was stunned and reacted, thinking that Su Yu was flirting with him. Oh, they were an old couple who were familiar with each other's depth, and she was still doing this. Too cute. So, Qin Zhe threw a big tablet hand over. You smeared oil on my face, and I have to wash my face. My head hurts. Su Yu, specialty restaurant. Su Yao and Su Guang, the 2 brothers, drank and talked happily. One was happy and carefree. The other was silent and serious. They were 2 years apart, and Su Yao was 7 years younger than Qin Ma. He was only 40 this year, and Su Guang was 38. But he looked at least 10 years older than Su Guang. His mature and restrained temperament was one reason, and the main reason was that he had a vertical line between his eyebrows. It was caused by long-term frowning, so Su Yao looked bitter and hateful. Come on, let's toast. Su Guang raised his glass and touched Su Yao's. A small glass of white wine, drained in one gulp. His uncle had been wandering outside in the past few years, and he didn't learn any great skills, but his alcohol tolerance was really good. Su Yao was even more so. He used to drink without caring about his life when socializing. He would vomit after drinking, and then drink after vomiting. He spat out tens of billions of assets. After he became successful, he rarely drank. Rong, do you think the acquisition will be successful this time? Su Guang picked up the food and was worried. If it doesn't work, I have to continue to run around. When I worked in Guangdong, I knew a lot of bosses. If it doesn't work, I'll go there and try. Su Guang had mixed in almost all the first-tier cities. He once went to Guangdong to look for business opportunities. He did make some money in Guangdong, but it was only 100,000. Before 2005, 100,000 was a huge sum, but 10 years later, 100,000 was a drizzle. It couldn't satisfy him at all. And later, a well-known industry in Guangdong was declared dead, and Su Guang had no reason to save the woman who lost her footing, so he had to leave. I heard that this industry is not very profitable, and it can't be compared with A's companies at all. Su Guang said. In business, it's not about entering the industry that makes money. It's the same principle as not chasing the stock market. It's more important to play it safe. Su Yao commented concisely. Don't scare me. Isn't business about entering the industry that makes money? Su Guang was not convinced. That's why you can only earn fast money at most. Su Yao concluded. Su Guang couldn't win against him and was a little depressed. Come on, let's drink. After 3 rounds of drinking, Su Yao said, Su Yu, is she really not your girlfriend? Su Guang, anyway, my sister told me that A's girlfriend is not her. It's also possible that my nephew is two-timing. Who is his girlfriend? Called Wang Zijin, I haven't seen her. Su Yao's face was slightly gloomy, and he was silent. After a while, it doesn't matter if you don't play with feelings, but it's troublesome to play with feelings. Hey, you rich people have wives at home and mistresses outside. It's a basic operation. What's there to worry about? Su Guang said. Tomorrow, when things are settled, you go back to your Wencheng. As for me, I'll go back to Shanghai with A's. Remember, don't contact me in the future, and don't let my sister know. Su Guang said seriously. Su Yao was in a trance for a moment and nodded. Hotel room. Qin Zhe lit a cigarette after dinner and leaned comfortably on the chair. The sound of water came from the bathroom. Through the frosted glass, Su Yu's figure was vaguely seen, slender and tall. Qin Zhe didn't take a bath. At this time, a man should hold on. First, put on the work hat with bumps, take the blue pills, mix the wine, light the candles, and then lay on the ground with his back to the sky. All the above were crossed out. A real man should go to the battlefield bare-chested. A real man should hold on for 5 seconds. Chapter 589. The mobile phone dinged, and a message came in. Wang Zijin sent him a message. When will you come back? Qin Zhe typed in a message. Tomorrow or the day after tomorrow. How are things going? There are some obstacles, but it can be stabilized for the time being. Wang Zijin also knew that the acquisition of the company was not a business trip, and it would not be so fast. She said very considerately, okay, you pay attention to rest and go to bed early at night. Qin Zhe replied, okay. Wang Zijin sent a message, love you, moi. A few minutes later, Wang Zijin sent another message, aren't you going to reply, angry? Qin Zhe, NSS. W. Wang Zijin. Qin Zhe, look at it upside down. A few seconds later, Wang Zijin sent a series of blushing pictures. So good, wait for you to come back, sister will cook for you. In fact, I not only have a way to coax my sister, but I'm best at flirting with my sister. Qin Zhe was floating. Wang Zijin, like Qin Bao Bao, began to try to cook. Oh, it's impossible to cook, only cooking can be done because it's simple. Su Yu took a bath, washed her hair, washed her face, and brushed her teeth, which took a total of 30 minutes. Women took a particularly long bath, whether it was Su Yu, his sister, or Wang Zijin. It was as short as 10 minutes, and as long as half an hour. Qin Zhe was bored and logged into the corporate chat software that he hadn't used for a long time. Most of the chat records were from the chat group, so he didn't need to look at them. But a friend sent him a message, how is the company recently? ID, Human Filth Warehouse. This was a friend he met when he was trading stocks last year. This guy was twice as old as Qin Zhe. Now he was an uncle. It was said that he was also a god of stocks when he was young, so he chatted very well with Qin Zhe. They didn't have much contact, but Qinze found that this guy was very rich, and he was a hidden rich man. But this is nothing. After all, Hei's king, have the system, and sooner or later I will be richer than him. How could a person without cheats compare to a cheater? In addition, he was also a person who had a foot in several boats. Qinze typed in a message to ask him for advice on how to make his beloved concubines live in harmony. The other party's answer was, rely on your face. Degree? Qinze told him to stop fooling around. The other party then said, relying on a man's bastard aura. Qinze didn't reply to him. He didn't want to expose the fact that he was a salted fish that didn't have the aura of a king. He silently exited the chat program. Heavens, what should I do? At first, Qinze was sitting at the table with his legs crossed, smoking like a big shot. Now, he was lying on the bed like a salted fish, playing with his phone while waiting. He also smoked while he was at it. He thought to himself, F***ck, if you continue to shower, I'm going to sleep. We are having a proper exchange. The car is on the national highway, not the narrow and winding roads. Why are you washing so seriously? At this moment, he felt a little urinating. He pinched out the cigarette and went to the bathroom door. Suyu, have you finished washing? Not yet. Give me 2 more minutes, Suyu said softly. And then I'll give you 5 minutes to dry your hair. Qinze's mouth twitched. But I want to go to the bathroom. Then come in. Right, what am I waiting for? My wife is bathing inside. I'll just go in and pee. I'm not an outsider. Cameraman, go away first. Don't follow me in. He pushed the door and entered. Suyu's beautiful figure was shrouded in the mist. She raised her head and welcomed the hot water from the showerhead. Qinze tilted his head to admire the beauty bathing. He lifted the seat and took out the salted fish in the grass to pee. Suyu finished showering and turned off the showerhead. She found that Qinze was still standing in front of the toilet. Aren't you going to the bathroom? Why are you standing there? Qinze lowered his head and glanced at the I want a life in full bloom needle. How can I pee? After awakening, I can't pee at all. Damn it, I shouldn't have looked around. He silently put the bird into the file, careful not to let the zipper clip, and said, you dry your hair first, I'll pee later. It only took Qinze 5 minutes to wash his face, brush his teeth, and take a shower. He put on a bathrobe and went out of the bathroom. Suyu sat at the head of the bed, also wearing a bathrobe. The white color of her chest was particularly attractive. She was stroking her hair. Her movements and expressions had the unique charm of a woman of this age. Qinze threw Suyu down on the bed. She pushed Qinze's chest with both hands. You're not feeling well. Forget it. I don't have to do it these few days. She was afraid that Qinze was young and didn't know how to control himself. Last night, her left and right hands kept moving slowly. Qinze didn't respond. This was not ordinary tiredness. When they returned to Shanghai, the Luwei Dihuang pills had also arrived. Qinze had to recuperate for a while. After all, the future was long. He couldn't lose money at such a young age. Qinze was stung by her gentle eyes and concerned tone. Don't do anything. Lie down. I will take you flying. Qinze said. Then, okay, after all, she couldn't bear to refuse him. Suyu thought, let's try it first. 2 bathrobes were thrown on the ground. Qinze held Suyu's 2 legs. Little rabbit, open the door. I want to come in. Wait a minute. Suyu stopped. You don't want to open the door? No, I want to be on top. Qinze frowned and said, just lie down. He liked to take the initiative in this kind of thing. Unless he was in sage mode, he would let Suyu come up by herself. I'm a man. I'm on top. Nonsense, Suyu refused to accept. How do you write the word a man? Go up to Tian Xiali. Then who is Tian? As expected of a big man with a doctorate degree. I lost. I'm willing to submit to others. Qinze lay down and made a hole with the stem. The air was full of a happy atmosphere. After a long in-depth communication, Su Yu's kindness to Qinze was repaid with a spring. To use a sentence that everyone was familiar with, they both reached the peak of pleasure. Next was the time for smoking. Qinze was surprised. He found half a cigarette burning slowly in the ashtray at the head of the bed. At 2:00 in the middle of the night, there was a slight breathing sound in the room, only one. Qinze had fallen asleep. Su Yu curled up in the quilt, thinking of today's experience, and cried a little. On the plane, husband, would you like to bungee jump with me? Psycho. You really love Wang Zijin more. If she asks, you will definitely agree. That's not going to happen. I won't agree to her request. What if I die suddenly? She remembered Qinze's nervousness when he rode the roller coaster during the day. When he climbed high, he subconsciously held her hand. It hurt, but Su Yu didn't say it because she knew that he was scared. In fact, she regretted it at that time, regretted her sudden willfulness. She remembered Qinze's hesitation when he passed the drop tower and his eyes after he decided to die. She remembered Qinze's slightly trembling voice and his tense body. She remembered Qinze's, "Mom, save me." Tears couldn't help but burst out. In life, I can meet someone I like and like me. Fortunately. The next day, Qinze woke up first. His waist was not sore and his legs were not painful. He was full of energy. Su Yu was next to him, sleeping soundly. Her hair was fluffy and messy, covering her face. She was tossed around last night. Finally, she knew that Qinze's body was not in deficit at all. It was still the familiar strength, and the original size. At 1:00 in the morning, she slept without taking a shower. He pushed aside Su Yu's hair and kissed her on the face. Her smooth skin. A woman of her age can have such good skin. She worked hard to maintain it. For women who don't know how to take care of themselves, 30 or 40 is the most attractive age for women who know how to cultivate themselves and increase their internal and external cultivation. For example, Sister Man Ba, I can't think about other women at this time, or I will be particularly bad. Qinze put on casual pants, t-shirt, and tiptoed to close the door. He ran 10 laps around the hotel. The sun at 8:30 was already a little scorching. Sweat fell like rain. Qinze sent a text message to Su Yu and asked her if she got up. If Su Yu replied, he would go upstairs and wait for a few minutes. There was no news. So he continued to run around the hotel. After running 2 laps, Qinze couldn't bear the sultry heat. He returned to the hotel lobby, found a soft chair to sit down, and browsed the news and Weibo. Today's hot topic #XX died at 76 #I just woke up. Are you still running? Chapter 590. Qinze was taken aback and was caught off guard. How could such a famous person just disappear like that? It was not that Qinze had never seen the news of a great scientist passing away. He had seen a lot of them in China. It was only when the news of their passing came out that Qinze said, "Oh. So there was such a great scientist." Actually, he did not feel anything because he had never heard of it. It was as if he had seen an unrelated stranger pass away. But this paralyzed scientist, Qinze had known him since junior high school. He was in his physics textbook. In his ignorant heart at that time, this was an existence that was on par with Madame Curie and Einstein, although he later found out that it was not the case. Another mark of that era was gone. He felt an inexplicable melancholy in his heart, as if he saw his youth passing away. When Qinze was looking at Hua Jing's life story and academic contributions, the systems suddenly said, "Oh, the great physicist, the universe researcher. In front of me, there is someone who dares to call himself a universe researcher. In all the worlds, if I say that my research and understanding of the universe is average, then those flirtatious systems will have to kneel down and say, 'What is the universe?' I don't know. Look at how proud you are, you lowlife who was kicked out of the group. Qinze said, oh right, what is your real name again? The system, universe calculation system, hit the blackboard and highlight the key points. The system's voice was slightly annoyed. Lowlife system, you are a professional. Tell me, are there really aliens? Qinze said. Stupid question, the universe is vast and boundless. Earth is as small as a speck of dust. Life is not exclusive to Earth. The system corrected, from now on, please call me by my real name. Then, the great universe calculation system, please tell me, how big is the universe? Qinze said. Another stupid question, it is time for you to see the real world. As the system's voice fell, a 3D projection interface automatically popped up in front of Qinze. This was the first time the system actively turned on a 3D projection. In the entire lobby, the guests coming and going, the lobby manager, and the staff at the front desk did not see a magnificent picture floating in midair. In front of Qinze was a whirlpool-like sea of stars. In this picture, Earth is here. The system's voice sounded at the same time. In the star map, a tiny star that was almost unrecognizable by the naked eye lit up. It was shrouded in a layer of light. It was too small. Compared to the sea of stars in front of him, Earth was as small as a speck of dust. This is the universe? Qinze exclaimed. Universe? The system sneered, do you see that faint light? That's the range of the Earth's magnetic field. This meant that any aliens that might exist in the universe would not be able to discover Earth if they lived outside this range. Beyond the reach of human beings, everything is silent. The diameter of the Milky Way is about 100,000 light-years. In the Milky Way, there were more than 100 billion celestial bodies and planets. What was Earth in the Milky Way? But even such a big galaxy can't be compared to other galaxies. After saying that, the 3D projection image changed. The lens zoomed out, and the Milky Way disappeared, replaced by another galaxy that was even wider. This galaxy, I named it the Salted Fish Galaxy. Its diameter is about 10 million light-years, 100 times that of the Milky Way. Compared to the Salted Fish Galaxy group, what was the Milky Way? Let's zoom out again. The 3D projection image changed again. The lens zoomed out, and the Salted Fish Galaxy disappeared, replaced by another galaxy that was even wider. This galaxy, I named it the Bao Galaxy. In the Bao Galaxy group, there are 100 salted fish galaxies. Its diameter is a terrifying 110 million light-years. Don't be shocked, keep watching. The lens zoomed out again, and the Bao Galaxy disappeared. Another galaxy appeared. This galaxy, I named it the Your Grandfather Galaxy. The Bao Galaxy is just the tip of the iceberg of the Your Grandfather Galaxy. Its diameter is a terrifying 560 million light-years. Qinze said, I don't know what to say about the way you name things. The name is just a title, to give you a deeper impression. So in your eyes, salted fish is inferior to Bao? The system ignored him. The system said, even if it's your grandfather galaxy, it's only an insignificant part of the entire universe. There are countless galaxies as big as his, and according to my calculations, there are at least 2 trillion, your grandfather, galaxies. There are more galaxies than there are grains of sand on Earth. The diameter between Earth and any observable edge of the universe is a shocking 65.4 billion light-years. Earth is not even a molecule in the universe. However, do you know what else is in the observable universe? Qinze's eyes were blank. What? The system said, unknown. Unknown? Even with my ability, I can't explore deeper unless I level up. What's interesting is that the observable universe is not the entire world. Don't overlook the existence of parallel space. I don't belong to this universe. Space and time are not singular. Theoretically speaking, space can be stacked infinitely, but time has countless parallel lines. You Earthlings once said, a grain of sand, a world. The person who said this was right by accident. From a scientific point of view, it is indeed so. Maybe every cell in your body is a universe, and every universe has an Earth. Nonsense. It's not nonsense, it's just that the dimensions of existence are different. I feel like you're talking nonsense with a straight face. It's normal for you to think so. With the wisdom of mortals, of course, they can't understand. Just like the creatures in the three-dimensional world, they can't imagine the scenery in the four-dimensional world. Because they are not in the same dimension, it's impossible for you to tell ants how wonderful the human world is. Even if you did, with the intelligence of ants, they can't imagine it. Alright, stop showing off. You're awesome, okay? I don't want to talk about this topic. Qinze was very uncomfortable, or rather, he felt that the world was empty. The system revealed the tip of the iceberg of the universe for him to understand the vastness of the world. What was Earth? What was the Milky Way? When humans understood their insignificance, everything became dull. Earning money, boring. Boring. Games, boring. Life, boring. People who stood at the top of the mountain and looked at the distant mountains could hardly squat at the foot of the mountain and look at a wildflower. You're so awesome, why can't you beat those flirtatious systems? This question is not easy to answer. The astronomical telescope can't beat the bumper cars. It makes sense. At this time, the phone dinged, a message notification. Suyu, I just woke up, where are you? The time was 9:30 in the morning. Qinze replied, I just finished my morning run, I'll be right there. The acquisition project of Dongfeng Virtual Reality Technology Company, Limited, after another tug of war, was relatively smooth. In the negotiation meeting, Qinze seemed to be a different person. He attacked frequently and fiercely, and Dongfeng's side was defeated. Finally, the deal was closed at the originally agreed price. The two sides signed a preliminary contract and entered the long acquisition process. The leaders of Dongfeng, including Lu Zong, sent Qinze and the others out of the factory gate. The people of the test team drove away. The MPV was parked at the door. Su Yu and Su Yao opened the door and got in, but the uncle stopped in place. He looked at the sky and whispered, Do you know what I want to do now? Qinze was beside him. He heard the words and shook his head. Su Guang whispered, Burn incense for your grandfather. Qinze said that in the future, Dongfeng would be managed by him. After wandering for more than 10 years, he finally got what he wanted today. Qinze followed his gaze. It was the direction of Shanghai. Get in the car. After returning to Shanghai, we'll pay our respects to grandfather together. Qinze patted his uncle's shoulder. The two got in the car together. It's my first time doing business, Mr. Su. Do you have any suggestions? In the MPV, Qinze was drinking whiskey. He withdrew his gaze from the window and fell on Su Yao. Your uncle is actually experienced in the management of the factory, and the original staff of Dongfeng will not change, so as long as it's the same, it's fine. Su Yao said. There are too many connections in Dongfeng. What should be cleaned up should be cleaned up. In addition, the manager position needs to be re-recruited. The original staff of Dongfeng will all be dismissed. Su Yu said. What about the core technology? Qinze asked. Su Yao was stunned. Although Dongfeng took the high-tech route, it was not a research institute. How could the core technology be kept secret? However, he still answered seriously, you can learn from lazy mobile phone and register patents crazily. From the core technology to the software icon, register patents for everything. And the production and R&D personnel of the core technology will sign a long-term labor contract. Those who leak will bear the legal consequences, starting from 3 years. Qinze answered subconsciously, the death penalty is not a loss. Su Yao. Su Yu and Su Guang also looked at him. Qinze smiled awkwardly. Sorry, it was a slip of the tongue. Is Mr. Su interested in investing? With your participation, we will be able to move faster and more steadily. Qin Zhe said. Su Yu was stunned. Su Guang and Su Yao had different expressions. The former's face changed slightly, while the latter was excited. Su Yao, who had experienced great storms, couldn't help but tremble at this time. He quickly took a sip of wine and took the opportunity to stabilize his mood. Then he said, "You say." Qin Zhe said, "You will pay a part of the acquisition money and take shares according to the proportion. Then I will send my uncle to manage and operate Dongfeng. You will also send a professional team." Su Yao, "I didn't ask," cough. Su Guang interrupted with a heavy cough and said, "We will talk about cooperation when we have time." A's, did you buy a ticket? Qin Zhe said, "Yes, 11:00 at noon, Shaoshan Airport." I asked Su Yu to buy it for you. Shaoshan Airport? Su Guang was stunned. You bought the wrong ticket. We should go to Hongqiao or Pudong Airport. I didn't buy the wrong ticket. Qin Zhe looked at the wine in the glass. Uncle, I want to go back to Su Town. Mr. Su, why don't you go together? Chapter 591. What scares me the most is the sudden silence. Qin Zhe asked, and the lyrics of the song appeared in his mind. The two men sat there like clay statues, their expressions frozen. Their eyes were fixed on Qin Zhe. Some of them were in a daze, while others were in shock. Su Yao's hands were trembling slightly, while his uncle's mouth was slightly agape. The same lyrics could be used to describe their feelings at the moment. What scares me the most is the sudden tumbling of memories. Why do you suddenly want to go back to Shujia Town? Su Guang suppressed his emotions and laughed to cover up his loss of composure. It's not Qingming Festival or the New Year. It's too early to visit the grave, isn't it, Su Yao? Su Yao nodded slightly. His emotions were far more turbulent than Su Guang's, but he was more composed. Even if he wanted to say, go, let's go together. Every year, when he visited the grave, he stood alone in front of it. No one knew how cold his heart was. I haven't visited Auntie Su in years. I don't have time for the New Year or Qingming Festival. I'll be busier in the future, so I want to visit her today. Qin Zhe's tone was gentle and calm. Mr. Su, you're also from Shujia Town. Do you know Auntie Su? After hesitating for a while, Su Yao finally nodded with difficulty and said, all right. What's so good about that? Su Guang touched Su Yao's ankle with the back of his foot and coughed. A's, how about this? Go back to Shanghai first and ask your mom to come with you another day. Qin Zhe shook his head. Su Guang gritted his teeth. Then you go. I won't go. I'll go back to Shanghai first. He couldn't go back to Shujia Town. No matter what Qin Zhe was up to, he couldn't go back, and he couldn't let Su Yao go with him. When they separated, he would text Su Yao and ask him to find an excuse. I can't be the general manager, Qin Zhe said lightly. Su Guang was speechless. You win. At the airport, Qin Zhe and the other three sat in the seats of Starbucks with a cup of coffee in front of each of them. This thing could only be considered a high-class drink. There was less coffee and more milk, and there was also a mess of flavors and other flavorings. There was a coffee machine at home. Qin Bao asked a friend to bring some high-quality coffee beans from abroad for Qin Zhe to drink when he stayed up late. His sister would usually drink it too. When she first bought it, she would brew coffee every day. Once the novelty wore off, she would not do it herself anymore. If she wanted to drink it, she would ask Qin Zhe to brew a cup for her. At this time, Wang Zijin would say, A's, help me take out the tea tray. I'll make Jin Jun Mei for you. Qin Zhe didn't like this kind of tea. He felt that it had been hyped up by the Wui Mountain black tea, just like those shameless articles on the internet that followed the trend and even more shamelessly plagiarized articles. After drinking a few mouthfuls of coffee, Su Guang said that he needed to go to the toilet, and Su Yao went with him. At the airport, he could always see a few graceful women. In the summer, they wore denim shorts, and their white and tender legs were pleasing to the eye. Especially a long-haired girl with an oval face who had walked past before. With those two legs, Qinzai's harsh vision, which had been influenced by his sister for years, could not find fault with them. Suyu pinched his earlobe and said, "Do you want me to dig out your eyes and send them to that girl?" If Suyu got up and walked around, she could also harvest a cluster of amazing eyes, which would only be more amazing than the girl just now. Sitting here at this time, there were several young people and uncles on the side who peeped at her intentionally or unintentionally. "Do you know why this society is dirty and ugly everywhere?" Qinzai said helplessly. "I don't know. It's because there are too many narrow-minded women like you, blocking men's eyes to find beauty." Suyu hit him and asked, "Who is Aunt Su?" It sounded like a relative of Qinzai, and the relationship was very good. As his wife. Suyu thought so. She should also go to worship. And where did Aunt Su's family live? In the future, it would be easy to find the door to send gifts for the new year. At least, she should meet them first and brush her face. Suyu knew that Shujia town was Qin Ma's hometown, and the Su family came from there. A very important person. Qinzai paused when he spoke, probably not knowing how to say it. Suyu did not ask, and obediently said, "Oh," then leaned sideways and hugged Qinzai's arm, playing with her mobile phone, and leaned her head on his shoulder. Qinzai keenly found that several young people who were peeping at Suyu's eyes were dim. Their inner activities did not need to be deliberately guessed, and they could be categorized into 4 words, MMP. Qinzai had seen this kind of eyes before. When his sister took him out to play, the eyes of the men around him were like this. At that time, the passers-by's inner activities were, "Oh, beautiful women love salted fish." In the toilet, Su Guang and Su Yao stood in front of the urinal, stepping on both sides of the Yellow River. The two of them were true sworn brothers who had grown up together since they were young. When the 2 spillers beside him shook their bodies comfortably and left, Su Guang whispered, "I'm very weak now. You said that A's suddenly wanted to worship Sister Ru. What happened? Did he know something?" Su Yao said, "Little. Sister Lan confessed." "Confess my ass." Su Guang looked at the direction of the door and lowered his voice again, "She will never confess." Su Yao nodded and calmly said, "That's all right. Let's not talk about what happened more than 20 years ago. Under the premise of no files and records, the government can't find out, let alone him. That's the truth, but why did he propose to go to the tomb now and drag you in?" Su Guang was worried. 2 reasons. Su Yao left the urinal, went to the sink, washed his hands slowly, and then took out a tissue to wipe. First, it was a coincidence. He himself had the idea of going to the tomb, and I happened to be there. I'm also from Shujia town, and he intended to take this opportunity to improve our relationship. Second, he found something and wanted to verify his conjecture. Su Yao threw the tissue into the trash can. Su Guang trembled. What did he find? Su Yao patted him on the shoulder. It's just my guess. Don't think too much. If you really have any guesses, the panic you show will only make people sure of their thoughts. He took the opportunity to wipe the remaining water stains. Su Guang murmured, if that's the case, I will be killed by my sister. Su Yao nodded seriously. I will plant you in the land of Shujia town. It seems that a new Su Guang will not grow up in this year. Get out. The two returned to the Starbucks seat. It was 10:00 in the morning, and the flight was at 11:30. It was a very awkward time. They definitely couldn't eat lunch here, but there would be free lunch on the plane, but it was a bit unpalatable. Uncle, what's the matter? Qinzai asked. After Su Guang came back, the worry between his eyebrows was even stronger. He didn't drink coffee and just sat there in a daze. No one knew what he was thinking. Hearing this, Su Guang pretended to be relaxed. I didn't sleep well last night. I'm a bit tired today. Oh, Suyu, who was leaning on Qinzai's shoulder, suddenly retched. What's wrong? Qinzai hugged her. Suyu held her chest with her small hand and lowered her voice happily. I must be pregnant. Qinzai took her pulse and nodded. Well, your child is in your stomach again. Suyu didn't believe it. Nonsense, I haven't had gastric problems for a long time. Are you feeling a little nauseous now? So I'm pregnant. It's really not. It's probably because of the coffee. You were tired last night and didn't have a good rest. Qinze explained, gastric problems are difficult to pull out. It takes a long time to recuperate. It won't recover so quickly. Suyu gently bit her lip with her pearly white teeth and was disappointed. I can't get pregnant. Don't worry, take your time. Qinze held her hand. Where were we just now? They were just discussing the acquisition of Dongfeng. How should we calculate Sister Man's shares? How much should we give? Suyu said. Nan Man Pei generously gave 100 million, but only 50 million was credited to Baoza's investment account. The rest of the money was deducted from the dividends. For 100 million, 50% of the shares would be no problem. So Qinze and Suyu were discussing how much shares should be given. 50% was definitely not enough. Qinze's bottom line was 10%. Suyao's side also had 10% at most. Qinze took 15% of the remaining shares and then divided it equally among the three companies. Then 8%. I'll talk to Sister Man about this. We have a good relationship. Suyu said. Qinze said in his heart, maybe it's better for me to talk. If we fight, Sister Man may not help us. Wang Zijin's side is fine. After all, we also need her company to do software support. Why should Qin Bao also invest? Suyu pouted. Think about it. Even if we put Baoza aside, Tianfeng and Purple Crystal can also complete this acquisition. Qinze said, a bowl of water is equal. Equal your sister. Suyu said angrily, I'm your wife, she's your sister. Which is more important? Qinze, sister. Suyu was so angry that she looked up and bit his ear. Su Guang saw his nephew and the secretary flirting and secretly exchanged a look with Su Yao. A's. Yes? Do you still remember your Aunt Su's family? Su Guang asked casually. Of course I remember. Then do you know that Sister Ru has a younger brother? I know a little, but I've never seen him. Su Guang stared hard at Qinze, as if trying to see something from his face. But there was nothing. However, he was relieved. Yes, how could he know what happened in the past? In that backward and poor era, in that ordinary town, many things could be buried easily. Chapter 592. The tallest and most exquisite villa in Shujia town was located on the side of the road. Even in the town where skyscrapers had been built in recent years, it was still the undisputed leader. According to the owner of the house, it was designed by a famous designer. If it was in a first-tier city like Shanghai or Shenzhen City, it would cost more than 10 million each. The villa was built 6 years ago, but the person who paid for it was not the owner of the villa, but his brother-in-law. To be more precise, it was his younger brother. The owner of the villa was called Song Zhongji, a rotten man who was always idle and addicted to gambling. In that era where people relied on farming to make a living, a man who did not like to work in the field was a rotten man. Such a man was single until he married Su Ru, who was from the same village, when he was 25. Speaking of these two families, there was no difference between the two. Both of them were poor to the point of having nothing but four walls. After getting married, Song Zhongji was still addicted to gambling, but at least he knew how to work in the field and support his family. Su Ru was a woman who was used to working hard, so the couple had a good life. 20 years ago, this house was still a yellow mud house. Every year, Song Zhongji would be seen throwing mud at the outer wall of the yellow mud house. After all, it could not be compared to a brick house. As time passed, the outer wall of the yellow mud house would gradually peel off. At that time, there were already many brick houses in town. In 20 years, the yellow mud house became a brick house, and from a brick house, it became a villa. It really lived up to the old saying, every dog has its day. This Song Zhongji had unknowingly become the most heroic country bumpkin in town. Everything was thanks to his brother-in-law. It was said that he made money from doing business in other places and became a big boss. Good fellow, he built a villa just like that. Song Zhongji's family's BMW, which was worth 300,000, was also given by his brother-in-law. Song Zhongji had 2 sons. The eldest son was left behind by Su Ru, and the younger son was born with his second wife. The eldest son was studying abroad, and his living expenses and tuition were all paid by his uncle. Su Yao, the people in town, was said to be the golden phoenix that flew out of Shujia town. Unfortunately, Su Ru was unlucky. She died early after a few years of happiness. Such a big villa was taken advantage of by another woman. Su Yao rarely returned to Su town. After Su Ru passed away, he would never come back. He would only drive to visit his sister's grave during Qingming Festival and Chinese New Year. However, he was very generous. A few years ago, when the town was getting richer, more and more people were buying cars. However, the roads were not good, so he went to Song Zhongji and asked Su Yao about it. The next year, the road was repaired. Because of this, Song Zhongji's status in the town rose layer by layer and was unshakable. How could an idle gambler have such a good life? How could he be so lucky? In the end, it was probably because he couldn't find a wife. Because he couldn't find a wife, he married Su Ru. Relay, relay. Are you home? An old man stood in front of the villa's wrought iron gate and shouted with all his might. Soon, a pot-bellied middle-aged man came out of the villa. Song Zhongji turned 50 this year. His face was rosy, and he dyed his hair every year. His hair was thick and black. Years of living like a prince made him look more like a successful businessman than a bumpkin. Your brother-in-law is back, Sir said. Why is he here? It's not like it's a holiday. Song Zhongji was confused. He looked around at the door. Where is he? He's at the entrance of the town. When he came back from the fields, I saw his car parked there, Sir said. He's rich again, right? I'll give him some money later. Song Zhongji patted his chest. Come find me tomorrow. Things that were easily obtained were hard to cherish. Therefore, Song Zhongji was famous for his generosity. Because of his generosity, there were fewer rumors and sarcastic remarks in the town. No matter what was said in private, in front of him, everyone had to give him a thumbs up and praise him for his generosity. After the old man left, Song Zhongji stood downstairs and shouted, Zhilong, Zhilong. The window opened and a young man with glasses stuck his head out. He said irritably, What are you shouting for? You're like a country bumpkin. Song Zhongji didn't care. Instead, he smiled. Come down, your uncle is here. He's with your mother. Let's go. The young man quickly went downstairs. He was wearing short-sleeved pants and a pair of sandals. It was summer vacation. He came back from abroad. He was glamorous outside but slovenly at home. He complained as he walked. Uncle, why did you come at this time? I'm playing with a 98K. I feel like I can eat chicken today. But he respected and was afraid of his serious uncle. He could only endure not eating chicken. After the father and son left, a woman came out of the house. She was eating melon seeds. She spat out the shell far away and said sarcastically, Dead for more than 10 years, still haunting. Qin Zhe and the other 3 walked on the yellow road in the mountains. On both sides were rolling tea forests. The cemetery of Shujia town was in the tea forest. It was the hottest time of the day. No one picked tea. The green tea leaves reflected the sun. The mountains were silent and far away from the hustle and bustle. Coupled with a cemetery, it was a bit like a horror movie. Suyu was wearing a big brimmed hat. He was sweating from the heat and his hair was stuck to his cheeks. Why don't you sweat? Suyu wiped his sweat with a tissue. If I don't exercise, I generally don't sweat. Qin Zhe said. The weaker the body, the easier it is to sweat. For example, a man with kidney deficiency will sweat a few pounds after eating soup noodles. Boss Su, you haven't been back for a long time. Under the sun, Qinze squinted and looked at the cemetery. It's been a long time. Even if I come back, I'll stop here. Suyao also squinted. Qinze laughed. Not returning to your hometown is like walking at night. Suyao said in a deep voice, I don't have the face to come back. Interesting, Qinze retracted his gaze and stared at him. Boss Su, who built an industrial empire in Wensheng and whose industry almost covered half of the south. If you don't have the face, who has the face? Suyao did not answer. In front of the grave, Qinze silently cleaned up the weeds around Su Ru's grave and burned some tin foil and yellow paper brought from Hangzhou. Su Yu and Su Guang watched from the side. Suyao wanted to do something several times, but he restrained himself. I bought a little too much. Help burn it together. Qinze took the initiative to hand the underworld goods to him. Suyao nodded. After burning the things, they lit the incense. The four held the incense and worshipped. The position was very interesting. Qinze stood at the front, Su Guang and Suyao stood on his left and right, and Su Yu stood a little further away. Song Zhongji and Song Zhilong came under the hot sun with bright red plastic bags in their hands. Inside were the underworld goods bought in the town. Rong, why didn't you call me today? Song Zhongji's voice was full of energy, with a warm smile on his face, as if he did not come to visit the grave, but to welcome the distinguished guests. While speaking, he looked at Qinze and the others in confusion. He seemed to wonder why they were here to visit the grave of his deceased wife. Except for Su Yao, he did not know the people present. It was inevitable that he looked at Su Yu a few more times. Such a beautiful woman could not be found in Shujia town. Only the big stars on TV could compare to her. Song Zhilong's eyes were glued to Su Yu's face, like a magnet attached to iron, unable to move away. Su Yao just glanced at the father and son, and his attention returned to Qinze. Sister, A's is here to see you. With me. I've been dreaming of this day, even if he doesn't know anything. You, are Guang? Song Zhongji recognized Su Guang. Although they had not seen each other for more than 10 years, strictly speaking, he and Su Guang could be considered childhood playmates. When he was a teenager, he wandered around the town, fishing in the water, climbing trees to dig eggs, followed by a group of children. Su Guang and Su Yao were one of them. Shujia town was so big that there were no strangers. After so many years, Su Guang's appearance had not changed. It was hard not to recognize him. Song Zhongji hurriedly took out a big chicken and handed him a cigarette. Like himself, Su Lan's family was not what it used to be. He heard that Su Lan's son and daughter were now big stars. Stars, in the eyes of a small town like Shujia town, symbolized high-end class. Song Zhongji's age and living in a small town, had no interest in the entertainment industry. If it were not for the people around him, he would not know that Su Lan's son and daughter had become big stars. Back then, Su Lan would bring her son to stay at his house for a while every summer vacation. Song Zhongji did not care. How much could a simple meal in the countryside be worth? Accommodation was not a problem. There was no shortage of rooms in the countryside. Su Lan would give him 1,000 yuan for food and accommodation every month. In the 2000s, this money was a lot. It was enough for him to smoke, drink, and play dice. But her son was a little naughty. He did not like it very much. He often used his age to bully Zhilong. For this reason, he often complained to Su Ru. Unexpectedly, the woman, who had always been gentle, was like an angry cat when it came to this kind of topic. Her reaction was particularly fierce. After quarreling a few times, Song Zhongji did not mention this again. Song Zhongji opened the plastic bag and took out the yellow paper and other things. Suddenly, someone blocked him. He looked up and saw a very handsome young man who felt a little familiar. He smiled and said, "Uncle." "You are?" Song Zhongji looked at Su Yao. But Su Yao ignored him. His son behind him whispered, "Dad, he's Qinze." "Qinze? Oh my God." Song Zhongji was shocked. The young man in front of him was the average-looking naughty boy from back then? A certain assistant, F***CK. I've only heard that a girl changes 18 times between childhood and womanhood. Even a boy can do it? This is not a boy changing 18 times between childhood and womanhood. This is nuclear fission. He remembered one time when his son was beaten up by Qinze again. He cried in front of him, because calling for his mother was useless. He was also very helpless. He complained to Su Ru and wanted to quarrel. He complained to Su Lan, but she ignored him. So he patted his son's head and said, "This kind of city person has the dirtiest heart. He will definitely not be successful in the future. He will definitely not be as handsome as you." Now, when he looked at Qinze and then at his slovenly son, he felt a pain in his face. A's. Song Zhongji smiled awkwardly. He remembered that he used to glare at little Qinze in private, trying to scare this little kid from the city. He wanted him to be more obedient and stop beating his son. He did not have the courage to beat him. It was $1,000. It's rare for me to visit Auntie Sue. There are some things I want to say to her alone. You two go back first. Or you can come back after we leave. Qinze said. His voice was very gentle, but his tone was not gentle at all. It was not a negotiation, but an order. Song Zhongji did not mind. His experience when he was young had made this man abandon his so-called dignity. He was very smooth. These days, young people with a little bit of culture like to think highly of themselves and highlight their individuality. They despise things like celebrities the most. This sentence, in the ears of Song Zhilong, who studied abroad, was particularly harsh. It was especially high and mighty, crushing his dignity. At this moment, he finally remembered the fear of being beaten by Qinze and the shame of being an obedient little brother. He did not have a good impression of Qinze. Based on the unhappy memories of his childhood, not only was he often bullied by Qinze, but also his mother's almost unreasonable favoritism. Every year, the city kid would come to his house, wearing beautiful clothes that made him envious. Between his words, there was always a sense of superiority. "I never eat this kind of 2-cent popsicle. Rat poop, I've long been tired of eating it. Look at you with relish. I don't want to drink this kind of soda. I only drink AD calcium milk. Do you like that little flower next door? She's so ugly. My sister is much prettier than her." It was infuriating. And just now, when they were paying respects to their mother, this person stood at the front. Even his uncle was a position lower than him. Why? The way his uncle looked at him made Song Zhilong feel even more unbalanced. One had to know that his uncle was so good to him that even his cousins were not as good as him. But he had never seen his uncle look at him with that kind of eyes. Why? Song Zhilong said angrily, "Why? This is my mother's grave. Why should we leave? Who do you think you are? You're still as high and mighty as ever. Why? I'm a top student studying abroad. My uncle is a big boss with a net worth of tens of billions. I'm not worse than you. Get out." Qinze seemed to have lost what little patience he had left and shouted. Song Zhilong felt a strange pressure that made him instinctively timid. But he stiffened his neck and did not move. Suyao frowned and said in an unhappy tone, "You go first." Song Zhilong, he felt so sad. He was like a soldier charging at the front who suddenly turned around and found that his general had surrendered to the enemy. "I'm your nephew. Am I not better than this guy? Uncle." Qinze called out as he watched the father and son walk further and further away from him. Su Guang nodded. Qinze ignored him. He turned to Suyao and asked, "Should I call you uncle, or should I call you something else?" Suyao felt as if he was struck by lightning. Su Guang sat on the ground. Chapter 593. A bolt from the blue. To the two brothers, this was truly a bolt from the blue. The scorching sun shone on Su Guang's face, and his expression gradually twisted. His eyes and mouth widened as he stared blankly at Qin Zhe. How did he know? How did he know? His heart felt like it was being squeezed by an invisible hand. It was the despair of a family on the brink of collapse after the mother found out that the father had a mistress. This analogy was not very appropriate, but it was very apartment. If Qin Zhe really knew what happened back then, his sister Su Lan's family would fall apart. Su Guang panicked. He felt that he was to blame. No matter when Qin Zhe found out, he had contributed greatly to this confession. If his sister knew, she would never forgive him. You. How much do you know? Suyao asked in a trembling voice. This man who had always been stern and expressionless, known for his strictness in the business circle of Lin Hai, could not control his trembling body and trembling lips. His expression changed rapidly. Shock, agitation, guilt, sadness. A storm of emotions raged on his face. She is my birth mother. Qin Zhe turned to look at the tombstone. But I don't know who my birth father is. As he said this, he stared at Suyao. Suyao, Su Guang's face turned pale. The secret that he had kept for half his life was revealed by Qin Zhe so easily. How did you know? Impossible, impossible. Su Guang murmured. Qin Zhe looked at him and thought, although my IQ is not online sometimes, I know what I'm talking about. I brought you here today to confess. I hope you won't hide anything from me. Because there's no point in hiding it anymore, Qin Zhe said. Yes, she is your birth mother. Suyao nodded. Qin Zhe's heart suddenly felt empty. Melancholy and sadness surged in his heart. I really am a freebie. Son, your mother, father, picked you up from the trash can. 100% of people were played by their parents when they were children, but 99% of them were their biological children. I am that 1%. Life isn't just about what's in front of you. There's also heart-wrenching old friends like you. Qin Zhe's reaction was relatively calm. He didn't have the family members who had been separated for many years hugging each other and crying, or hugging each other's heads and shouting, I won't listen, I won't listen, I won't forgive you for the rest of my life. After all, this was something he had known for a long time. When he was young, he felt that he was the only male descendant of the Qin family. How could he not be his biological son? His sister must have been adopted. She was so pretty, she deserved to be picked up. I'm his biological son, so the old man beats me with all his might. The more Papa hits me, the deeper he loves me. It was all an illusion. Later on, as he grew older, there were some things that he had to face. Qin Zhe began to investigate this matter. Were you the one who hinted to him? Was it you? Su Guang was like an enraged lion as he pounced on Suyao and tightened his collar as he roared, Suyao, who did you do all this for? Who was the one who selfishly sacrificed himself for his own future? Fuck. He punched Suyao in the face. Suyao staggered back a few steps and fell to the ground. Qin Zhe, no way, is it really what I think? Suyu was stunned the whole time. She was stunned. Qin Zhe's biological mother was not Auntie Qin. Then was he born to Uncle Qin and this Auntie Su? Or, was he adopted at all? Then he and Qin Bao were not biological siblings. Suyu didn't know why she was so flustered. She loved Qin Zhe deeply and was eager to know everything about him, his likes, his dislikes, his family, his relatives and friends. But the scene in front of her came too suddenly, as if she was shooting a TV series, and she was caught off guard. Suyu found that she could do nothing but be a spectator, and it was inconvenient for her to say anything. Uncle, it's not him. Qin Zhe said, when I was very young, I once heard my mother on the phone and heard her say that one of my sister and I were not biological. If I didn't guess wrong, she should be on the phone with you, so I took this opportunity to bring you two here for a showdown. Why do you know that I'm not biological? There are too many reasons. If one of my sister and I are not biological, it must be me. She's so beautiful, and she looks more like you. But I'm not handsome at all. Although it was very heart-wrenching, just looking at appearance, my sister obviously inherited some of the good genes of the old Sioux family. I also have the genes of the old Sioux family, but why am I not handsome at all? Sioux listened on the side and had a big opinion in her heart. You're lying, you're obviously very handsome. Auntie Sioux is too good to me, so good that it doesn't make sense. Even if she has a good relationship with my mother, how can she favor other people's children more? There's only one possibility: I was born to her, and she feels guilty about me. And my mother comes back every year. Grandfather moved out of Shujia town for many years. Her hometown is here, but her family is in Shanghai. Why does she come back every year? In fact, she brought me back to see her. She was referring to Su Ru. One last thing, last October, I saw my mother and Su Yao together at Hongqiao Airport. I didn't know him at that time, so I sent someone to investigate. Only then did I know that there was such a person and his relationship with Auntie Su. Nan Man Pei helped him investigate. That day, Qin Zhe really confirmed his identity as a phone charger. His mentality collapsed for a long time and he almost had sex. Su Yao was stunned. He did go to Shanghai last year, but he only contacted Shaolan. It turned out that Qin Zhe was also there that day. Su Guang stood there, his face full of disappointment, like a defeated dog at a dead end. Then, who is my biological father? Qin Zhe stared at Su Yao. Su Guang looked at Su Yao silently. In an instant, it was as if the eyes of the whole world fell on him. Su Yao looked sad. He opened his mouth and said bitterly, I don't know. Qin Zhe? You don't know? How could you not know? You must be lying. Su Yao said, I'm your uncle, but I really don't know who your biological father is. I don't believe you, Qin Zhe said. He didn't know why, but he felt very disappointed. It was as if a shining role model had collapsed. However, when he thought of his biological mother's ending and the current Su Yao, he heaved a sigh of relief. It was fine if he didn't want a failed role model. But it didn't make sense. If it was just his uncle, many of his actions didn't make sense. What's with your knot in your heart? What's with your obsession? Why did you come all the way to find my mother? You're just my uncle. You're not my father. Why are you in such a hurry to let me acknowledge my ancestors? Qin Zhe saw the small actions of his uncle and Su Yao these few days, but he pretended not to know. Su Yao wanted to lay his cards on the table and let him know who his biological mother was. His uncle tried to stop him and threaten him with all kinds of eyes. When Qin Zhe exposed this layer of window paper, this man's expression was especially agitated. It was just that his uncle's words couldn't be justified. If Arong doesn't know who your biological father is, then no one does. Sister Ru never said that when she was pregnant, Arong threw a tantrum and forced her to ask who the man was, but she didn't say. Your mother also asked. The two of them talked for an entire night, but Sister Ru refused to say a word about the man's identity. Su Guang looked at the tombstone and said, even if it would destroy her, even if she didn't have the ability to support you at that time, even if her eyes were swollen from crying. Su Yao gritted his teeth. Qin Zhe fell silent when he heard this. He stood under the scorching sun and lit a cigarette. He stared at his biological mother's tombstone and didn't speak for a long time. Memories rolled through his mind with an irresistible force, like a tidal wave and a landslide. Her mother said that Shujia town was a very beautiful place with beautiful mountains and clear waters. Nature always produced endless delicacies and beautiful scenery. There were good sisters who grew up with her there. Every summer vacation, her mother would bring Qin Zhe back to Shujia town for a vacation. The old bus drove on the bumpy asphalt road, raising a cloud of dust. Qin Zhe sat on his mother's lap and looked out of the window. The sun was shining brightly, and the trees on both sides of the road were dense. The continuous fields were divided into squares, and the crops in the fields were lush. There was no air conditioning, no street lights, no supermarket, and no high-rise buildings. But there were mountains, fields, birds, flowers, clear mountain springs, and a reservoir with rippling blue waves. He and his friends in the town ran wildly on the black ridges of the fields, catching frogs and digging out bird eggs. At night, they sneaked into the fields to steal watermelons and eels. During the day, they climbed over the hills to swim in the reservoir. In Chinze's memory, Auntie Sue would wear a long floral dress that day and stand by the bus stop with only a sign, eagerly looking forward to it. She wasn't beautiful because hard work had worn away her beauty, and the sun had darkened her skin. She was only 2 years older than his mother, but she looked much older and rougher. When they first met, Chinze came to Shuja town for the first time. He wasn't used to the sultry heat and flying dust in the countryside, and his small brows were tightly furrowed. The car stopped at the bus stop, and Chinma held Chinze's hand and got off the car. Su-ru's eyes were fixed on Chinze's face, and she couldn't move them away. "You must be A's. Can Auntie hug you?" This was the first sentence Su-ru said to him when they first met. Chinze looked up at the unfamiliar auntie who was smiling like a flower. She was wearing a floral dress, and there was a tenderness between her eyebrows. The sun was too bright, and Auntie Sue's head was covered in sweat. She stood under the hot sun for half an hour, and her wet hair stuck to her forehead and temples. She was so dirty. So little Chinze shook his head reservedly. "A's, call Auntie. Auntie. Hey, A's, be a good boy. Auntie, we'll buy you some popsicles." Su-ru's face bloomed with a dazzling smile, but deep in her eyes, there was deep sorrow. But Chinze didn't understand at that time. The summer vacation ended quickly, and the night before he went back, Auntie Sue came to his room secretly to see him. She sat by the bed, touched his head, and cried. The low sobs woke Chinze up, and he was startled. "You're awake." Su-ru quickly wiped the tears from her face. Little Chinze instinctively called for his mother, but his mother wasn't sleeping beside him. He curled up in the blanket and peeked his head out, looking at her timidly. "Auntie just thought that you're going back, and I can't bear to." Su-ru explained. Chinze didn't say anything. "A's, can you come back next year?" Chinze still didn't answer her. "Then you sleep. Auntie is leaving." Watching her leave and the door close, Chinze breathed a sigh of relief. The next day, on the bus to the county. "Auntie Sue is crazy." Chinze, who was sitting on his mother's lap, complained. "Why?" "She came to our room secretly at night to cry." Chinma stared out of the window with a complicated expression. Suddenly, Chinze's fingertip hurt. His hand trembled, and the cigarette butt fell to the ground. What happened back then? Chinze looked at Suyao. "Can you tell me?" Suyao nodded. "Okay." As his voice fell, time reversed at this moment, and the chaotic past flashed past like a merry-go-round. Chapter 594. Ever since Suyao could remember, he had lived with his sister. In the second year of his birth, his father fell to his death from the dam when he was digging a reservoir in town. Due to the background of the era, the matter was settled after paying a few food stamps as a token payment. His mother died when he was 4 years old. At the end of the 1970s, the 13-year-old girl and her 5-year-old brother struggled to make a living. From the age of 13, his sister had to work in the fields with the adults in town. She would send her brother to her uncle's house next door. After their parents passed away, the few relatives were not willing to help take care of the two burdens. Su-ru did not blame them. After all, it was not easy for any family. It was a terrible thing to have more mouths to feed. Only her uncle's family would occasionally help them. Actually, even though he was called a granduncle, it was only because they were related by blood many generations ago. Going back a few generations, most of the people with the surname Su in the Su clan could be considered relatives. Her uncle had a son and a daughter. The daughter was called Su Lan and the son was called Su Guang. Su Lan and Su Ru were about the same age, only 2 years apart. The two were very good playmates. However, fate made the two girls walk on different paths. The 11-year-old Su Lan was still in primary school, while the 13-year-old Su Ru was already chopping firewood in the mountains and farming in the fields. In a poor and backward town, there were many girls like her who worked in the fields. However, there were no girls like her who lived a hard life. The next year, Su Ru's body was very weak and she fell seriously ill. She almost did not make it. Some relatives who were indifferent to the siblings couldn't stand it anymore and persuaded Su Ru to give her brother away. Boys were popular in any era. There would always be someone who wanted them. If they were alone, no matter how hard it was, they could live a peaceful life. However, Su Ru did not agree and scolded the relatives away. She said that she would not send her brother away even if she died. Otherwise, how could she face her parents in the underworld? It was said that the eldest sister was like a mother. It was not wrong at all. In this poor era, the siblings depended on each other. Knowledge could change fate and create wealth. Studying was the only way out. Su Ru dropped out of primary school after finishing primary school. It was normal in that era. His younger brother, Su Yao, was a good student and was very smart. In the 3-tile-roofed primary school in the town, no one could beat him. Therefore, she hoped that her younger brother would have a bright future and be able to change his fate. The greatest desire of a poor person was to change his fate. When Su Yao was 13 years old, he didn't have enough money to go to junior high school. It was Su Ru who borrowed money from the townspeople. That day, it was drizzling. Su Ru was kneeling in front of her cousin's house. The door was tightly shut. No matter how hard she begged, she couldn't get the tuition fees. She kowtowed, one after another. At that time, Su Yao stood beside her and saw that his sister's trousers were stained with rain and mud. He straightened his neck and said, "Sister, I don't want to study anymore. At most, I'll just farm. Too tired, really too tired." He didn't want to be his sister's burden and didn't want to continue studying. At that time, the college entrance examination system had just been restored, and the theory that studying was useless was popular everywhere. The dreadful theory of the uselessness of studying had been circulating for half a century. Su Yao didn't want to waste time in class. He wanted to be like Su Guang, slacking off. However, Su Guang skipped class to go out and play, while he wanted to help his sister farm. However, Su Ru slapped her brother and said sternly, "What future do you have if you don't study? How can you change your fate if you don't study? If you don't study, you'll be a peasant for the rest of your life." People with a bit of knowledge and culture had seen many peasants rise up and spread the word that studying was useless. It was ironic that an uneducated person would always remember that studying could change one's fate. That. "How much do you still owe our own school fees?" A gentle voice came from the rain. Su Lan was holding an umbrella and standing not far away. "I only have $1.50 here. The 50 cents is from my savings and the $1 is from Ah Guang." Su Lan said, "Any more and I really don't have it." Su Yao went to the best junior high school in the county. The tuition and miscellaneous fees added up to $8. Su Yao could imagine Su Guang's aggrieved and resentful face when his sister took away his savings. Su Yao did not take the money. Instead, he stared at Su Lan and said, "Little Lan, when are you leaving?" Su Lan walked closer. She held the umbrella with her right hand and knocked Su Yao's head with her left hand. She said angrily, "Call me Sister Lan, you little brat. I'm leaving tomorrow. My dad has been transferred to Shanghai. There's a house there. We'll go together," she said. Su Lan, who had just grown up, was delicate and beautiful. Her figure was slender and graceful, and her pair of black eyes were especially eye-catching. Su Yao said sadly, "He's not back yet?" "I don't know." Su Lan smiled. "Shanghai is too far away from Su Town. I don't know how many years it will take for him to come back." He was shorter than Su Lan by a head. When he looked away from her delicate face, he only felt empty in his heart. The young Su Yao had always liked Su Lan, who was much older than him. He liked to pretend to be deep in front of her and recite a few poems. His face was full of melancholy and vicissitudes of life like a poet. In fact, he was peeking at her reaction from the corner of his eyes, hoping to see admiration on her face. He pretended to be an adult and learned from his sister to call her Little Lon. He wanted to ignore the age gap between them. He wanted to tell himself that it was nothing. I long to meet a girl who is as beautiful as a lilac, full of sorrow and resentment. She holds an oil paper umbrella alone, wandering in the lonely alley in the rain. Dai Wangshu's poem appeared in Su Yao's mind. Su Lan was the girl he longed for, the girl who was as beautiful as a lilac. But just like the lilac in the poem, she walked further and further away until all that was left was her back. On the day Su Lan left, Su Yao stood outside Su Town and watched her family take a tricycle to the county. He suddenly felt like smoking. After many years, they didn't meet or contact each other. When they met again, the lilac was already married. Su Yao squatted in front of his sister's grave and smoked one cigarette after another. He talked about his past without any expression on his face. There was no emotion on his face. There was only regret, deep regret. Qin Zhe thought to himself, damn, I didn't know you loved my mother so much. If my mother is lilac, then what are my sister and I? If my sister is a rose and I'm a green foxtail? Uncle heard that someone coveted his sister, but he was still calm. Obviously, he already knew about it. Uncle sure has a big heart. If anyone dares to covet my sister, I'll teach them a lesson. What happened after that? Qin Zhe asked. After that, my sister knelt in front of my aunt's house for an entire night and managed to scrape together the rest of the money. Then, she fell seriously ill. As for me, I went to school as I wished. As my grades got better and better, I got into high school. My school fees became even more expensive. My sister thought that if she continued farming, she wouldn't be able to afford my education. She took me away from Su Town and went to the county to work. She swept the floor, washed the dishes, and did the laundry. She did everything. Until my third year in high school, she suddenly got pregnant and gave birth to you. I was born out of nowhere? Qin Zhe asked, who did she come into contact with? What did she encounter? Su Yao smiled bitterly. How would I know? I only knew how to study. She only wanted me to study. For so many years, she didn't get married. She didn't even have a partner. She raised me by farming and working. She had always been willing to sacrifice for me. She always wanted me to be successful. How could such a person suddenly get pregnant? Be more specific. Qin Zhe frowned. He had a lot of questions in his heart. It was impossible for a woman to fall in love and have a child without any signs, unless she was raped. If that was the case, Auntie Sue didn't have to hide it. Even if it was shameful because of the age, at least she wouldn't hide it from her only brother. Also, why was I given away? Well, considering the social background at that time, it's understandable for an illegitimate child to be given away. The old man wrote in his diary that in order to give birth to me, my mother fled back to Su Town to avoid the evil hands of the family planning department. Where did that me go? There's no need to doubt the authenticity of that me. He must exist. Otherwise, the old man wouldn't have written it in his diary. Su Yao's attitude towards him was also very strange. The self-blame, remorse, and guilt he showed were far beyond what an uncle should have. He's not my uncle. Those who don't know him would think that he's my father. This can't be explained clearly. Even if Su Yao and Auntie Sue relied on each other and had a deep relationship, at most he would hate that man. Maybe he would hate me too. There's one last question. Why did my mother stop him from seeing me? Was it because she didn't want to be disturbed in her quiet life? I'm not a child. I'm a thinking and rational adult. I won't break down easily because of this. I might even happily hold my sister's hand and walk into the Civil Affairs Bureau. There were too many things that Su Yao didn't say. Su Yao lit a cigarette and looked at his sister's tombstone. Actually, I have an idea in my heart. I have been thinking about it for so many years. I have always felt that I should have seen that man before. It was in the 90s. That year. Chapter 595. At the end of 1993, in an underdeveloped county town, Xiao carried a cloth bag sewn by his sister and walked in a dirty alley. On both sides of the road were mottled old houses. The water pipes were rusty and there was a trash can in front of every house, emitting a faint stench. He and his sister lived in a small alley. The location was bad and the rent was not expensive. In this era, there were very few people who came to the city to work and rent a house. Xiao came to the door of his house, took out the key and opened the door. It was a small house with only 30 square meters. The curtains were drawn to separate the two rooms, one for the sister and one for the brother. There was only one bed in his sister's room and her clothes were kept in a box. Yao's room had an extra desk and a lamp. When she bought the desk and lamp for him, his sister was distressed for a long time, but she still bought it. The meal was cooked in the corridor. There was a small stove, a pot, and coal to cook. It was simple and crude. The better families had already bought a gas stove, but Yao and his sister could not afford it. Usually, at this time, his sister would be cooking in the corridor and Yao, who came home from school, would make some handicrafts. It was a private job that his sister took after work. She could earn a few yuan every day. "Sister?" Yao entered the house and shouted. His sister was not in the room. She might have found some work outside. She often did this. Every day, she would walk around the county town and take on all kinds of jobs. As long as she could earn money, she could also do what men could do. Yao put down his bag and saw a bag of unfinished handicrafts beside his sister's bed. She should have come back. Did she go out to buy groceries? He was in a good mood today because he got the first place in the school test results. The teachers liked this plainly dressed student very much. He was hardworking, and serious. They said that he was a good seedling who could enter university. At that time, the teachers were so simple and honest. They could not wait to pour out their hearts and lungs to their students. When they met a motivated student, they liked him more than their own son. At that time, the female students were also very pure. They liked straight-A students and boys who were motivated. Even if Yao looked very ordinary, there were many girls who sent him love letters in private. It was different from the later love letters. The current love letter was very reserved. First, he wrote a modern poem about a famous person. At the end, he added, "What do you think of this poem?" Then she would pass it to the boy she liked. If the boy was also interested in the girl, he would write back and secretly put it in her drawer the next day. After a while, the story came out. At the age of 18, love was inexperienced and immature, but it was also beautiful. After this age, even if she fell in love again, she would not be able to find that kind of feeling. However, Xiao did not care about the girl's hints and love letters. He was like a stone statue standing in the rain of flowers, watching the petals fall one by one. He was too lazy to reach out to catch one of the beautiful petals. He didn't have the capital to fall in love, nor was he interested in it. A village boy only knew how to bury his head in books and live up to his sister's expectations. Moreover, Ding Xianghua had drifted to Shanghai with the wind. She had originally wanted to enter Fudan University, but she had gotten married in her first year of high school. She married a bandit from Shanghai. Xiao had not recovered for a long time. At one point, he wanted to hit someone when he heard Shanghai. He was too silent, low-key, and reserved. He had always suppressed his feelings of love in his heart. But what was the value of not saying it out loud? On the day of the wedding, Xiao went and got the fare from his sister. It was very expensive, so expensive that he almost cried. At the wedding, his Ding Xianghua was very beautiful. No, that was no longer his Ding Xianghua. It was the flower of the man who was the teacher. Lil Lan was very happy to see him. She was happy from the bottom of her heart and gave Yao some comfort. "The girl I like is more important to me than 1,000 gold coins. I'm glad that I'm not as light as a feather in her heart." The man looked at his newlywed wife with a smile. His wife introduced him, "This is my younger brother from my hometown." Reality gave Suyao a heavy blow. At that time, he asked himself in his heart, so, he's just a younger brother. His heart suddenly ached, but he still did not cry. But when he really cried, it was after the wedding banquet. That kid, Su Guang, said, "Is your sister's problem because of your sister?" Suyao cried, and then he beat that kid until he cried too. Su Guang was born a little early. If it were now, he would definitely comfort Suyao with another sentence, such as, "Rong, don't cry. Stand up and play." Suyao sat on the bed, making handicrafts, and let his imagination run wild. His sister's hand was full of frostbite in winter and was dripping with blood. Unknowingly, it was almost dark, but his sister still hadn't returned. Suyao decided to go downstairs to look for her. He closed the door and left the residential building. At the corner, he saw his sister talking to a man in the twilight. The two of them were holding hands, and he could vaguely see the man's face. It was a calm and serious young man. When he talked to his sister, his eyes were full of smiles. When Suyao saw him, the young man also saw Suyao. Perhaps he felt that the young man's gaze was too sharp, and he was stunned. His elder sister noticed his momentary daze and turned to look at him, following his gaze. His sister's expression changed slightly. She whispered a few words to the young man and turned to face Suyao. "Who is he?" Suyao asked. Friend. He helped me." Su Ru explained briefly and changed the topic. "Sister came back late because of something." "Rong, are you hungry?" Suyao looked at the young man's back as he walked further and further away, disappearing into the night. Since then, Suyao never saw the young man again. His sister didn't seem any different. She worked as usual every day and endured hardships. In 1994, two things happened in this year, and each of them brought disaster to the small family. The first thing was that due to the bursting of the real estate bubble, it caused an extremely terrifying economic crisis. Those who hadn't experienced that era couldn't imagine how terrifying that economic crisis was. It was a direct economic collapse, far worse than any other economic crisis that came after. In fact, there was a collapse as early as 1990. In 1994, the two crises overlapped and strengthened each other. Bang! The collapse of the bubble forced many people to their deaths. Although this crisis was stabilized in a relatively short period of time, it caused a huge impact during this period. The small county didn't suffer much from the aftermath, but the lives of the citizens did become tight. As a result, Su Ru couldn't earn money and her life became difficult. The second thing was that Su Ru was pregnant. That day, Suyao was still in school, immersed in a sea of questions, preparing for the college entrance examination. His sister asked someone to call the head teacher's office and said that she was sick and hospitalized. Suyao rushed to the hospital and learned from the doctor that his sister was pregnant. It was a bolt from the blue. "Don't work too hard. Your body is important. Go home and rest well." The doctor complained to Suyao. "You're her husband, right? Why don't you care about her at all?" The doctor didn't lie. His sister, who recovered from the shock, interrupted in embarrassment. "He's my brother." Suyao developed early. While his peers were excited about the thicker hair in their pants, he already looked like an adult. At least, he didn't look like a high school student. The doctor was also embarrassed and asked, "Then he's your husband?" There was silence. The brother and sister were silent. Back home, as if nothing had happened, his sister sat on the bed doing handicrafts while Suyao sat at the table writing papers. Clack! The ballpoint pen slammed on the table. The sound wasn't loud, but Su Ru was shocked. Her hand trembled. Suyao stood up with a gloomy face. He looked straight into his sister's eyes and asked, "Who is that man?" Su Ru didn't speak. Suyao didn't speak either. His eyes gradually turned red. Rong, don't worry, is it that man? Is it that man?" Suyao said loudly. His sister responded with silence. All of a sudden, it was as if a barrel of explosives had been ignited. You've been lying in the hospital for so long. He didn't come. Did you not contact him or did he refuse to come? Suyao grabbed his sister's hand and walked out of the door. Go and call him. Call him now. I'm not going. His sister said. Suyao was stunned and instantly exploded. He shouted, You're shameless. We're poor, but we can't lose our dignity. No matter how poor we are, we have to know how to love ourselves. If a woman doesn't even love herself, then she has nothing. What are you going to do now? Can you raise a child? When you were undoing your belt, did you think about what you're going to do in the future? Do you know that you're going to get married? Your life is ruined. In the dim room, the youth was hysterical. His face was red and his eyes were crazy. That day, he said many, many things that went too far. Every word was like a knife that stabbed into his sister's heart. Suyao was mad. He hated that man, and hated his sister for not loving herself. His sister sat by the bed with her head lowered and tears streaming down her face. She was a woman after all, a weak woman. Life made her strong. In some aspects, she was even more hardworking than men. But in front of her brother, she cried helplessly with her head lowered. Many years later, whenever he thought of this scene, Suyao would tremble. His body and mind would ache from the inside out. I remember every word clearly. Every word is imprinted in my heart. I hate myself back then. I was too selfish. I never thought about her feelings. I never thought about how wrong she was, how helpless she was, how she longed for someone to help her. She was like a person who had sunk into a swamp, longing for someone to lend a helping hand. But I, her little brother, ruthlessly trampled her down. Suyao cried bitterly. He lost his father when he was 2 and his mother when he was 4. His sister raised him painstakingly. She was a teenage girl, but the calluses on her hands made her look like a man who had worked hard for years. His sister worked hard to support him. His breakfast every day was porridge with 3 steamed buns. Why 3 steamed buns? That was for lunch. She had eaten steamed buns with salted vegetables for many years. When he was young, she refused to give him away. When he grew up, she was single and unmarried. She gave all her time and hope to her brother. But her brother did not understand her. Qinze looked at this man in silence. At this moment, he stripped away all his outer layers. Success, seriousness, glory. He squatted in front of his sister's grave like a broken child, crying like a fool. Regret was regret because it was destined to be irreparable. You cried your heart out. You hated yourself back then and wished that time could turn back to make up for your mistakes. But life would never give you a second chance. So, you tried your best to acknowledge me as your nephew. You wanted to make up for your mistakes. You wanted to appease the pain that was hidden in your heart day after day. And then? Qinze asked in a hoarse voice. Chapter 596. An indescribable atmosphere hung over everyone's head. Silence, depression, and sadness made people's hearts heavy. Su Guang understood Suyao the most. He was also one of the participants in the incident. Su Ru's experience made him sigh. Suyu looked at Qinze with pity. She always felt that her life was miserable enough. Her grandmother didn't love her, her uncle didn't love her, her mother didn't love her, and her father didn't love her. They each gave birth to a child to take her place. Suyu felt that she was wandering in the shadows where the lights of the 2 families couldn't shine. She didn't fit in with the harmonious atmosphere of their family. It was said that parents were the closest people in the world. She also wanted to, but her parents didn't love her. Perhaps they even saw her as the failure of a failed marriage in her life. But compared to Qinze, she seemed to be very lucky. Although he had a happy family with a strict father, a gentle mother, and a flirtatious sister. However, he did not know his biological mother. It was only after her death that he found out the truth. And no one knew who his biological father was. Their experiences were so similar. Ace and I were a match made in heaven. Suyu thought happily. The man didn't appear. He didn't appear from beginning to end. The sister's belly was getting bigger. Taking advantage of the summer vacation, the brother and sister returned to Shuja town. In the 1990s, a woman who got pregnant out of wedlock in this remote and poor town would be criticized. For a time, rumors were everywhere. Some said that Su-ru was someone's mistress outside, so she had money to support her brother's education. Some said that Su-ru had a boyfriend outside, but was abandoned by him. Anyway, there were all kinds of rumors. Bad woman, casual, indecent, all kinds of labels were placed on her. It was summer vacation, and the sun was burning the earth. In a small shop in the town, a group of aunties were chatting and waving fans in their hands. Who's the bastard in Sue Lan's belly? She's about to give birth. There are so many wild men outside. If she doesn't say it herself, how do you know who it is? This child who lost his parents since he was young is so easy to fool. He's coaxed to bed with just a few words. Who wants her now? Did our Rome get into university? Hey, when Su Lan gives birth, how will she have the money to send him to university? The shopkeeper's face suddenly changed, and she winked at the aunties. At the door, outside the shadow of the eaves, Su Yao stood there expressionlessly, his hands clenched into fists. Ah Rome, you're here to get your acceptance letter, right? You just arrived this morning. The lady boss squeezed out an awkward but polite smile. Su Yao took the acceptance letter and left. It was sealed in a yellow envelope. Ever since he returned from the summer vacation, he had heard too many rumors. Some were said behind his back, and some were said to his face. He, who had never fought before, frequently fought with others during the summer vacation. Su Yao hated his sister. He hated her for not loving herself. He hated her for ruining his future. That kind of exasperation for not living up to expectations tormented him every day. He hated the man who didn't recognize him even more. Even though he didn't know who he was, his sister still refused to tell him. No wonder there were so many rumors in town. The old bus slowly drove over. It drove steadily on the newly paved road 2 years ago and finally stopped at the bus stop. A young man and a young woman with a big belly got off the bus. They were Su Guang and Su Lan, who had left their hometown many years ago. Hi, Ah Rong. Su Guang waved with a smile. The aunties in the shop stuck their heads out and looked around. Su Yao looked at Su Lan deeply. After so many years, he finally saw her again. The current Su Lan had lost the innocence of a young girl. She had become round and full. She had the grace of a young woman. Why are you in town? Didn't you and Sister Ru move to the county? Oh, my sister is pregnant. She came back to hide. Those sons of the family planning department are useless. They sent my sister to the hospital and want to have an abortion. Look at how big her belly is. Can she have an abortion? A bunch of inhumane animals. My brother-in-law didn't come, so I sent my sister back. Anyway, my dad said that it doesn't matter if I go to work or not. I just know how to slack off. It's better to come back with my sister. Su Guang was as lively as ever. He chattered non-stop along the way. Stop talking. Su Lan reprimanded her brother. Then, she looked at Su Yao and asked gently, "What's wrong, Arong?" She was always so gentle and considerate. She could easily see the gloominess in his eyes. In an instant, his eyes turned red. Su Yao said, "My sister is pregnant." That night, Su Lan and Su Ru talked until late into the night. 2 pregnant women, 2 best friends. They had been separated for many years. One was married and had a happy child. The other was pregnant out of wedlock and was criticized. Just like their childhood experiences, the difference was like heaven and earth. Su Ru looked at Su Lan. She was like a little girl selling matches looking at the warm stove and delicious Christmas dinner through the window. 2 worlds. Who's the father of the child? Under the dim light, lying on the same bed, Su Lan asked softly. Su Ru hesitated for a while and didn't say anything. Su Lan gently stroked her best friend's belly. It was bigger than hers, so the due date was definitely earlier. The child can be born without a father, but what about when he grows up? Other children have a father, but he doesn't. Su Lan said, my Bao Bao likes her father a lot. She's always with her father. It's very tough for a child from a single-parent family. You've been there, so you should know. Seeing that she was still silent, Su Lan said earnestly, aren't you tired of carrying everything yourself? Even if he doesn't want you or the child, at least he can ask for compensation. Your life will be better. What about our own? He was accepted by Zhejiang University. You've worked hard for so many years and finally saw hope. Are you going to give up halfway? You said that studying can change one's fate. You're just one step away. Are you not going to take it? Also, what about your future? You're not young anymore. How are you going to get married with a child? How was she going to get married? In this era, who would want a woman who had a child before getting married? Who would want her? After a long while, Su Ru said, he just left because he had something to do. Do you believe that? Su Lan asked. There was silence again. Let's not talk about this. Su Ru forced a smile and said, why are you pregnant again? They're so strict now. I heard that there were 5-month-old women in town who were caught and aborted. They almost lost both their lives. Su Lan said helplessly, my one wants a son. His father wants it too. They feel that without a son, the Qin family's line will end. Don't think that he dotes on his daughter very much now. After knowing that I'm pregnant, he's so happy. He's usually an old-fashioned person, jumping around like a child. Su Lan's tone was reproachful and helpless, but her face was full of happiness. It pierced Su Ru's heart deeply. Actually, I can think of a way to pay for our own school fees. If it doesn't work, I'll ask my father for it. After all, Aron calls him granduncle. Su Lan sighed. But actually, at that time, Su Lan and her family were at their worst. Old Master Su was a leader, but the leader's daughter had to give birth to an unwanted child. The reason why the Su family looked down on the Qin family was because the Qin family was shabby and poor. Don't. How rich can your husband be? The poorest are teachers, right? Su Ru said, I'll think of a way to pay for our own school fees. As his elder sister, it's my duty to take care of my younger brother. Xiao Lan, this is my last dignity. Yes, this was her last dignity. Yes, an elder sister was like a mother. It was her duty. Hearing this, Qin Zai's heart was filled with melancholy and sadness. Regardless of whether Auntie Su still had hope for that man, the outcome was still destined. That man did not come, and she had no choice but to separate from her biological son and marry someone else. Actually, her tragic life was destined from the beginning. In his mind, he could not help but think of the song he wrote for his sister. I once loved such a man, he said that I was the most beautiful woman in the world. I kept that innocence for him, closed the door to love others. It was also this man that I loved so deeply, he turned me into the stupidest woman in the world. Did you also love a man like this? Did you have hope for him? Did you have a vision for him? But you were turned into the stupidest woman. Auntie Su? Then who is the child my mother gave birth to? Qin Zai asked. From the bottom of his heart, this matter had come to an end. He knew his background, and it was a burden that had been lifted. He had gotten what he wanted. He could not bear to look back on the past, so he let it go with the wind. But Qin Zai could not hold back his curiosity and asked another question. Su Guang shook his body exaggeratedly, as if he had fallen over. According to them, I should have been born earlier than me. October was my birthday, but it was not really my birthday. Where did I go? Was I eaten by the people of Guangdong? Chapter 597. She didn't say. She seems to have expectations for that man, but she doesn't have confidence in herself. Don't blame your sister. She's been suffering. She hasn't had a good life since she was young. The next day, Su Yao came to find Su Lan. That was what she said. However, he couldn't completely understand his sister at that time. He hated her for not living up to his expectations. His sister's life was ruined. At noon, Song Zhongji knocked on the courtyard door with 2 fish. He stood in the courtyard and said to the pregnant Su Ru, "Is our own here?" He asked me to catch the fish. He said it's for your health. Thank you. He went out with Ah Guang. Su Ru said. What are you thanking me for? 5 cents. Song Zhongji grinned. Su Ru was stunned and nodded. I'll get you the money. No, it's not convenient for you. I'll ask our Rong when he comes back. As he spoke, Song Zhongji scooped a basin of water and placed the half-dead fish inside. This man was idle and didn't like to work in the field. He was good at catching fish and birds. He was the only one who didn't criticize Su Ru. He was probably a bad person and didn't have the right to criticize her. Maybe he wasn't interested in gossiping, or maybe he was a coward and was afraid that Su Yao would beat him. The day of labor came soon. Su Ru was Mr. Su. She didn't go to the county hospital. She didn't have the means to go to the hospital back then. In the countryside, she usually went to the village doctor. It was slightly better than the barefoot doctor. She had studied medicine for a few years, but her standard was definitely bad. Otherwise, she wouldn't be in the countryside but in the hospital. Shujia town was too poor to have a health center. There was a health center in the neighboring town. At noon, her water broke and she started to have labor pains. The child was born at 10 o'clock at night. It was a boy. Everything was settled. It was the first time in her life that she was a mother. Su Ru threw away all her worries and only the love of a mother was left. Su Yao felt that he should hate this child. But when he saw the baby sleeping in the swaddling clothes and couldn't open his eyes to see the world, he clenched his little fist and slept quietly. His heart suddenly softened. Due to malnutrition, the baby was only 2.4 kilograms at birth, which was medium small. The baby is so cute. Have you given him a name? Su Lan, who was pregnant, watched from the side with a smile on her face. Su Ru shook her head and helplessly said, Arong refused to help. He still has a thorn in his heart. Su Lan said angrily, ignore him. I've prepared a few names. Do you want to choose one? What name? Qin Hao, Qin Xiaofan. Just pick one and change it to Su, Su Lan said excitedly. Su Xiaofan doesn't sound good. How about Su Hao? Su Ru nodded and smiled, all right. By the way, I brought milk powder over. You can use it first. When I give birth to Bao Bao, I produce more milk, so you shouldn't be short of milk, Su Lan said. As Su Ru's bones were severely damaged and she was malnourished for a long time, she did not have much milk. Since it was related to her son's rations, she didn't refuse in the end. A very realistic and serious problem was placed in front of them. The brother and sister, who had depended on each other since they were young, still depended on each other for survival. Moreover, they had an additional life. Her sister, who had carried the burden of the family on her own, was weak after giving birth. It was difficult for her to continue living. Raising a child was not easy. According to later statistics, more than 40 million children died in the 90s. That night, Su Ru looked at her child and said nothing. The next morning, she called Su Yao to her room alone and asked him, "Do you miss university?" Su Yao was speechless. His gaze fell on the baby's face. The baby was sleeping, but suddenly his small body trembled. He whimpered a few times like a mosquito. Su Ru quickly comforted the child. Don't worry about him. Tell me, do you miss him? Su Ru said. Yes. Su Yao said. He wanted it. He wanted it more than ever. Studying can change one's fate. It can also restore one's dignity. He longed for success. He longed to escape poverty. He longed to regain his sister's lost dignity. Su-ru nodded. A few days passed like this. One night, Su-ru was suddenly woken up by urgent knocking on the door. The baby was crying loudly. "Rong, Sister Ru," Su Guang said with a sobbing voice, "my sister fell down." He knocked on the door with all his might. Su-ru sat up in shock. Her sleepiness disappeared. Before she could call for help, Su-yao from the next room had already rushed into the courtyard. When she opened the door, Su Guang was standing there with a panicked expression. "What happened?" "My sister slipped when she went to the toilet at night." She was covered in blood. Su-ru heard it and her face turned pale. She couldn't care less about comforting the child and shouted, "Rong, Rong." No one answered her. Su-yao had already rushed out of the house with Su Guang. The next day at 5:00 in the morning, Su-ru, who hadn't slept the whole night, finally waited for her brother to come back. We took her to the health center. Xiaolan was already unconscious and couldn't give birth naturally. They said there was no way. The fetus might be injured and asked us to send her to the hospital. The health center car took us to the county. The hospital gave her a cesarean section. The baby was alive when it came out, but it didn't survive for more than 2 hours. The doctors couldn't save it, they went. Su-yao's eyes were bloodshot. "Where's Xiaolan?" Su-ru cried. "She hasn't woken up yet." Guang is in the hospital, squatting outside the ward and crying. Su-yao covered his face and said with a trembling voice, "A good child, gone just like that." After a while, Su-ru said, "Rong, let's go to the county now." It was 6:00 in the morning when they arrived at the hospital. There weren't many people in the hospital and the air was filled with the smell of disinfectant. 1 or 2 patients could be seen on the benches in the corridor with intravenous drips. The nurse on the night shift looked exhausted. In the small ward, Su-ru saw Su-lan. She had already woken up and was staring at the ceiling with her eyes wide open like a lifeless paper flower. Su Guang's eyes were red as he sat by the bed. "Rong, Guang, go out for a while. I have something to say to Xiaolan," Su-ru said as she held the child in her arms. After the two left, she sat by the bed and whispered, "The child is gone." This sentence seemed to awaken Su-lan, who was on the verge of despair. Her face was expressionless as her eyelashes trembled. Then, she started crying. She cried heartbroken like a mother who had lost her child. "There's nothing that can't be overcome," Su-ru said, "after so many years, it's all because of this sentence that I can survive until now. Every time I feel despair, I will think of Rong and there will be hope in my heart. You still have Bao Bao. You can't break down." Guang said, "It's a son," Su-lan said softly. There was a strange silence in her expression. "My first child was a girl. Although he didn't say anything, I knew he wanted a son. I thought that since I married into the Qin family, I should give birth to a child for him to carry on the family line. The child is gone, and the investigation is so strict now. My father doesn't want me to have another child. I quarreled with my parents. A person like him, without this child, even if he wants a son, he won't let me have another child." Guang said, "It's a son. He has always wanted a son. I can't lose this child, I can't lose his sob, my child." At first, she could speak calmly, but gradually, her emotions became agitated. Su-lan's body twitched as she cried, and her words were incoherent. Su-ru placed the baby in her arms beside her and said in a low voice, "From now on, he will be your son." Her voice was very soft, and the expression on her face was very complicated. Reluctance and pain intertwined. Su-lan stopped crying and looked at her without saying a word. "He will be your son," Su-ru repeated. "Are you comforting me?" "No, I'm serious," Su-ru said. "Why?" Rong said he wants to go to university. I can't afford his education, let alone raise this child. Who can a woman with such a bad reputation like me marry? Su-ru smiled sadly, "The child and Rong are my burdens. I can't bear the fate of both of them at the same time. I have to give up one of them. Su-ru's fingertips trembled as she stroked the child's cheek. Perhaps in your eyes, the birth of this child is a mistake. Then between the two, I choose our wrong. I will bear my mistakes. I will bear all the pain and regret in the future alone. At least I can still face my parents. You are right. The child can't live without a father. Little Lon, you can give him a better family and a better environment to grow up in. He can grow up without worries and won't have to worry about being called a bastard when he grows up. Your husband wants a son. You can imagine how sad he will be when he learns of this bad news. Are you also afraid that because of this matter, it will become a knot between you two? Su-ru's face was covered in tears. Little Lon, just treat it as us saving each other. Su-lon reached out, wanting to touch the child, but the moment she touched him, she retracted her hand as if she had been electrocuted. She was stunned for a moment. Sister Ru, from today onwards, this child is mine and has nothing to do with your family. I will raise him, give him the best environment, and raise him as my own son. You and our Rong can't go back on your word in the future. Okay, Su-ru said. As soon as she said this word, her entire body collapsed. What do you need me to do for you? When he grows up, bring him to Su Town to visit me every summer. Okay. Outside the door, two youths stood there. Why are you two standing at the door? The doctor in a white coat walked to the door of the ward. The two youths were in tears, and the doctor wasn't surprised at all. He pushed the door open and glanced at the ward, holding a stack of reports in his hand. You came last night, right? The doctor last night got off work, and I'm in charge of your ward. My condolences, I'll register you again. What's your name? Su-lon opened her mouth. Su-ru said, Su-ru. Su-ru, right? The doctor wrote a few notes. In a while, I'll get the nurse to take you for a checkup. After a miscarriage, you have to pay more attention to your body, or else you'll have a lingering illness. Soon, rumors began to spread throughout the Su town. Su-ru's child died prematurely, and the bastard she was carrying outside had a short life. Su-lon, who came to Su town to recuperate, gave birth to a fat boy after a month of recuperation in the hospital. Later, Su-ru got married to the man who had never commented on her, a man who didn't do a proper job. A woman who got pregnant out of wedlock, a man who ate and was lazy. Wasn't it a good match? Many days ago, the day after Su Yao said that he wanted to go to university, Song Zhongji sent fish again. Rong asked you to send fish again? Su-ru said awkwardly, I'm sorry, we don't have much money at home. After sitting around and eating for so long, they really didn't have much money. It's free. We're from the same hometown. It's just 2 fish. Song Zhongji said, aren't you pregnant? You have to nourish your body. After all, we've known each other since we were young. Su-ru was stunned and hesitated. Do you have a girlfriend now? Who's willing to marry me? Song Zhongji scratched his head. Then do you have money for a wife? Why did she ask this? It was a little strange. Song Zhongji said, don't think that I like to gamble, but no matter if I win or lose, I'll save some money. As I save, I'll have money for a wife. Then are you willing to marry me? I won't raise someone else's son. Don't worry, I'll give the child away. Really? But you have to help me support our own studies. For Su-ru, instead of giving it to someone else, giving it to her best friend who grew up with her was the best ending. Song Zhongji was a man of his word. A weak man had his advantages. On the day Su-lon left, Su Yao stood outside the town and watched the bus leave. He, who had never smoked, squatted by the side of the road and smoked an entire pack of cigarettes. Later on, Su Yao went to college as he wished and became successful as he wished. But he couldn't pay back the debt he owed his sister in this lifetime. He regretted that morning countless times, regretting that he said, yes. In the years after that, he rarely stepped into Su town. He married a rich lady in Wen City and settled down in Wen City. Everyone in Sioux Town said that this chicken flew to the branch and became a golden phoenix, forgetting his roots. In fact, he was afraid to face his sister. Every time he saw his sister's aging face, he would think of that unbearable past. On the day she passed away, she said a lot to me. She said that she didn't disappoint her parents and that I finally stood out. But I knew that what she wanted to say the most was A's. We worked hard to change our fate, but I couldn't change the past in my life. Suyao sat in front of the grave. His expensive suit was covered in dust. After my sister died, my biggest wish in life wasn't to stand out, but to bring you here one day, point at this tombstone, and tell you that she was your biological mother. This was her biggest wish before she died. She didn't say it, but I knew. It was because of me that you and your son were separated for more than 20 years. It was all my fault. It was my responsibility. This was the biggest pain in his life. Therefore, he went crazy and wanted Qin Zhe to acknowledge his ancestors, in order to make up for his past mistakes. He wanted to make his conscience feel better. But we promised Xiaolan that we wouldn't talk about this in our lives. As long as she doesn't agree, I won't tell her. Qin Zhe said bitterly, that means, my dad doesn't know about this. That's not important. Suyao said. A's, you can't tell your dad the truth. It might be your mom's fault for hiding it from him, but this kind of thing can only be kept a secret. The longer it goes, the more you can't tell him. Su Guang's voice was almost pleading. This was very important, very important. Qin Zhe said in his heart. He had read the old man's diary and knew what was going on. But he hoped that the old man knew about this but kept it to himself and pretended that he had a son. Think about it, any man would know that the son he raised for more than 20 years was not his. His mentality would explode. The situation would get out of control. What would happen to Mom? What would happen to me and my sister? I'm sorry, I don't know who your biological father is. Suyao said dejectedly. It's okay. Just pretend that he's dead. Qin Zhe's tone was calm. I only have one father. His name is Qin Zhenjiang. And Zhilong. What does it have to do with me? Qin Zhe interrupted him. I don't have any brothers, only my sister. I can accept what happened back then and face my biological mother calmly. I can also face you, my uncle, calmly, but that's all. I have my life, I have my family. There's no need to cut off contact, but I hope you won't take the initiative to disturb my life in the future, especially in front of my mom. Suyao nodded. After crying and untying the knot in his heart for many years, he felt much more relaxed. Can you call her Mom? Suyao looked forward to it. Qin Zhe was stunned. He stared at the tombstone. He opened his mouth and spat out a very simple word, but he couldn't spit it out. The high-speed train to Shanghai. Suyu snuggled in Qin Zhe's arms. Women were always emotional. After shedding a few pounds of tears for the biological mother of her beloved, Suyu became listless and didn't feel better for a while. Qin Zhe was much calmer. Do you think it's too cold? Qin Zhe's fingertips flowed through her hair. Suyu wanted to shake her head, but finally nodded. Sadness doesn't have to be shown. The past is all in the past, and the people who leave will never come back. You can't change anything. Qin Zhe sighed. If she was still alive, I would treat her better, but, as they agreed, I will always have only one mother. Raising kindness is better than giving birth to kindness. Don't you want to know who your biological father is? Do you think I should go find him? Suyu thought about it, shook her head, and said, you shouldn't look for him, but you can't help but think about it. Think? Why do you want to think about it? He may still be in that small county, living a mediocre life for half of his life, or he may sigh that he had an illegitimate child. But what does it have to do with me? The world is so big, I can't go find him. I said, let's just treat him as dead. Why do you want to find him? Do you want to cry and recognize him as your flesh and blood? I'm afraid that he will stick to me like a dogskin plaster. Anyway, he's a big boss with a net worth of billions. What if he makes my family restless? 2018, Midsummer in September. Qin Zhe, who finally learned about his life, could finally face his life more calmly. Chapter 598. On the journey from Shujia town to Shanghai, the Harmony train passed through the tunnel, crossed the fields, undulating mountains in the sun, and rippling ponds. Suyu sometimes bowed her head to play with her mobile phone, and sometimes peeked at the silent Qin Zhe. In silence, he was expressionless, just staring at the scenery outside the window, wearing a mask and no sunglasses. This was a first-class seat, and there would be no people coming and going. At this moment, Qin Zhe had an indescribable charm. Especially the melancholy hidden in his eyes. In fact, he was still very sad. After all, that was his biological mother, a person who had worked hard to change her fate all her life. She had no hope, so she pinned all her hopes and beauty on her brother, and bore all the pain and regret alone. If you want to fly, I'll carry the pain. And Su Yaoji showed far more emotion than an uncle, because he could never care about the past. He felt that he caused the separation of his sister's mother and son, causing his sister to die of depression. The sister who raised him since he was a child, the sister who gave up half of her youth for him, he had been asking for it all his life, until he wanted to compensate, but it was too late. Life was like a play, it was not wrong at all. She leaned her head on Qin Zhe's shoulder and closed her eyes. Tenderness and sadness surged in her heart, filling her chest. She hoped that this was a journey without an end. She hoped that in the future, she could always lean on this shoulder. "Husband, do you love me?" Suyu murmured. "Oh, don't say such sad things." Qin Zhe unscrewed the mineral water. "Come on, good brother, deep feelings, drink it." Suyu, she hit him angrily. Old husband and wife, still so pretentious. Qin Zhe said in a bad mood. When Suyu heard it, she happily hugged his waist, with shallow dimples. When Qin Zhe noticed her, Suyu had already fallen asleep. Her face was serene, with a round nose, a ruddy mouth, and long eyelashes that were like the wings of a flying bird. He didn't know if it was an illusion, but she seemed to have become much prettier. Qin Zhe always feels that no matter how beautiful things are, after looking at them for a long time, there will be aesthetic fatigue. He tries to recall the scene when he first met Suyu. The deepest impression in his mind was not her beautiful face, but her tall figure. She was wearing a sexy OL suit, very cold and very goddess-like. Before he met her, she was like a cold daisy in the cold wind. She was beautiful, cold, and unapproachable. After getting to know her, she shed her disguise. She was a beautiful lily, blooming delicately in the rain and sunshine, nourished by the sun. Qin Zhe carefully took out his mobile phone and tried not to wake her up. He opened the chat software and sent a message in the Salted Fish Harem group. "Suyu and I are going back to Shanghai today. The things in Xingxing have been settled. Are the funds ready? At cross-dressing boss Qingxing Zijin Shangxi Hongdo, Wang Zijin, I'm ready to invest." Qin Bao Bao copied and pasted, "I'm ready to invest." Nan Man Pei was a little late. He probably felt that it was not good to ignore Qin Zhe, so he copied and pasted, "I'm ready to invest." Qin Zhe was overjoyed. "Oh, there are suddenly 3 new shares. I'm caught off guard." Qin Bao Bao. "Wang Zijin, what are you talking about? I don't understand." Nan Man Pei, generally, it's best not to delve into things that you don't understand, especially when it comes from Qin Zhe's mouth. Wang Zijin. It seems to make sense. Qin Bao Bao, this black-hearted maggot is always saying some nonsense in front of me. I don't understand most of it. Wang Zijin, Nan Man Pei, don't say it out loud. How am I supposed to respond to that? Nan Man Pei imagined the nonsense Qin Zhe said to his sister and shuddered. Also, it was extremely scary. Qin Zhe was thick-skinned. What are you talking about? I don't understand at all. You're thinking too much. Qin Bao Bao, then explain what you meant by that last sentence. Qin Zhe, new shares. Haven't you played with stocks before? I'm not afraid even if the crab comes, I'm not afraid. Qin Bao Bao was speechless and sent a series of flips table emojis. Qin Zhe, Sister Ziwei, wait for me to come back. You said you would cook noodles for me. I like noodles in soup, not hot noodles. Wang Zijin, she had the urge to go crazy. As an editor who had been on the internet for a while, she could actually understand instantly. That day, she had a private chat with her boyfriend and was a little naughty. In the group, her style of chatting had always been dignified and serious. Qin Zhe actually hinted in the group. Nan Man Pei definitely didn't understand. Speak human language. Do you need my help with the follow-up matters in Shin City? Qin Zhe, no, Su Yu and I will take care of it. Sister Man Pei, let's play the game of eagle and chicken another day. Nan Man Pei, ? Wang Zijin, what's wrong with you today? She felt that he was a little unrestrained and wasn't in the right state. Was he provoked? Qin Bao Bao didn't say anything. She was confused and thought that her brother was just talking nonsense. Qin Zhe didn't answer her and put his phone in his pocket. He was very happy to be mischievous and had found the right state of life. Don't think about it. Let bygones be bygones. The affairs of the older generation have nothing to do with us. Don't be conflicted. Don't be depressed. Don't be sad. At this moment, his phone rang. The caller ID showed that it was Huang Yudong. Qin Zhe was helpless. He gently woke Suyu up and indicated that he needed to answer the call. He held his phone and put on his sunglasses. He got up and left his seat to open the toilet at the end of the car. Click. The lock popped back and Qin Zhe picked up the call. Old Huang, what's the matter? Huang Yudong laughed. Mr. Qin, there's something I want to tell you directly. After all, we're old friends. I've discussed it with my agent. I think we can release one song from the album in the second half of the year. I want to sing it now. I haven't had any works in the past few months, and the company's composer isn't very satisfied with the song. Huang Yudong chattered for a while. Among the artists that Qin Zhe had poached, Qian Shishir and Yi Lu had gone out to film. As for the singers, Huang Yudong and Su Jiao were busy with work and didn't have any new works for the time being. There were some rumors circulating on the internet that the two of them might have gone silent and jumped ship to Tianfang. In the end, they didn't have any works for half a year. If it weren't for the fact that they were directly advertised in variety shows, the audience would have forgotten about them. Huang Yudong had taught a newcomer in his previous company. That newcomer's catchphrase song became popular on the internet recently and his fame increased greatly. On the other hand, his master hadn't made any progress and was a bit agitated. No problem. What kind of song do you want? Qin Zhe asked. I'm still worried about your work. Huang Yudong said modestly, just a hit song will do. Get lost. I'm just kidding. Huang Yudong said, I just want to sing a song with feelings. A song with feelings. Qin Zhe thought for a moment. Then I have a lot of songs here. I just thought of one. It's said to be quite popular. Huh? It's said to be quite popular. What do you mean? Oh, I think it should be popular. Qin Zhe changed his words. It's said to be quite popular because the system told him so. It's the most popular online song of the year. Qin Zhe had a lot of songs here. This kind of song was most suitable for the artists under him to sing. For his sister, he wanted to write some good songs with a little bit of meaning that could be passed down for many years. Do you have a demo? Huang Yudong suddenly became excited. Qin Zhe's last song, Love Even If You Die, made him famous. Although it was a catchphrase song, it was more beneficial to increase his fame. In the past, his fans were all young people. Now, even those burly men could shout out his fame. Huang Yudong? Oh, I know him. Love Even If You Die was sung by him. He would sing it every time he went to KTV. There's no demo. I'll just sing it casually. Listen to it. If it's good, we'll settle on it. Qin Zhe said. Okay. Huang Yuding listened attentively. Qin Zhe sang, I've lost contact with prostitutes in Guangdong. Sometimes I miss the healthcare we did together. I hope this organ can connect us. I miss you, my Cantonese is not very good. What do you think? After singing, Qin Zhe asked. What a sentimental song. It would definitely touch the heartstrings of countless people. Okay, this one. It's good, very good. Huang Yuding laughed excitedly. Well, okay. I'll hang up first. I'll go back to the company and write the song and send it to you. Qin Zhe hung up the phone. He took a piss while he was at it. The clear water came out of the jade pillar. The rain sprinkled on the world. He was still a little sad. He couldn't completely let it go. Qin Zhe sighed faintly. He needed to find something else to divert his attention. Otherwise, his OCD would drive him crazy. He would think every day. Every day, he would think about Auntie Sue who hugged him all those years ago. He would think about how she felt when she faced him. Another thing made his balls hurt. He had so many brothers and sisters. He and Suyu would have a lot to talk about. Oh right, I still have a crazy film to shoot. Chapter 599. At Tianfang Entertainment. Qin Bao Bao, who had just finished her workout, took a shower, dried her hair, and played some games as usual. Then, she sat on the sofa in the office barefooted and practiced her vocal cords for a few minutes. She called her assistant from the office next door to make some tea while she picked up a book called How I Met You in My Most Beautiful Years and started reading it. Women and men were different after all. Judging from the title of the book, romance novels were long and complicated, while hot-blooded novels were concise and clear. Qin Baobao's way of doing things could not be considered straightforward. She lacked Wang Zijin's opinions and was not as decisive as Nan Man Pei's, nor was she as wise and resilient as Su Yu. Be it because of her family background or her outlook, she could not compare to them since she was a child. However, she was the only woman Qin Zhe could not forget about for more than 10 years. Everyone wanted to fight the sobbing monster, but Qin Zhe was the only one who loved it. Xiang Yi's assistant sat opposite Qin Bao Bao and drank tea. She still had something to do, but nothing was more important than drinking tea with her boss. She could even get some snacks from her boss. The necklace is beautiful. Did your boyfriend give it to you? Qin Bao Bao asked with a smile. Although her family wasn't as prestigious as her best friends, baby Qin had received a good education since she was a child. In her assistant's heart, she wasn't a boss who was difficult to get along with. Occasionally, she would even say a few witty words to tease her. Xiang Yi's assistant even made a barometer based on Qin Bao Bao's expression in the morning. For example, if Qin Bao Bao came to work sullenly, Qin Zhe would definitely not be in Tianfang today. It meant that it was a sunny day. If she came to the office in high spirits, Qin Zhe would definitely be by her side, or he would come over later. It meant that it was a rainy day. Yes, she said. It's so good to have a boyfriend, Qin Bao Bao sighed. It's not convenient for you to have a boyfriend. Xiang Yi's assistant nodded and flattered her. But you have a younger brother. Many people are willing to exchange their boyfriends for your younger brother. Qin Bao Bao said in his heart, I don't want a pair of broken shoes that have been used by others. What about you? Are you willing to exchange your boyfriend for it? The assistant was stunned and shook his head. Boss Qin, you're joking. Is my younger brother not good enough? Good, very good. The assistant said against his will. Qin Zhe was handsome, rich, and talented, but he always put on a straight face and used emotional abuse on her. In the novel, this kind of man was a domineering CEO who deliberately treated the innocent and naive. In reality, she really wanted to hit him. The assistant often criticized Qin Zhe silently to her friends, saying that she was under pressure in the company that did not match her beauty. Then you can be my younger brother's assistant, Qin Bao said. He could quit his job at any moment. Qin Bao Bao wanted to laugh when she saw her assistant's disgusted expression. She knew that her brother didn't dislike the assistant, but he was using this method to vent his anger on her, silently resisting her. It was similar to the rebellious mentality of a teenager. What Qin Bao Bao wanted to do was to touch his head and say, "Good boy, Mama loves you." Cross it out. Describe it again, sob sob sob, can't you be satisfied with your sister's beauty? This was the right way for the siblings to open up. Finally remembering that she had something to deal with, Qin Bao Bao sent her assistant away and reluctantly put down the book. She rubbed her eyes, put on her high heels, and planned to work hard at her desk. She couldn't be too lazy. After all, she was the CEO of a big company. In recent years, her brother had been climbing up the ranks like a rocket, and she couldn't keep up. They had said that they would be salted fish together, but suddenly he became a big shot. He started a company and made movies. Qin Bao Bao's dream was to walk on the screen and become the national goddess. The reason was that every time she saw her beautiful face in the mirror, she felt a sense of loneliness. Good things couldn't be hidden, so she had to share them with the whole country. Qin Bao Bao was very reluctant to become the big sister of an entertainment company when she was caught off guard. It was too tiring to be a boss. But what could she do? The most important person in her life suddenly jumped on the high-speed train and sped away. The only thing she could do was to ride a donkey and chase after him. Even if she couldn't catch up, at least she could shorten the distance between them. Otherwise, she would only be abandoned. "I have a donkey, but I never ride it." The phone on the other side of the sofa rang, and the screen showed that the caller was Qin Zhe. Qin Bao Bao threw herself on the sofa and happily picked up the call, but her tone was fierce. "You're finally back. You made Zijin and I eat noodles for 3 days. My mouth is so bland. It's my fault, my fault." Qin Zhe said, "I'm downstairs in the company. Do you want to go out and play?" "Where to play?" Qin Bao Bao's eyes lit up, and her long legs slapped the sofa happily. "You'll know when you come down," Qin Zhe said. Qin Bao Bao immediately jumped up from the sofa and left the company happily. She didn't forget to put on a mask. At the parking lot downstairs, she saw her brother's car, which was worth 200,000 yuan. Because of the concealment, the car window didn't roll down. Qin Bao Bao stood beside the car and knocked on the window. The car window slowly rolled down. As a sister, she shamelessly winked at her brother. Qin Zhe got it and said, "Get in. You're the right person after confirming with my eyes." It wasn't rush hour now, and the road was still smooth. Qin Zhe followed the navigation and drove on the highway. His sister sat in the passenger seat, and the seat belt made a very naughty curve on her chest. A big-breasted brother was more pleasing to the eye than a small-breasted brother. "Did you have fun in Shin City?" his sister asked casually. "What's there to be happy about?" "I'm so tired. I only cared about chatting with the other side and didn't have time to play in Shin City," Qin Zhe said. For his sister's wit, he knew it in his heart. "You came back 2 days later than expected. Where did you go?" his sister asked again. They took a plane to Hangzhou Shaoshan Airport, and then from Shaoshan Airport to Shujia Town. They rested for a day. The next morning, the car called by Suyao arrived, and they went to Shujia Town to visit the grave together. "I went to see Aunt Sue," Qin Zhe said. "I originally said I would wait for her birthday, but then I was lazy and didn't go." His tone and expression were very calm and steady. "So you also went?" "Well, I have nothing to do anyway." "Oh." His sister looked at the highway outside and asked curiously, "Where are we going to play?" "I'll take you to a place you've never been to before." Qin Zhe was enraptured. Qin Bao Bao expressed that she was looking forward to it. "By the way, do you want to participate in my next self-directed movie? Is there a kissing scene?" "No." "Is there a bed scene?" "No." "No, get out." Qin Zhe was not reconciled. This is a movie for the purpose of word of mouth. If it can be popular, it will be very good for the reputation of the actors. Anyway, you are quite free recently. He was afraid that his first self-directed movie would be a flop, so he wanted to pull his sister together, so that he could attract a lot of attention. I'm not free. I'm busy at my desk all day, or I run out to shoot commercials and commercial performances. I'm tired. Qin Bao Bao casually talked nonsense. Nonsense, Sister Ziwei told me that you have nothing to do at the company and at home. Qin Zai exposed his sister's lie. Qin Bao Bao gritted her teeth after being stabbed in the back by her best friend once again. Qin Zai expected better from her. You should be more careful. Now many people are eyeing you covetously, saying that they want to empty you. The car got off the highway, passed 2 traffic lights, and stopped in front of a building gate. Here we are, he said. Chapter 600. Shanghai No. 3 Mental Hospital. Qin Bao Bao looked up at the huge words on the hospital building. What's wrong with your brain? Why are you here? Mental hospital? Why are you here? You've never been here before? Qin Zai parked the car and took out his car keys to lock the door. Using the car as cover, he secretly slapped his sister's perky butt. Qin Bao Bao froze and looked at him in shock. This pervert is so daring. She looked around guiltily to see if there were any paparazzi hiding nearby. The traffic was busy, and the pedestrians were rushing. No one noticed them. Do you want to die? Qin Bao Bao glared at him. She was not angry or embarrassed when her brother took the initiative to tease her. Instead, she was secretly happy. Qin Zai smiled and looked up. My intelligence has limited my imagination, and I can't understand the feelings of patients with schizophrenia. So, I need to find professionals to help. Other than trashy movies and fast food movies, all movies with a little depth need the help of professionals. For example, the director of a Grandmaster movie had been preparing for 10 years. During this period, he had visited many martial arts masters. Another example would be those detective movies with high ratings. These movies had a professional team behind them. Qin Bao Bao hugged her brother's arm and entered the hospital together. Compared to other hospitals, the mental hospital was more deserted. But it was only relative. There were still many people in the lobby, queuing to register and collect medication. The No. 3 mental hospital was a hospital that specialized in treating mental illnesses. It was different from other hospitals. If the psychiatrists in other hospitals encountered patients with serious illnesses, they would send them to a specialized mental hospital for a checkup. Of course, there were also patients with schizophrenia. This was the main purpose of Qin Zai's visit. Qin Zai led his sister to the 6th floor without any consultation. Then, he told the receptionist that he was looking for Director Li. You've already contacted them? Qin Bao Bao blinked her eyes and asked curiously. Of course. Why else would we rush in here? They don't have time to entertain us. Qin Zai said, I've asked someone to contact the hospital. When the hospital heard that I'm going to shoot a movie, they were very happy. After all, it's a form of publicity. Also, I've hired Director Li to be my consultant. He's an expert in schizophrenia and has a lot of experience. This time, I'll pay him a visit and have a chat with him so that I can get some inspiration. I thought you were really going to ask me out to play. The elder sister was disappointed. What am I? A vase that serves as a foil? Don't speak so bluntly. Qin Bao Bao pinched his waist but did not manage to pinch his soft flesh. She snorted and said, Your waist is getting harder and harder. It's not fun anymore. You haven't played it before. How do you know it's not fun? They bickered all the way to Director Li's office. The nurse leading the way said apologetically, Director Li is tutoring a patient and will be done soon. Please wait outside for a while. Qin Zai and his elder sister sat down on a bench outside the office. There was a woman beside them. She was dressed very brightly, but her complexion was not very good. She had heavy dark circles under her eyes. Do you have some kind of hobby? The woman asked Qin Bao Bao. Qin Bao Bao, wearing sunglasses and a mask in a mental hospital was not normal. Everyone has some kind of mental illness. If we talk about it properly, it will improve. The doctor said that I have mild depression. I have to communicate more and travel more often. Otherwise, it will worsen. The woman was the first to confess. She tried to break down Qin Bao Bao's psychological barrier. Qin Bao Bao thought to herself. Crazy. I'm just an onlooker. I'm not sick. She wanted to ignore her, but her younger brother poked her waist. After many years of tacit understanding, Qin Bao Bao immediately understood her younger brother's intention. He wanted to collect material. Qin Bao Bao said in a low voice, "Yes, I'm too beautiful. If I don't wear a mask, those men will have bad intentions when they see me. I'll be on tenterhooks." Qin Zhe, the woman, looked at her sympathetically. This should be a patient with extreme inferiority, which led to delusions. What about him? Your husband? The woman asked. Yes, he accompanied me to see the doctor. The doctor said that I'm under too much psychological pressure. Qin Bao Bao said, what about you? What's the reason? The woman looked at Qin Zhe. He was a normal person. He was not on her side. Hence, she whispered to Qin Bao Bao. There was a saying, mental patients all think that they are not wrong. It was complete nonsense. In fact, most mental patients knew that they were sick. Only those with severe mental illnesses would lose their minds. Do you think men are disgusting? The woman suddenly said in a very low voice. This. Qin Bao Bao looked at her younger brother. He was not disgusting. He looked very attractive. Oh, you have a husband. The woman continued, my marriage with my husband is on the verge of collapse. But he loves me very much. I also think that it's good to live with him. I want to save this marriage, but I think men are disgusting. Why is it like this? Is he not good to you? Qin Bao Bao said in a sympathetic tone. The woman said slowly, before I married my husband, I had 3 boyfriends. The second one was especially big. Qin Bao Bao was confused at first. He did not understand what she meant by especially big. Just like Teddy, he wanted it every day. Later, we broke up. I dated another boyfriend. He was very handsome. He was a very warm man. But his size was not very optimistic. Once, when we quarreled, I told him my ex-boyfriend's size in a moment of excitement. I even made a comparison. Qin Bao Bao understood and thought to herself, this is really heart-wrenching. After that, every time we did it in bed, he would always ask me, is my ex-boyfriend really that big? He's a little older than me. Compared to him, who makes you feel more comfortable? The woman's face was lactic. What do you think this is? Does he treat my AC as an arena? Qin Bao Bao did not know how to answer such a sad question. The woman sighed. The root of my illness was probably formed during that time. Not long after, I broke up with him. I felt that men were disgusting and did not fall in love for a long time. Qin Bao Bao asked, how long? The woman replied, about 3 months. Qin Bao Bao, you must cherish your time. It's mainly because of my current husband. After he met me, he started pursuing me crazily. He was so good to me that I did not know how to reject him. So, not long after, we got married. But I realized that I had a psychological trauma about things in bed and was very resistant. On the night of our wedding, I lay on the bed and cooperated with him. After that, he wanted to do it, but I rejected him. Our married life was seriously disharmonious after marriage. Now that we quarrel every day, I'm gradually becoming depressed. Qin Bao Bao was puzzled. Then are you depressed now, or can't you do it with your husband? The doctor said that it's just a psychological trauma. Time will erase it. Everyone has psychological trauma, right? But I must not be depressed, or it will be very dangerous. I still have a chance to save it, the woman said. Her condition was not serious, or she had just started showing signs of depression. Otherwise, she would not talk so much. It was also possible that she was forcing herself to chat, trying to make herself feel better. Qin Zhe said, you don't mind if I say a few words, right? The woman frowned and chose to nod. Qinze said, "The reason why you are depressed now is because you feel sorry for your husband, or because you quarrel with him too often and are bored. Is it because you want to get rid of the psychological trauma of the arena, or because you are slightly depressed? I realize that he is treating me worse and worse. He knows that I have a psychological trauma, but he still doesn't understand me," the woman said. "Then it must be the latter. Speaking of which, why would he take back his wife if he could not have sex with her? Wouldn't it be better to buy a silicone doll?" Qinze thought for a moment and said, "I'm just saying. How about this? You treat your husband as a brother. If you can't stand it, go home and change the double bed to a bunk bed. He will sleep on the bottom and you will sleep on the top. He will be your brother sleeping on the top bunk bed. Since he is your brother, it's not unacceptable to have sex with him occasionally, right? After all, friends walk together for life." When the woman heard this, she felt that it made sense and fell into deep thought. The door to Director Li's office opened, and a man in a suit left. Qinze immediately knocked on the door and entered with his sister. "Hello, Miss Qin." Director Li was about 60 years old. He had a head of white hair, wore glasses, and wore a white coat. He had already received a call from outside, saying that the person who had made an appointment today had arrived. Qinze and his sister shook hands with him. Director Li personally made tea for the two of them and said with a smile, "Miss Qin, remember to give me your autograph later. My granddaughter likes you very much." "Oh, my grandson also likes Miss Qin very much. He wants one too." The Miss Qin at the end was said to Qin Bao. "No problem." Qinze took a sip of tea and said seriously, "Director Li, I would like to know more about mental illness. My script business has hit a bottleneck. Because my knowledge of this field is limited, it is a bit difficult for me to write. How much do you know about mental illness?" Director Li asked. "Schizophrenia." "Oh, schizophrenia," Qinze said. Schizophrenia is a mental illness. It is a continuous, usually chronic, major mental illness. It is the most serious type of mental illness. Director Li smiled and said, "When it comes to writing a script, only this type of person can write a good script. When it comes to mental patients, many people will subconsciously think of words like delirious, scary, and not illegal to kill. Actually, everyone more or less has a small mental illness, such as mania, anxiety, and mental weakness. Internet addiction is also a type of mental illness. Right, there are also those who say, the first floor makes sense, and those who like to raise dogs in the comments section." Qinze asked curiously, "What type of mental illness do the last two people belong to?" "Congenital brain disability," Director Li said. Qinze nodded slightly. As expected of an expert. "Your description hit the nail on the head. I have learned something new. People like them usually behave like normal people, but once they are online, they can't help but control their hands. Even if people often scold them, they know that this behavior will cause dissatisfaction. However, they never get tired of it because their brain's sensory ability has changed. In the field of mental illness, it is called congenital brain disability, but their inability to control their actions is like obsessive-compulsive disorder. Everyone has obsessive-compulsive disorder." Director Li pointed at the stack of books on the table. The books were neatly stacked, but there was one book that was more mischievous. It was crooked. After you sat down, you looked at it 3 times. Did you want to arrange it neatly like the other books? Director Li said, "I did this on purpose to see if the patient has obsessive-compulsive disorder." Qin Bao also has obsessive-compulsive disorder, but it is very mild. However, your condition is more serious than hers. She only looked at it once, but you looked at it 3 times. For adults, obsessive-compulsive disorder doesn't affect normal life, but for children, severe obsessive-compulsive disorder can cause ADHD. Qin Bao suddenly understood. Oh, he had ADHD when he was young. Qinze kicked his sister and asked, "I want to know if it is possible to set the main character with dual personality?" "You want to ask about the relationship between schizophrenia and dual personality, right?" Director Li asked. Qin Zhe nodded. Yes, the details must be handled well, or else it would be a joke. Chapter 601. Of course it's different. First of all, you have to understand what dual personality disorder is and what schizophrenia is. Dual personality disorder is a type of multiple personality disorder. This disease has a very prestigious scientific name, dissociative identity disorder. Most of the triggers are from childhood abuse, especially sexual abuse, which causes another personality to appear in the body. It's equivalent to having multiple souls living in the body. Patients with multiple personality disorder don't know anything about the other personalities in their body. Director Li said with assurance, and patients with schizophrenia are a clinical syndrome composed of a group of symptoms. It's a multifactorial disease. Oh, I might be too complicated. To put it simply, schizophrenia is far more complicated than multiple personality disorder. Its symptoms are not simple confusion of mind. Clinical symptoms include perception disorders, thinking disorders, emotional disorders, consciousness and behavior disorders, cognitive dysfunction. Qin Zhe and his sister looked at each other in silence, both dumbfounded. To be honest, Qin Zhe had always thought that dual personality disorder was schizophrenia. Director Li looked at their expressions and smiled. Then I'll put it more simply. Multiple personality disorder refers to the different characters in the body. Their personalities, names, and genders may be different. The patient will switch between different personalities. This kind of patient is very rare. In ancient times, people called it ghost possession. Have you seen Brainstorm? The protagonist is a police officer, but he's also a criminal. He arrests criminals, upholds justice, and plans murders to commit the perfect crime. But the two personalities of the police and the criminal are not connected. They don't know each other's existence. Schizophrenia means that the patient has separated himself from the real world. He is still a persona, but this persona lives in a different world. He rambles nonsense, he is crazy, and he is completely cut off from the world of rationality. Qin Bao suddenly understood. In other words, multiple personality disorder, in a sense, is actually no different from normal people. And schizophrenia is a lunatic. Director Li pondered for a moment. It's one-sided, but it's not wrong. Qin Zhe said, "Can I see a specific example with my own eyes?" Director Li smiled and nodded. Miss Qin came this time to understand the details. No matter how much I say, it'll be confusing to you. Come with me. This kind of professional mental hospital was large and had two types, open and closed. The former was for mild mental illnesses such as depression, mania, and so on. The latter was the type that couldn't be released. On the way, Qin Zhe held his sister's shoulder with one hand. He actually wanted to hug her waist, but they were in the hospital, so it was inconvenient. If he brazenly hugged his sister's waist, Director Li might be kind enough to give him psychological counseling and tell him that it was wrong to have a sister complex, whether it was mentally or physically. To keep up with the times, he directly handed over an orthopedic specialist's business card and patted his shoulder. "This is all I can help you with." The reason why he had to hold his sister's shoulder was because he was sending a message with his head lowered. His partner was Qian Shishir. The petite beauty discussed the script with him in high spirits and complained about the director's harshness. The single female artistes in the company all liked to chat with him. Yi Lu, Su Jiao, Li Wei, they all messaged him for no reason. Qin Zhe wasn't impatient at all. He wasn't aloof either and tried his best to chat with the other party happily. Qin Bao looked at the naughty pictures Qian Shishir sent and frowned unhappily. "We're doing business. What are you chatting about?" "There are always flirtatious sluts trying to seduce the pig that I raised painstakingly." His sister's jealous expression could tug at one's heartstrings. Qin Zhe comforted her, "Don't be a coward." "Right, I can't afford it." Qin Bao. Director Li called over a doctor on duty and asked, "Did you give any counseling to the patients in the ICU today?" The doctor said, "Teacher, not yet. According to the usual practice, it starts at 3 p.m. Director Li said, "Let's start earlier today." Then, he said to Qin Zhe, "Let's go to the treatment room." The so-called treatment room was a small room. The walls were painted blue and the furnishings were simple. There was a table and 2 chairs. The light above their heads was very gentle. Director Lee said that simple decorations could suit the patient's emotions. There was psychological knowledge in it. Psychiatry and psychology were closely related. The doctor's surname was Du. He was Director Lee's student. At this time, he took off his white coat and wore a short-sleeved shirt. The white coat would irritate the patients and make them resist or even overreact. He sat at the table and waited for patient number 3 to be sent over. There was a huge mirror on one side of the small room. It was actually a one-way glass. Chin Zhe, his sister, and Director Lee stood behind the glass and could watch the whole treatment process. Seeing the symptoms and treatment of schizophrenia patients with their own eyes would be helpful for Chin Zhe to write the script. Soon, a patient was brought in by a nurse. It was a young man. He was no more than 25 years old. Except for his pale face, there was nothing wrong with him. Dr. Du said, "Hello, friend. We meet again." The young man glanced at him and did not respond. He just sat there in a daze. Dr. Du tapped on the table gently. It implied a certain rhythm and gradually attracted the young man's attention. "How's your health recently?" The young man nodded. Dr. Du casually chatted with him. The young man did not seem to have any special symptoms so far. Dr. Du said, "You have a girl you like?" "Yes." The young man said, "My Wei Wei is the prettiest and the cutest, but I can't find her." Suddenly, he became agitated and stared at Dr. Du with pleading eyes. "I can't find her. I can't find her. Can you help me find her?" Dr. Du nodded. "We have already informed the police. You just wait quietly. There will be results." "Oh right, you can buy some flowers and give them to her when you see her." The young man nodded hard. Dr. Du probed, "What do you think of chrysanthemums?" The young man's face changed. His expression became frightened. He fidgeted and his body trembled slightly. "Roses. I think roses are good." Dr. Du said, "What do you think?" The young man quieted down and nodded slightly. Behind the one-way glass, Director Lee said, "You see, since he entered the room until now, he has been very anxious and does not like to communicate with people. This is a typical emotional disorder in schizophrenia." Chin Zhe nodded hard. "Did he suffer a setback in his relationship?" Director Lee said, "No, this person is a web writer. Because of the huge workload, he could not bear the burden. Because he could not bear the increasing pressure, he stopped updating." Chin Zhe said, "This will get him a razor blade." Director Lee said, "His situation is worse than a razor blade." After he stopped updating, a few readers pretended to care about him and enlightened him. They came to the city where he lived to meet and chat with him. That day, they drank. After drinking, he was taken to a hotel by a few readers and was subjected to inhumane torture. Then, he had schizophrenia. From then on, he could no longer hear the word chrysanthemum. We once thought that this was the cause of schizophrenia. Later, we found out that it was not. After he was hospitalized, he often said the same thing, "I can't find her. I can't find her." The person he could not find was called Wei Wei. His girlfriend? No, that's the female protagonist in his book. He's actually mentally ill since a long time ago. He confuses the real world with the virtual world, imagining that he has a perfect girlfriend named Vivian. He has cut himself off from the rational world, and the things that the readers do are just the trigger for his illness. This is another kind of cognitive dysfunction in schizophrenia. What's his pen name? I think it's called. Director Lee thought for a moment. Newspaper seller? Chin Zhe nodded. He had a better understanding of schizophrenia patients. The next patient was number 9. He was a middle-aged man. He was neither dull nor anxious. Instead, he talked with the doctor. Director Lee said, he was locked up for intentional injury. You see, he doesn't seem to have any problems, but in fact, his schizophrenia is the most serious. What do you mean? His wife had always been in love with her ex-boyfriend and had cheated on him many times. Later, her ex-boyfriend died unexpectedly and his wife was depressed. This man loved his wife so much that he imagined himself as her ex-boyfriend. After a long time, he started to believe that he was really her ex-boyfriend. The two identities caused his consciousness to be confused and he spoke incoherently. One moment, he said he was her ex-boyfriend and the next, he was sober. What he got was not his wife's love but her fear. During an argument, he accidentally pushed his wife down the stairs and she was seriously injured. So far, our treatment has not improved. Mental illness is very troublesome. It requires long-term psychological counseling and medication. Even so, many people can't break free for the rest of their lives. The symptoms are very similar to the previous online author. Love is a ray of light, so green that it makes you despair. This was probably the most realistic portrayal of a middle-aged man. Chinze sighed. He moved on to the next patient. This time, the patient who came in was neither dull nor anxious. Instead, he was a little lively. He looked around with a smile on his face. When he sat down, Dr. Du said, "Hello." Looking at the high school-age patient, he immediately raised his eyebrows. "How so?" Dr. Lu obviously knew that he would say that. He said indifferently, "I'm very happy to meet you again, old friend." The high school-age patient asked, "How happy?" Dr. Lu was unmoved. "Can we talk?" The high school-age patient said, "Sure, WeChat is like QQ." Dr. Lu said, "Don't you want to recover? Don't you want to leave here? Don't you want to go to school and surf the internet like your peers? Don't you want to be reunited with your parents?" The high school-age patient said, "I want a baby, the warm kind." Behind the one-way glass, Chinze was speechless for a long time. "He's asking for a beating." Qin Bao Bao muttered. Yes, half of the reason why he came here was because he was beaten up by his classmates. Chief Li sighed. This child has serious delusions. He wants to earn points every day and become the king of the world with poisonous chicken soup. Otherwise, the system will erase him. His so-called points are to scold his classmates, parents, and teachers every day. He is complacent and thinks that he is different from others. He is proud of it. In fact, his approach is just to isolate himself. In real life, such people are asking for a beating. They are not worth looking forward to or learning from. He is beaten up every day in school. His parents sent him here, hoping that he can return to normal. He said that he can communicate with the system. This is a classic perception disorder. Chinze's balls tightened, and his chrysanthemum turned cold. Am I also AF * king schizophrenic? For this reason, he opened the point store. Although others could not see it, he could see and feel its real existence. He was relieved. Let's change. Chinze did not want to continue with this case. He said, "Is there anything more serious?" Yes. Chief Li contacted Dr. Du in the small room through the microphone. Bring patient 11. Patient 11 arrived in a short while. He was very thin, skinny, and his eyes were sunken. He was led by the caregiver, and he looked very nervous and anxious. Dr. Du said, "What's your name?" Patient 11 said, "Lao Yang." "What's your job?" "I am the emperor." "Why don't you kneel?" Patient 11 spat at Dr. Du and said angrily, "Kneel now, or I will drag you out of the Meridian Gate and behead you." Dr. Du waved his hand helplessly. The caregiver immediately went forward and carried him away. "Let go of me, let go of me." Patient 11's shouts could be heard faintly. "There are always unruly people who want to harm me. There are always unruly people who want to harm me. This is hopeless." Chief Li sighed. As a doctor, perhaps it is not suitable, but it is indeed hopeless. He already has very, very serious schizophrenia. He said that he is the emperor, but the lie detector could not detect it because he believes from the bottom of his heart that he is the emperor. Moreover, he is the emperor in distress whose country is in a precarious situation. He always feels that someone wants to harm him and usurp the throne. This is the thinking disorder in schizophrenia. In layman's terms, it is persecutory delusion. Chapter 602. Schizophrenia patients are really diverse. Qin sighed. Multiple personality disorder was a person with one or more personalities. It was easy to define. Schizophrenia had a variety of clinical manifestations. Some patients showed completely different symptoms, but they were all schizophrenia. This was very helpful for Qin to write the script. It expanded his thinking and allowed him to understand schizophrenia patients better. He even felt a little inspired. Seeing so many schizophrenia patients, could he use them as a model? At least he could learn from them. Forget about the web author. If he was used as a model, he might accidentally make it into a dreamy movie and it would not pass the censorship. Love as a ray of light could be used as a model. After all, the theme was love. Love was the favorite theme of filmmakers, and this kind of heart-wrenching love would add more points. As for the high school student, forget it. It was too unreal. There were always unruly people who wanted to harm the king. Forget it, it was hopeless. There was no way to make it exciting or innovative. If you had come earlier, I have a more troublesome but more interesting case to show you. Director Li said. Director Li, what is it? Qin handed him a big chicken stick. Director Li took it and glanced at Qin Bao. He probably felt that it was inconvenient with a lady beside him, but Qin had already brought the Zippo lighter over. The two sat in the small room. Through the one-way glass on the left, Dr. Du was counseling a patient with depression. Smoke rose slowly and was sucked into the exhaust fan. When there was no one else, Qin Bao would not let her brother smoke. When there was an outsider, she would be very virtuous and generous. She quietly listened to the conversation between her brother and Director Li. He was sent here about 2 years ago. He was a middle-aged man wearing glasses. He looked gentle and spoke very gently, but this person was abnormal because he kept saying that he was a university student and believed it without a doubt. Is this also a thinking disorder? Director Li took a deep breath and exhaled. He shook his head. This situation is more complicated. Schizophrenia patients may have thinking disorders or emotional disorders. They may also have both. I'm telling you this because I hope you can understand its inclusiveness. When creating a protagonist, don't cling to a single obstacle. Qin nodded. How complicated is he? Director Li said, the situation is somewhat similar to that high school student. He imagined himself to be a university student and accidentally discovered the true appearance of the world. He is cultivating immortality in the city. Chen Beixian? I'm sorry to interrupt you. Please continue. Director Li nodded. He's not crazy. His usual behavior is no different from an ordinary person, but he goes to the university every day after work. Stop classes there, go to school, and pretend to be a university student. At first, his family thought that he wanted to learn something, so they didn't pay much attention to him. Until one day, he began to bring along a green onion. Every day, he was inseparable, and claimed to be her demon pet. One night, she was actually awakened by his voice. Seeing him sitting by the bed and talking to the air, his wife felt her hair stand on end. The man discovered that his wife had woken up and said, I'm talking to my light of virtue. Oh, you can't see him. His family had no choice but to send him to the local hospital for treatment. However, he managed to escape 3 times in a row, causing quite a commotion and appearing on the local news 3 times. He claimed that he was showing his divinity in front of the masses and that he was giving a profound sage speech. Not long after, he was sent to our hospital. I analyzed it with a few students and found that his illness was very troublesome. He had entered a deep state of self-hypnosis. No, half of his body was in the real world, and the other half was in the cultivation world. In his brain, the two were perfectly combined into one. He said that he went on adventures every day, but in fact, he was working. Because of his family, he didn't spend much time in the university. In his own words, because he was busy cultivating, he had very little time to go to the university. At first, we didn't know where to start because the patient was too stubborn. But as time went on, his symptoms became more and more serious. When he saw people, he would shout, feel the love of a mother, and then stare at you. If the caregiver forcibly restricted his freedom, he would shout, "Senior White, save me." And then? Qinze couldn't help but ask. For a patient with schizophrenia like him, the most important thing is to find a breakthrough. He said that he accidentally joined a cultivation chat group and embarked on a different path. But when we communicated with him, we couldn't find the chat group on his mobile phone. This was a flaw. We were very happy and were about to take measures, but later, he said that he didn't need the chat group on his mobile phone anymore. He had developed something called the virtuous network, and he could chat with his golden core. This is the problem with this patient. He imagines a world like a game, and he is a programmer, so he can fix the loopholes regularly. Later, we learned that he had been cultivating since, he said so himself. It had only been half a year since he started cultivating, but his achievements were something that others couldn't achieve in hundreds or even thousands of years. In fact, his schizophrenia appeared half a year ago. So, using this loophole, we did a deep hypnosis on him. Using his spear to attack his shield, together with medical treatment, we finally helped him return to normal. But, he didn't seem to be happy. His whole person seemed to have collapsed. Now, he is a little depressed, but overall, he is normal. Qin Bao Bao scratched her head. Listening to it, I feel like I'm going to have schizophrenia. Director Li knocked on the table and agreed. That's true. Among us doctors, we also regularly counsel each other. Because human emotions are sometimes interconnected. Just like the man in the cultivation chat group, he was actually very happy. He was immersed in his own world, and there were different adventures every day. It was very interesting. But we shattered his world and pulled him back to reality. The reality was that he was aging day by day, and he had achieved nothing. The reality was that he was just a greasy middle-aged man. We could feel the sadness of that moment. Qin Bao Bao went to the toilet halfway. Qinze took the opportunity to say, Director Li, I have a friend. Because of her family when she was young, she lacked love and a sense of security. So, she likes others to criticize her and whip her. If you talk to her nicely, she won't care. If you say sweet words to her, she will be happy. But after that, she will feel empty and insecure. But once you are fierce to her, you will be very strong and throw all kinds of things to her. She will be very satisfied and happy. Director Li said, your friend is a masochist, right? Qinze. You are quite up to date. Director Li, in that aspect? Qinze, also, they were both adults. No, one was an adult, and the other was an old man. Everyone understood. Director Li, it's hopeless. Qinze, it's just a joke. Director Li smiled and said, in a narrow sense, SM refers to sexual, crab, abuse. In a broad sense, SM is actually a psychological need. As you said, because of the lack of love and the indifference of her parents, she is extremely insecure. In her eyes, the lashing and criticism of others is a kind of importance. Don't you young people have a very good saying? Compared to him hating you, you are more afraid of him ignoring you. Is there still hope? Will it worsen? Actually, worsen was not bad. Then, the whip and candles would be useful. Why should we save her? You have obsessive-compulsive disorder. Have you thought of treating it? No one is really mentally healthy. More or less, they have some kind of mental illness. As long as it doesn't affect their normal lives, it's fine. In her situation, as long as you give her more care, she will naturally get better. I understand. Then is there any way to make it worsen? Director Li looked at him from the corner of her eyes. The air was silent for a few seconds. Qinze laughed dryly and said, I'm kidding. Ha, 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 ha. Awkward. Leaving the hospital at 4:00 in the afternoon, Chinze had gained a lot. He had a rough idea of how to create a protagonist. He and Director Lee agreed to meet again in a week's time. They would also bring the script and ask Director Lee to help fix the gaps in the professional knowledge. For this, Chinze had to pay a not cheap consulting fee. Chapter 603. Chinze drove his sister back. The afternoon sun was still very hot. His sister, who didn't eat well at noon, curled up in the passenger seat and ate a bag of Mimi shrimp sticks. Chinze's culinary skills were excellent, but with Qin Bao Bao's current status, the food was very exquisite. The takeout was directly ordered from a 5-star hotel. The chef was good, but she always felt that the food was missing a familiar taste. She was such a nostalgic person. For dinner, Wang Zijin and Qin Bao Bao cooked noodles at home. Wang Zijin complained that Qin Bao Bao's noodles were not mushy enough. Her stomach had always been bad. Qin Bao Bao complained that Wang Zijin's bottom was muddy and not chewy. They could have ordered takeout, but they refused to do so. They claimed that the noodles they made were delicious and pretended to enjoy it. "Give me a few," Chinze said. "I didn't eat lunch on the high-speed train. I'm hungry." "Why don't you eat?" "The food must be delicious," his sister said softly. "The lunchboxes on the high-speed train are too bad, and they're all frozen. It's not healthy. I'd rather eat instant noodles." "Then eat instant noodles." "Do I dare?" Chinze said angrily. "Who dares to eat instant noodles on the high-speed train? I can't afford to offend them." "That's true." His sister handed her favorite snacks to him. When he was young, she liked to bully him, snatch his things, and watch him cry. When she grew up, she liked to share good things with him. Humans were so strange. "Unlucky woman, I'm driving. How can I eat?" "Feed me." Chinze looked ahead. Oh. Big sister fed him one by one, and soon, a generation of prawn crackers was gone. She said happily, "Big sister fed you until you were young, right?" "Yes, yes, yes. Your juice is delicious. It would be better if you could make milk tea for me." Chinze didn't care about his sister's teasing at all. "Milk tea?" Qin Bao Bao said, "Sure, I'll make it for you when we get home tonight." Chinze finally turned his head and looked at her. To be precise, he looked at his sister's chest. "This might have to wait until you're pregnant." Passing by the Shanghai City Tower, the tallest city in the country, Qin Bao Bao sighed with emotion. "I've always wanted to take a look." He didn't have the chance in the past, but it was inconvenient now. "Oh, I promised you before that I would go up and take a look," Chinze said. He suddenly had a strong urge to bring his sister up there to take a look. He remembered the first time he brought Sister Ziwei here. Afterwards, his sister looked jealous and disappointed. At that time, he really didn't have time. He had a lot of time, but his sister didn't. Later on, he forgot about it. "No, the paparazzi are very annoying, and I might be recognized if I'm not careful," Qin Bao Bao said with a straight face and fixed her eyes on the screen. "There are no paparazzi," Chinze said. "I observed on the road. There are no cars following us." It was impossible for paparazzi to tail them 24/7. They were not CIA agents. Moreover, the siblings' private lives were too serious. There were very few paparazzi who persisted until now. At most, they would squat at the entrance of the neighborhood. Occasionally, they would come to the company, but they didn't see them today. This was because Chinze and the bodyguard said that if they saw paparazzi taking photos secretly, they would beat them up until they called for their father. Then, Chinze would pretend to stop them and check on the paparazzi. If they didn't have any injuries, he would be very disappointed. If they were injured, he would be happy to pay for it. Many celebrities did the same. However, most celebrities didn't have personal bodyguards. Chinze and his sister only had bodyguards at the company, but they didn't have any at home. They bought tickets and went upstairs. Standing on the observation deck, they were wearing masks and sunglasses. Even their mother might not recognize them. Baby Qin was still able to attract a lot of attention. Just looking at her pair of long legs was enough to make people fall in love with her. She also had a pair of cropped pants that outlined her buttocks. She had a full chest under her short sleeves and a small waist that could be held with one arm. A woman with a good figure could attract attention even if she didn't show her face. Many people liked to climb up and look into the distance. However, in first-tier cities like Beijing and Shanghai, it was actually not recommended for people to climb up and look into the distance. Because in addition to looking at the scenery, there was also humility. Look, the owner of each house was richer than you. There were 1.4 billion people in China, and you were probably behind 1.3 billion. It hurt. The two siblings looked at the scenery and didn't dare to get too close. They were afraid of heights. A few days ago, Qin Zhe accompanied Suyu to play the jumping machine. He really felt that he was only one step away from death. The last time he was so excited was 24 years ago. He was almost caught by a group of brothers and sisters behind him. Qin Zhe looked at the scenery of the Bund, the curved Huangpu River, and the densely packed buildings. He sighed. Last year, when he came with Sister Ziwei, he was still a little salted fish. This year, when he came with his sister, he was already the king of salted fish. Now, he was rich and counting money until his brain cramped. Next to him was his tall and charming sister. For a moment, he was full of pride. Qin Zhe pointed at the scenery below and said, "What do you see?" "What a beautiful scenery." Wrong answer. Qin Zhe slapped his sister's butt. Answer again. Picturesque mountains and rivers. Qin Bao Bao rubbed her butt. Wrong answer. Qin Zhe slapped her again and said, "Wrong, it's my picturesque mountains and rivers." Qin Bao Bao, okay, act tough king, let's go downstairs for coffee. His sister rolled her charming little eyes. Unfortunately, Qin Zhe couldn't see through the sunglasses. Weren't my words cool? In the elevator downstairs, Qin Zhe asked his sister. Yes, very cool. His sister said perfunctorily. If you are the emperor, then what am I? She thought. They had a cup of coffee in the cafe downstairs and brought some desserts to fill their stomachs. When Qin Zhe and his sister returned home, it was almost dark. Sister Ziwei's call, help me answer it. On the way, he received a call from Wang Zijin. Qin Zhe handed his phone to his sister. Hello, A's, are you home? I want to eat today. Before Wang Zijin could finish, she was interrupted by her best friend. He's not home. He's in Shin City. What the hell? Where did this flirtatious bitch come from? Why do you have my A's phone? Wang Zijin said sarcastically. You're asking for a beating. Qin Bao Bao raised her eyebrows. I'm scared to death. Qin Zhe shouted, Sister Ziwei, we're on our way home. Wang Zijin heard and replied, then I'll get off work early too. Anyway, there's nothing going on in the company. Well, if you arrive first, let's meet at the entrance of the community. We'll go grocery shopping. Let's just meet at the store, Qin Zhe said. Therefore, when they were about to reach the community, Qin Zhe turned around and went to the supermarket. They waited there for Wang Zijin. Wang Zijin was different from her sister's casual dressing. She was wearing an office lady's suit. She had a beautiful oval face, long black hair, and a smile on her face. If she was wearing home clothes, she would be a smiling girl next door. I want to eat a big meal today. Wang Zijin stared at Qin Zhe and kicked her heels. She complained, Bao Bao, the shoes you bought for me are clinging to my feet. It's so uncomfortable. Nonsense, Qin Bao Bao said, this is a high-end luxury. It's only worn at important banquets, balls, and cocktail parties. Of course it's uncomfortable for you to wear it for the whole day. This was probably the difference between rich people and ordinary people. When ordinary people buy shoes, they first look at the style and then try it on to see if it's comfortable. Rich people don't do this. They only pay attention to high-end products that are worthy of their status. Whether it's comfortable or not is secondary. If the shoes are dirty, should they be washed? Just throw them away. Oh, rich people's shoes won't get dirty because they won't go to messy places. You should have said that these are prom shoes. Wang Zijin took the opportunity to hug Qin Zai's arm. My feet hurt all day. Give me your arm. Qin Bao Bao said in a disdainful tone, useless thing. Qin Zai reacted abruptly. Damn, Sister Ziwei's tricks are as deep as the sea. What clinging to her feet, what discomfort, it's all fake. Not only can she hold his hand intimately, but also not let her best friend suspect. In contrast, his sister is a bit immature in this respect. She only bullied Suyu. Although Suyu likes to make trouble, her harem skills are actually not high. At most, she's a beginner master. His sister is an intermediate master, and Sister Ziwei is at least a senior master. Outside, with familiar people around, his sister would more or less restrain herself from hugging Qin Zai's arm. Otherwise, with two great beauties on his left and right, even Hai Zai King's thick skin would not be able to withstand the burning gazes of passers-by. Wang Zijin, who has always been a vegetarian, is picking meat dishes today as if she hasn't eaten meat for half a year. What's wrong, eating so much meat? Qin Zai wondered. I want to eat it. Qin Bao Bao went to pick seafood, and Wang Zijin's tone changed from serious to coquettish. You ate too much noodles. Qin Zai hit the nail on the head. Yes, yes. Not only did she eat too much, but she also cooked noodles with vegetables for 4 days. Her mouth is so bland. After shopping and returning home, the moment the burglar-proof door wrapped in a layer of sandalwood opened, the three of them covered their noses. What's this smell? Qin Bao Bao frowned. It seems like a gas leak. Wang Zijin said. You must have left the gas on when you cooked noodles last night. Bah, then we can't live to see the sun today. You got up in the morning to cook noodles. You didn't turn it off. Then it's definitely not a gas leak. It's something else. They are quarreling. Qin Zai slowly took out a lighter and said quietly, Is it a gas leak? I'll try to make a fire. Slap. Slap. Two small hands slapped the back of his hand at the same time, and the sisters shouted, Do you want to die? Blow it up. Qin Zai said angrily, Then why are you still standing at the door? Turn off the gas. Fortunately, I'm back today. A few days later, do I have to attend your funeral? Chapter 604. It was indeed a gas leak. His sister had forgotten to turn it off when she was cooking noodles in the morning. She turned off the gas and came out of the kitchen. She was so guilty that she was afraid of being scolded by her brother. Qin Zai opened the living room window and took a few breaths. Damn, it was leaking all day. What an unlucky woman. He took out a cigarette and put it in his mouth. Oh, I can't smoke now. So he put it in his ear and went back to the living room. He saw his sister standing beside the sofa like a child who had done something wrong. She was not wearing a skirt, or she might have twisted her skirt or something. Is the kitchen window open? Qin Zai asked with narrowed eyes. His sister nodded immediately. Qin Zai sighed. Fortunately, you didn't forget to turn it off at night. If you don't know how to cook, don't cook. Can't you order takeout? Why do you have to be so stubborn? Qin Bao Bao complained, It's all Wang Zijin's fault. She likes to compete with me. Sister is a little fairy. Of course, I can't admit defeat. Qin Zai raised his hand. His sister was smart enough to admit defeat. I'm wrong. I'm useless. I have to admit it. Qin Zai put his hand on her head and rubbed it. It's okay. If you don't know how to cook, you still have me. Anyway, there are so many women in Shanghai who don't know how to cook. They don't need you. Qin Bao Bao smiled and leaned over. She stood on her tiptoes and kissed his face gently. A's is still the best. Sister's kiss is a reward. Wang Zijin happened to see this scene at the end of the corridor from the living room to the bedroom. She stopped and stared silently for a moment. Then she turned around silently. The toilet window didn't seem to be open. The toilet should have a window. I'll go check. There was a touch of sadness in her eyes that she didn't notice. At night, Qin Zhe cooked a big meal for his sisters. They didn't care much about their table manners and ate with flying chopsticks. Qin Bao Bao hadn't eaten chicken stewed with mushrooms for 4 days. She couldn't wait to hold it in her arms and not share it with the wolf in the house. In fact, she was the only one who liked chicken stewed with mushrooms. Wang Zijin had long been sick of it, even though Qin Zhe's cooking was delicious. Eat slowly, Qin Zhe said sarcastically. That's right, sister, are you really not going to act with me? Qin Zhe said. No. Qin Bao Bao said, I'm preparing to hold a concert in a while. Why didn't I know? Qin Zhe was stunned. What do you know? I don't know what you're doing all day. Qin Bao Bao was full of resentment. Now that she was more and more familiar with the company's business, she didn't need her brother's help to hold a concert or something like that. Where's Sister Ziwei? Qin Zhe asked again. It's okay. The company plans to imitate PUBG and make a mobile game, Wang Zijin said gloomily. Aren't many similar copycat mobile games banned? We're different, Wang Zijin said calmly. She did have the confidence to do so. Qin Bao Bao seized the opportunity to rebuke her best friend. What's the difference? Did you grow up eating shit? Wang Zijin snorted and sang, saying that we're different is actually the same, because we're all wearing plain military uniforms. She had been rebuked by Qin Bao Bao like this before. Now, she had already thought of a way to break it. Let's see how you're going to respond. Qin Bao Bao thought for a moment and wanted to say a few words, but the image of the national emblem suddenly appeared in her mind. Her state of mind was suppressed and she was suddenly speechless. After dinner, her sister and Wang Zijin sat quietly for 10 minutes and then did a set of aerobics as an after-dinner exercise like on TV. After returning home, her sister changed into a short skirt. Her 2 white and firm legs blinded Qin Zhe's dog eyes. The skirt itself was very short. Even if it was an after-dinner exercise, it would still float up. Qin Zhe stared hard, trying to peek at the infinite scenery under the skirt. Unfortunately, she was wearing a pair of safety pants inside. Did she have to wear safety pants at home? Where's the trust between people? Who invented such an anti-human thing like safety pants? Wang Zijin was wearing fitted pajamas. Before she met Qin Bao Bao, she had unparalleled confidence in her figure and beauty. After meeting Qin Bao Bao, she was still confident in her beauty, but not so confident in her figure. Qin Zhe had comforted her many times in private, your figure is also very good. You exercise every day and your proportions are very nice. But in front of long legs and 36D, even a confident woman would find it hard to not mind at all. It was like a man who did it 7 times a night. He was 12 centimeters, but in front of 18 or even 20 centimeters big shots, he would inevitably feel guilty. Even if the big shots only did it once a night. Well, that was the truth anyway. After the aerobics exercise, her sister went to take a bath. She had a toilet in the master bedroom, but she liked to take a bath in the bathtub and didn't King lock the door. Wang Zijin was sweating all over. She ran to the kitchen and took out the tea leaves and tea tray from the tea cabinet and made tea in the living room. Little A's, do you want some tea? I have tea guanyin. Wang Zijin took out a can of tea leaves as if she was presenting a treasure. Zhao Taizhu sent it to me. He got it from his father. It's something that you can't buy even if you have money. Little sister, do you want some sex? I'm genetically modified. Qin Zhe winked. It's been stored for 24 years. The taste is pure. You can't buy it even if you have money. Wang Zijin, A's was being naughty again. She tilted her head and tried very hard to think of how she should respond. According to her style, she would glare at him and hit him. That was all. If it was Qin Bao Bao. An image appeared in her mind. Sob, 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 I want to eat it so much. Then, she would do a hand chop. Wang Zijin shuddered. She couldn't learn it. She couldn't learn it. Wang Zijin had always been suppressed by Qin Bao Bao, whether it was in terms of fighting or fighting for favor. Although she was scheming and had many tricks up her sleeve, for a woman with an impeccable appearance, she didn't need to be so scheming and scheming. As long as she learned how to act coquettishly and seductively, most men wouldn't be able to resist her. If Wang Zijin was an extraordinary master, then Qin Bao Bao would be the invincible Dongfang who didn't have any tricks up his sleeve. Ba, de Guqiubai. Piercing the arrow, thousands of cries came to meet me. Scary. It took half an hour for her sister to take a bath and soak in it. When the sound of the hairdryer could be heard faintly, Wang Zijin and Qin Zhe finished a pot of tea and went to the bathroom twice. Wang Zijin went into the bathroom to take a bath. Qin Zhe also went into the bathroom. He went into the bathroom in her master bedroom. The door of the bathroom was unlocked. My sister didn't lock the door, and I didn't lock the door either. She had just taken off her clothes and was wearing cute bear pajamas. She never had any sexy pajamas. Maybe it was because she never had a boyfriend. It was a little difficult to accept such shameful pajamas. So, women still need to develop. Look, Siyu is now starting to buy pajamas that meet the taste of adults. Aze, are you in my bathroom? Sister knocked on the door. Yeah. Qin Zhe answered and untied the Diao Chan around his waist. After 10 minutes, Qin Zhe went out wrapped in a bath towel. In the room, his sister was leaning against the bed, her hair was loose, a white and sharp face was playing with her mobile phone. I'll come over tonight. Sister said in a sneaky tone. But I have to write a script. Is writing a script more important than sister? Yes, a pillow flew over, and his sister said angrily, Go away. 11:30 at night, Qin Zhe sat in front of the desk, the sound of typing on the keyboard. After having rich cases of schizophrenia, he was full of inspiration, but his writing speed was not fast because he still needed to think. Occasionally, he would look up some information on schizophrenia on the internet. He put himself in the perspective of those schizophrenia patients. How did the web writers go crazy? Why did the high school students love poisonous chicken soup? How desperate was the man in the green hat? How magnificent and unpredictable the world of cultivation awakened by the middle-aged uncle. He had seen the symptoms of those people and heard about their deeds. When he activated advanced acting proficiency, he easily put himself in the role. I have a green onion. I like to pinch the green onion sprouts. I am a man who wants to become the king of the world with poisonous chicken soup. I have all kinds of dirty words. There was a green light in front of him, that was the vast grassland. Also, the chrysanthemum is full of wounds, your smile is yellow. His consciousness began to be confused, all kinds of thoughts floated, and countless images flashed by. The whole world became illusory, and his consciousness began to be separated from the rational world. He was like a person who fell into the deep sea, watching the sunlight reflected by the waves gradually disappear, sinking into the deep sea and darkness. Aze. Aze, the call came from the darkness, like a mother's gentle whisper. His confused consciousness slowly calmed down, and he opened his eyes. Chapter 605. The bright light from the ceiling made him squint and close his eyes. A few seconds later, he opened them again. He found himself lying on a hospital bed, covered with a blue and white striped quilt. He was also wearing a hospital gown. Was this a hospital? Aze, you're finally awake. How do you feel? Qin Ma sat beside the bed and asked nervously. His sister and mother sat side by side, crying tears of joy. Aze, you're finally awake. Sister was so worried. Qin Zhe's brain went blank for a few seconds. Who am I? Why am I here? Damn, why am I hospitalized? He tried to get up, but found that his limbs were too weak to support him. Don't move, don't move. You just woke up. The doctor said you need to rest. Qin Ma wiped her tears. I'll call the doctor. Her sister cried as she ran out of the ward. While the mother and daughter were talking, Qin Zhe looked around. Yes, it was a ward. It was not big, only 12 square meters. There was a sofa and a TV. It should be a private ward. But why am I in a ward? They say that fortune favors fools. Rephrasing it, they say that ordinary people have a stable life. I don't have any disasters or illnesses in my life. He looked at his hand again and was shocked. How was this a hand? It was a chicken claw. He was bony and his skin was wrapped around the bones. His bones were clear. At this time, his sister returned with the doctor in a white coat. The doctor checked Qin Zhe's eyelids and listened to his heartbeat. After a simple checkup, he said, "It's okay. He's awake. I'll help you line up. Later, the nurse will take you for a full checkup." The mother and daughter cried tears of joy. Qin Ma took out her phone happily. "Hello, old Qin. Your son is awake. He's finally awake." "Mom. What happened to me?" Qin Zhe said in a terrified tone. "Do you still remember? That day when you left the internet cafe, you were stabbed by someone. It was only an external injury, but that group of bastards not only stabbed you, they even kicked and punched you. When you were sent to the hospital, you almost couldn't be saved. You almost fell into a permanent vegetative state." As Mother Qin spoke, her tears flowed out again. Qin Zhe's hair stood on end. He felt a chill rising from his tailbone and crackling to the top of his head. His scalp went numb. Last year, he had indeed been stabbed by someone and had been hospitalized for 7 days. That was the first time he had been hospitalized in his life. "Mom. How long have I been lying there? What time is it now?" Qin Ma said, "You've been lying in bed for a whole year, A's. Mom was so afraid that you wouldn't wake up." As she spoke, tears streamed down her mother's face. Her sister also cooperated with her sobbing. His sister was still as beautiful as ever. She had chestnut-colored curly hair, a fair and charming face, and a pair of seductive eyes that were filled with tears. However, Qin Zhe wasn't in the mood to appreciate his sister's beauty. His scalp was about to explode. "I became a vegetable and was hospitalized for a year? Then what about my experience in the past year? Was it a dream?" He clearly remembered that he was writing a script. Because he tried to put himself in the shoes of a schizophrenia patient, his brain was overwhelmed and his consciousness was in a mess. Although he woke up, he found himself lying in a hospital bed. His thoughts were clear and there was nothing wrong with them. But it was because of this that he was terrified. The clearer his thoughts were, the clearer his mind was. Putting himself in the shoes. Was everything now real? A great sense of fear enveloped him. Soon, the old man arrived as well. His leather shoes made loud and clear notes on the smooth tiles. They hadn't seen each other for a few days. Oh no, a year. The old man had aged a lot. His hair was white and the crow's feet at the corner of his eyes were deeper. He stood by the bed. His eyes were wet. He gently touched Qin Zhe's greasy hair and choked, "It's good that you're awake. It's good that you're awake. It's my fault. If I didn't let you learn from Professor Li, you wouldn't have encountered such things. It's all my fault." The old man's face was full of regret. Qin Zhe felt an inexplicable sadness. This man must have really wanted a son back then. So he was strict with himself and hoped that his son would succeed. So his mother made up a big lie and raised him as a son. No, if all this is a dream, then what is my background? Qin Zhe looked at his sister. Mother Qin held her daughter's hand and said earnestly, "All right, now that your brother is awake, I'll arrange a blind date for you. You're already 26 years old today. If you don't get married soon, you'll be an old lady." Qin Zhe was speechless. Mom, your son has just woken up and you want to marry my sister off? Are you still my mother? His sister's bright eyes fell on him. She hesitated and sighed. I know, Mom. Then you have to go on blind dates. Don't be perfunctory. Well, if I see a suitable one, I will go with him. If he is good, I will marry him. Qinzai's heart sank. I can't marry him. Why? His parents asked in unison. His sister's eyes also lit up. I can't marry him too early. I have to wait until I get better, Qinzai said weakly. The light in his sister's eyes dimmed. By the way, old Qin, let's go down and pay the bill. The nurse just reminded me this morning. It's time to pay the bill. Qin Ma told Qinzai to rest well and left with the old man. The ward quieted down. Only Qinzai and his sister were left. Qinzai whispered, Sister, are you really going on a blind date? The beautiful sister nodded. Yes, I am already so old. Even if I don't get married, I should get a boyfriend. What about me? Qinzai's voice was hollow. You? His sister looked at him strangely and smiled gently. You are my brother-in-law. Qinzai stared at her and thought, you are too good at pretending. It's as if we have never coveted each other. What happened to going to Europe to see the orthopedics doctor? You parachuted halfway and left me alone on the plane? That. Where is Sister Ziwei? Where is she? Qin Bao Bao felt even more strange and said in a surprised tone, Who is Sister Ziwei? Don't you only have me as your sister? She is your best friend. Qinzai was stunned and his heart beat wildly. He thought of a possibility. My best friends don't call it tissue. Qin Bao Bao said angrily. His heart seemed to be dug out. It was so painful that he could hardly breathe. Then, do you know Suyu? Who is Suyu? His sister wondered. She frowned and touched her brother's forehead. Is it because you have been unconscious for too long that your consciousness is confused? System, where are you? Qin Zixin called out to the system in his mind. Soon, he was flustered and exasperated. System, come out. Come out. Come out. His sister was shocked. Ace, calm down, calm down. She held him tightly. Qinzai murmured, Is it a dream? Is it my dream? He smiled bitterly. There was no Wang Zijin, no Suyu, no system. What investment company? What entertainment company? What Teddy Sue? They were all just a dream he had when he was in a coma. A beautiful dream that he had fabricated. 2018, September, midsummer. He woke up from the dream.